Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto teleported in Taimanin Asagi and Harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the SCARFACE 101 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. Let's start this video. In the Konoha Academy, the students of various classes gathered around their respective classes' sparring rings, many of them chatting excitedly amongst themselves because of the presence of special guests. "Dude, I think she looked at me. I bet I'm gonna get picked," spoke the form of one Kiba in Asuka as he leered at a female figure in a skin-tight bodysuit that left nothing to the imagination. The woman in question was standing next to the Chunin teachers, Haruka and Mizuki, observing the class spars and occasionally speaking to or asking them questions. "If you keep on acting like a creep, there's no way she'll pick you," spoke the form of Naruto Uzumaki as he nudged his classmate in the ribs. Even so, he couldn't entirely blame Kiba for his excitement. For today, a number of Taimanin were present at the academy. The story goes that after the Kyuubi attack about 15 years ago, some of its yokai still remained behind even after its healing. Konoha's research and development branch captured many samples of the remnant yokai and began to research ways to make stronger and more powerful ninjas to combat future threats and potential Biju Jinchuriki attacks. About 12 or so years ago, the results of said research bore fruit as the R&D department found a means to implant the Kyuubi's yokai into others. Many volunteers were gathered for the procedure. Tragically, a vast majority of the male participants died during the procedure or were corrupted into a berserker state by the yokai in their bodies and had to be put down. For reasons unknown, females seemed to be far more compatible for the Kyuubi's yokai and thus had far higher chances of survival, although the procedure still held the aforementioned risks. The subjects who survived became known as the Taimanin, elite Kunoichi, who are said to possess the strength of 50 or even 100 jonin all on their own, and thanks to the yokai in their bodies, they were able to unlock certain abilities that regular humans and even bloodline users don't have access to. However, despite their strengths, there are also drawbacks. After the procedure, their chakra networks change and are unable to reproduce natural chakra anymore, thus preventing them from using jutsu techniques safely. If they use too much of their yokai at one time for using jutsu or in combat, they run the risk of becoming feral beasts whose only instinct is to either destroy everything in sight and/or violate anyone within reach. To counteract this fatal flaw, a special procedure was added that allowed Taimanin to form a bond with a selected partner, sometimes referred to as marriage by the Taimanin themselves, and use their partner's chakra to empower themselves. To be chosen as a Taimanin's partner is considered a tremendous honor, and there also comes numerous special privileges with it. As for how a Taimanin chooses a partner, it is said that they can sense when someone compatible for them is nearby, thus Taimanin are allowed to choose anyone who they deem compatible as their partners. Hence the Taimanin's presence at the academy, they were scouting for viable partners. Due to how few in number they were and because of low volunteers for the yokai implantation procedure in recent years, it was fairly common for a Taimanin to be older than their chosen partner. Supposedly, Taimanin had to be careful in choosing their partners due to the taxing demands for the chakra they sorely needed, so naturally people with low chakra reserves were often ignored by the Taimanin, hence why they are almost constantly seeking potential partners. However, there was one Taimanin in particular that everyone wanted to be chosen by, Asagi, famously known as the Almighty Taimanin. She has never once been beaten in combat and is confirmed to be one of, if not the strongest Taimanin ever created. She was as cool as a cucumber and was considered to be one of the most beautiful women in Konoha. She was practically a celebrity. She often appeared on TV for interviews, gave motivational speeches, generously donated to good charities, and her face often appeared on countless magazines who unanimously named her most desirable woman in Konoha. Civilians adored her, shinobi respected her. She was practically the holy grail for anyone lucky enough to chosen for marriage. It should also be noted that it is exceptionally common for a Taimanin and their chosen partner to become lovers, which is probably why Taimanin refer to their partnerships as marriage. Though the lovers part was probably what had Kiba so excited. Meanwhile, as the Uzumaki mused to himself, Asagi was watching the class bars with a bored expression, watching a pair of fangirl-type students engaging in a pitiful schoolyard-type scuffle that involved scratching and a lot of hair pulling. These are supposed to be the future of Konoha's military, a sad future indeed. She thought to herself while shaking her head in dismay. She was here to find a worthy partner, not watch these cringeworthy spars. On a positive note, she could sense somebody in the crowd that could be a good match for her, but she couldn't pinpoint their exact location, far too many people for her to get a proper reading. What about Sasuke-kun? He's strong and talented and is the top student of the entire academy. He'd make a perfect partner for you, Asagi-san. Spoke the form of Haruka as he gave a charming smile that made bile rise up in her dot. I have already been introduced to Sasuke-san a million times. I am not interested in him. What a Taimanin seeks in a partner varies from case to case. She explained calmly while suppressing the urge to toss him out of the village. However, if he kept annoying her, she would have no choice but to do so to get him out of her face, and then she'd make her apologies to the Hokage later. Her teal-colored eyes continued to scan the students until finally her eyes settled on a certain blonde with whisker-like markings on his face, who seemed to be thinking to himself about something. He broke out his thoughts when he noticed her looking at him, and then gave a simple and friendly wave towards her, making her smile and wave back in turn. Not a bad sign. Many have, in the past, would pick me or something like that at the first opportunity. This one seemed far more humble and polite. She had heard stories about him from both the Sandame and the populace at large. She had heard of his lonely childhood and how he was often treated by the villagers due to their grudge against the Biju, and poor Naruto was the scapegoat of their anger. She had also heard stories of his many pranks and his ability to outrun and evade entire platoons and squads of Chunin who tried to chase him down, despite the fact he was still an academy student, which showed his impressive stamina and agility. Very interesting. That one. With the whisker markings. Who is he? Asagi asked the scarred Chunin, who, at the mention of whisker markings, instantly frowned and made a face as if he'd bitten into a dot. Him? Naruto Uzumaki. Though I don't think you want anything to do with him. He's a local troublemaker and is the worst student in the class and has already failed the graduation exam twice. He's nowhere near worthy of being partners with a Taimanin, least of all you Asagi-san. Ichiraku answered in an even tone, however it was very easy to detect the venomous undertones in his voice. The brunette scoffed in dismissal as she spoke in a calm manner. I'll be the judge of that for myself. Bring him here. I wish to talk to him. At a request, the scarred Chunin jaw dropped as he glanced between the forms of Asagi and of Naruto in the crowd of students. With great reluctance, he sighed and obeyed since it was the law to provide a Taimanin with whatever they wanted or needed without question. He stomped over towards the whiskered teen and then pointed at him while speaking in a gruff voice. You. Naruto. Come on, Asagi wants to have a word with you. As soon as those words left his, everyone that heard them jaw dropped and stared at the whiskered teen who seemed equally stunned by this request. He wouldn't have ever, in a million years, expected to be asked for by name of a famous Taimanin. They all stared at him as murmurs started to rise up amongst the crowd. Some seemed to think that Naruto may have done something to offend the famed Taimanin. Others wondered if she was legit considering him for marriage. Finally, others were spitting out words of spite and jealous that Asagi had asked for him. Swallowing nervously, he broke away from the crowd and made his way over towards the almighty Taimanin, with a disgruntled and grumbling Ichiraku following close behind, though Naruto caught something that sounded like "What is she thinking?" from the scarred Chunin. After a few moments, Naruto found himself standing in front of the legendary Taimanin herself. Somehow she seemed even more beautiful up close, and the blonde felt his heartbeat faster before dropping into his stomach. Hello. He managed to speak out, just barely, which earned a small giggle from the Taimanin. My reputation precedes me as usual. No need to be nervous. I won't bite. I just want to talk. You're Naruto Uzumaki, am I correct? She asked for confirmation, trying her best to help him relax. This certainly wasn't the first time a potential candidate became a gibbering mess while in her presence. She supposed that great beauty and fame had that effect on people. That's right. Naruto Uzumaki, at your service. Is there something I can do for you? He asked politely, his voice quickly recovering as he tried to rein in and contain his nervousness. The brunette ran a hand through her hair and then crossed her arms beneath her impressive bust. I just want to ask you some questions, maybe ask you to perform a simple task or two for me. First question, how old are you and why do you want to be a shinobi? She asked as though she were conducting an interview, her eyes staring deeply into him as she seemed to be observing his every move, action, and reaction. The blonde pursed his in thought. It felt as though she were testing him somehow, perhaps trying to get a read on him and his personality. He decided it would be best to just answer her honestly and replied 15 Asagi-san, and to get stronger. At that, she quirked up an eyebrow. Many students would say something like fame and fortune or some other shallow response. This one was different. To what end? Why do you want to get stronger? She asked in a slightly more stern tone which made the whiskered teen flinch a bit. Either he said something that upset her, or what he said caught her interest. He hoped it was the latter. Either way, she was definitely taking this seriously. Different reasons. To protect myself, to protect others that can't defend themselves, to protect those I care or may care about in the future. That kind of stuff. He answered in a sincere voice, then he noticed it for only a brief moment, but he definitely saw Asagi smile for a split second before she must have caught herself and returned to a stern and serious face. Are you willing to commit? Being married to a Taimanin isn't a cakewalk. I will expect a lot out of you, and I will not tolerate laziness and half efforts. She spoke, her eyes boring into the blonde as he felt as if she were trying to peer into his very soul, scanning him for even the slightest hint of dishonesty. I am, and if you don't believe me, I'd be willing to prove myself to you, Asagi-san. He spoke in a tone of determination. At his response, Asagi smiled softly as she accepted his response, finding herself pleased with how he responded. He was honest, sincere, and wanted to defend others. Yes, he was an ideal candidate for her. I have but one final request for you. I need to perform a small test of your chakra reserves. Asagi spoke and then pulled a small handheld device from seemingly thin air. It was a fist-sized device with a finger-shaped indentation in the center and a small monitor on it as well. Asagi then explained, this is a special device we Taimanin use to measure the chakra levels of our potential partners. Please place your finger inside and channel some chakra inside, it'll then calculate your chakra levels accordingly. The Uzumaki nodded in understanding since that made sense, a Taimanin would need someone who could provide plenty of chakra for them. He obeyed her instructions and placed his finger in the appropriate slot and channeled a small amount of chakra inside. The device came to life with a loud series of beeps and various numbers started flashing before Asagi's eyes. When the blonde had removed his finger, the Taimanin was surprised to see that the numbers were climbing higher and higher. Her eyes started to widen as there appeared to be no signs of the numbers stopping until at last an error message flashed a few times before the chakra measurement device grew hot and then exploded in the palm of her hand and burst into flames, causing her to instantly drop it as she recoiled in shock, with Naruto standing there equally surprised with an expression that screamed what the hell. Upon seeing this, Ichiraku suddenly leapt forward and shouted, Naruto. What the hell did you do? You dare try and pull a prank on a Taimanin? What are you? Stupid. At his accusation, the blonde raised up his hands in surrender and tried to explain that it wasn't a prank but an accident. However, the Chunin refused to hear him and instead began chewing out the poor boy. Their words were lost to Asagi's ears as she stared at the device as it was still engulfed in flames. The only logical conclusion was that his chakra levels were so far off the charts that the device was unable to process the needed information, melted down from the inside and overloaded. Never before had she seen such a result, yet it also made a certain kind of sense, since he was the Kyuubi's container. Of course, his chakra levels wouldn't be normal or average in nature. She couldn't afford to allow such a rare prize of this nature to slip through her fingers, and she could already sense that she and him had a strong compatibility rate. He was perfect. She was broken from her musing when she heard the Chunin Ichiraku say, I'm so sorry for the trouble, Asagi-san. I knew he wouldn't be a good partner for you. He won't bother you ever again. The scarred Chunin then proceeded to drag away the whiskered teen, who violently struggled and thrashed around in the Chunin's grip. Boy. Ligo, you bastard. I told you that it was an accident. I didn't do anything wrong. Naruto protested angrily for being accused of something he didn't do. Ichiraku then glared harshly at him, red in the face, and seemed ready to use his signature big head jutsu to shout at the boy. But was stopped when Asagi placed a hand on Iruka's wrist, which caused both the Chunin and Uzumaki to fall silent and look towards the blue net. Her face was an unreadable mask as she stared at the Chunin. Getting the silent message, he reluctantly released the whiskered teen from his grip. Meanwhile, in the background, Naruto's entire class were watching in dead silence, wondering what the famed Taimanin would do with Naruto. Most of them believed that she was about to punish him, but instead she stated loud enough for all to hear, I'll take him. 3 words. 3 words was all it took to launch the class into complete pandemonium, as everyone could only express shock and disbelief that the most famous and powerful Taimanin in all of Konoha had chosen the dead last of all people for a partner. There couldn't possibly be a more mismatched pair if there ever was one. Almost every boy in the crowd glared at Naruto in pure hatred and jealousy that he had been picked over the rest of them, and now he was going to be married to the famed almighty Taimanin herself. He would have access to the best training, the best equipment, the best everything. Now it would all be his for the taking. Ichiraku was one of the few to remain silent, his face having changed from a dark crimson to a deathly white in the span of a few seconds. From the shocked and pained expression on his face, it almost appeared that he had shat out his own heart. "He what?" was the only intelligent reply that the blonde Uzumaki could mutter. He wondered if he had perhaps misheard her, however she gave him a reassuring smile and then bowed to one knee with her hands placed above her, a gesture that Taimanin performed when they had chosen their partner and were about to propose marriage. "Naruto Uzumaki, I can sense that you are kind, capable, and loyal. Traits that I find very much desirable in a partner. Will you accept me, Asagi Agawa, as your partner in marriage?" she asked him, proposing to the blonde with an endearing and heartfelt smile. Naruto swallowed a lump in his, a large part of him still doubting his ears. However, this was happening. The Taimanin was proposing marriage to him. She wanted him as her partner. How in the hell could he refuse? "I do," was the only response he could give since he didn't trust his own voice at the moment. Asagi then smiled even wider, her eyes gleaming as she nodded in gratitude. From this day forward we are partners and are henceforth married. Under my care, I shall protect you with my life and ensure that you will want for nothing. Asagi spoke and then she approached the blonde and planted her to his own. His eyes widened as he felt the softness and warmth of her against his own. Never in his life would he imagine that he'd have his first kiss with the famed almighty Taimanin in his life. After a few moments, she broke off the kiss and said, "Our marriage contract is now sealed with our kiss. I look forward to working with, living with, and training with you from today on." At her words, Naruto felt joy and ecstasy fill his heart at the prospect of bonding with and getting to know Asagi. Not only that, but he could now leave behind the academy, since being chosen by a Taimanin was an automatic ticket for graduation. As of now, he was a legal shinobi. No. Asagi-san. Don't do this. That little brat isn't worthy of being your partner. He's the worst student in the entire academy. You should have chosen Sasuke, shouted angrily, but was silenced when Asagi roughly clapped him on the shoulder and squeezed around the collarbone tightly. Which resulted in a crunching noise that made the Chunin let out a silent scream. She then gave a soft giggle and sickly sweet smile as she led the Chunin away from both Naruto and the other children as she whispered to him, "Listen here, Iruka-san. I've made my choice. Now, I've a mind to gut you right here, in front of all your students, and I wouldn't even be punished for it. However, since I don't want to potentially traumatize them, I shall restrain myself. But, if you continue to irritate me, I'll kill you and make my apologies to the children, their parents, and the Hokage later. It's your call." While she didn't like to use threats or violence so casually, this man was seriously irritating her, and if he didn't shut up then she really would kill him and be done with it, instead of suffering further and listening to that whiny voice of his. Iruka swallowed a lump in his and noted that her free hand was gripping her katana rather tightly, showing that she was prepared to kill him just as she had threatened. Legally speaking, Taimanin held absolute power in Konoha as authorized by the Hokage due to their fighting prowess and contributions to the village. If Asagi wanted to, she could most definitely kill him for even the most petty of reasons, or even no reason at all, and she wouldn't face any repercussions. Nod your head. Say whatever you want, Asagi-san. Thank you, Asagi-san, and walk away, little man. You're not as important as you think you are. She spoke in a venomous tone, a clicking sound coming from her scabbard as she began to slowly draw her blade for emphasis. Without any other choice, and with his instincts for self-preservation kicking in, Iruka rapidly nodded his head and squeaked out, "Whatever you want, Asagi-san." "Thank you, Asagi-san." The Taimanin gave a satisfied smirk and released the Chunin, allowing him to walk away and almost break out into a run as he tried to distance himself from her. Asagi sighed and approached Naruto and said, "Naruto. You come with me. You're done with this place. We'll swing by your apartment to get your personal belongings, then you're coming with me to my home." "Nah, that's okay. I don't really have any personal belongings anyway, though I guess I should pick up my clothes." Naruto added the last part as an afterthought, which caused the almighty Taimanin to shake her head negatively. "No need. If it is clothes you need, I'll buy you some later. If there's nothing you wish to collect from your home, then we can just go straight to mine then. Follow me, Naruto-kun. It is important for a Taimanin and their partner to bond and get to know each other as quickly as possible." Asagi spoke, prompting her new partner to nod in agreement. "Thanks, Asagi-san. You're really nice. No wonder you're so popular." Naruto spoke, his words making her blush a bit. Most people often complimented her for her beauty or battle prowess, not many would compliment her for simply being nice. Oh yes, she was going to like Naruto a lot. As they left the academy grounds, other Taimanin who were scouting for partners saw them leaving together and shouted their congratulations to both Naruto and Asagi. Meanwhile, almost everyone else were glaring at the Uzumaki in jealousy. As they walked through the village streets, many people looked at Asagi in awe and admiration and occasionally, but then they noticed who she was walking with and then would engage in frantic whispering as they gossiped of this new development. Every so often, a photographer would peek out from around a corner or from an alleyway to catch a snapshot of the duo, which made Naruto's sweat drop. Seems as though word was gonna get around very fast that he and Asagi were now partners. No surprise given his own infamy amongst the village's populace and Asagi's own popularity. As they walked, the number of people became fewer and fewer as they approached the Taimanin district. If he remembered correctly, as the Taimanin grew larger and larger in number and became more and more famous and popular, they began experiencing harassment from overeager fans and nosy reporters that had started invading their privacy, preventing the Taimanin from getting any peace and privacy while at home. It was eventually proposed that the Taimanin would be segregated in their own district where they could live securely without being bothered by the rest of the villagers. They were allowed to police themselves and were even allowed to kill any and all intruders at their discretion. However, at the time, there came the question of where they would live. Then, unexpectedly, the Uchiha massacre happened, leaving the entire Uchiha district empty. With all but one of the Uchihas now gone, it was quickly dubbed meaningless to leave it in Sasuke's hands, since he had no need for an entire district all to himself. Thus the Uchiha district was given to the Taimanin and redubbed as the Taimanin district. Some protested this unprecedented action, mainly those who wanted to get in Sasuke's good graces. Said protesters argued that this was a violation against the Uchiha clan, to which many, including the Hokage, would quip what clan? It's just one boy now. From what Naruto had heard about the Taimanin district, they all lived in the lap of luxury and homes designed specifically to their tastes. Pretty vague, but it sounded like paradise in comparison to his crummy apartment that had a funny smell that consisted of mildew and rot. It wasn't much longer until they arrived at a massive wall that separated the Taimanin district from the rest of the village. The wall was specifically designed to be resistant to jutsu techniques and had certain seals placed upon it that prevented shinobi from climbing over. With the help of chakra, supposedly said seals were implemented when a certain pervert kept on trying to break into their homes but repeatedly escaped capture. There was also numerous signs planted across the wall that read as "Go away," or "Trespassers will be killed on sight," or even "Perverts will be castrated with extreme prejudice." Understandably, the Taimanin were very serious about keeping intruders out since they valued their privacy. Naruto then turned his attention to a large gate where an orange-haired Taimanin with large stood guard carrying a large weapon that resembled a bazooka. She was smoking a cigarette and observed both Asagi and the Uzumaki approaching before speaking. "Yo, Asagi. Nice to see ya. Who's this? You finally get married?" At this, the almighty Taimanin nodded and replied, "Indeed. This is my partner, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, meet Mika Kamimura, she frequently guards the district walls and gates. Anyone who tries to get in without one of our members' permission gets blasted by her flames. We'll make arrangements so that you'll have a passport so that you can enter and leave without issue." "Nice to meet you, Mika-san." Naruto greeted politely, though inwardly was thinking seriously. You need a passport to get in and out of their district? Then again, I guess that's just another precaution. Asagi then produced a passport from seemingly thin air and presented it to the orange-haired woman, who inspected the passport carefully for any signs of forgery. She then nodded and spoke. "Okay. Checks out. Go on in. You enjoy yourself, Naruto. Be seeing you around." Mika then snapped her fingers, and in response the gate started to open, allowing the new couple to enter inside. As they walked through the gates, Mika then suddenly called out from behind them, "Hey Asagi, you bagged yourself a cute one. I'm kinda jelly." This earned a small laugh from the brunette, who waved Mika off as they continued on towards her home. As they walked through the Taimanin district, the Uzumaki saw many of their homes, many of which were of unique designs. Some preferred Western styles, others Eastern styles, some had visible swimming pools, others had private gardens, each home obviously unique to their owners. They would sometimes pass by a Taimanin who would happily wave to Asagi, then take notice of Naruto and offer their congratulations before moving on. Now that he thought about it, Asagi was also labeled as the unofficial but undisputed leader of the Taimanin themselves, which granted her even greater influence in the village. After a few more minutes of walking, they arrived at an Eastern-style home that had an elegant stone garden that could be outside, as well as a private dojo for training. Come to think of it, if Naruto's memory served him correctly, this exact spot used to be where the Uchiha compound used to be, the home of the clan head Fugaku and his family, Sasuke included. A little ironic if you asked him, or perhaps a form of poetic justice, since the blonde didn't have many good memories of when the Uchihas were around, though he did have some nice memories of Itachi, who treated him with decency, and his mother Mikoto, who was also nice to him on the few occasions they met. A shame that Mikoto died. Maybe if she had lived, Sasuke wouldn't have been such an asshole. Ah well, no point in speculation. "Everything okay, Naruto-kun?" Asagi asked as she unlocked the front door of her home, which prompted the whiskered teen to reply, "I'm fine. Was just thinking about something. Don't worry about it." She accepted his answer and then ushered him inside of her home. At the entryway, Naruto removed his shinobi sandals, with the brunette removing her own footwear as they entered deeper inside. "Make yourself at home, feel free to look around. My home is now your home." Asagi spoke and then made a sweeping gesture as if to say he had free reign of the place now. The blonde accepted her invitation and began looking around to familiarize himself with his new surroundings. The first place he took notice of was the kitchen, which was equipped with the latest, most advanced, and most expensive appliances available. He took a peek inside the oven and concluded that it was gas-powered. A lot of things in here must be powered by gas, including the heat and water. He then looked inside the refrigerator and found it to be fully stocked, filled to the brim with fresh vegetables and meats of all sorts. One could probably cook damn near anything within reason with all of these ingredients. There's more ingredients in the pantry, you can also find spices and the like in there too. Fresh groceries are delivered weekly and trash is taken on the weekends. Don't forget to properly separate trash from recyclables. Asagi explained, earning a nod from the blonde as he shut the fridge and continued exploring Asagi's home. The next area he encountered was the living room where plush leather couches could be seen, facing toward an enormous flat-screen TV that hanged off the wall. Beneath it were shelves of numerous movies that Asagi owned, all neatly arranged alphabetically and by series, and amongst them was Princess Gale. Naruto asked upon seeing one of his favorite movie series amidst her collection. "Oh? Are you a fan? I always liked that series. I admit I might have even drawn some inspiration for certain techniques from them." Asagi explained with a small smile. It would seem that she and Naruto also had similar tastes as well, which was further proof of their compatibility. "Yup. Always loved those movies. I'm eager for the next one to come out." Naruto spoke with a smile. "I am as well." She replied warmly as the blonde continued perusing around, and then he noticed of an electronic device that was connected to the TV via a cable. He had seen such things advertised on TV and occasionally seen them in the windows of certain stores. If he remembered right, this was a console for playing video games, and sitting next to the console was a box labeled Taimanin Action, which featured Asagi and some other Taimanin on the cover. "Wait, what? You have your own video game too?" Naruto shouted in surprise since he had never heard of a Taimanin-themed game. "Oh, that. A certain game company requested to use our likenesses and consulted us about its development and how to accurately depict us. Not my usual thing, but I didn't see the harm in it. It's not yet available to the general public, but feel free to play it if you want. My sister Sakura loves video games. I think you like her. She's off on a mission right now but should be back in a few days." Asagi explained, earning an excited look from her new partner. He had never played a video game before, such things were far too expensive for him due to his limited stipend. He certainly wouldn't mind giving it a try later. "Bedroom and bath is upstairs, you already saw the dojo outside. We'll see about getting you some new clothes tomorrow. Now then, sit down. Take a load off. Let's get to know each other." Asagi spoke as she sat down on the couch with the blonde joining her at a request. He had heard many stories about her and saw her on TV often, but he didn't really know that much about her personally. "Tell me a little about yourself, Naruto-kun. What kind of foods do you like? What was it like in the academy?" At her questions, the Uzumaki frowned a bit at the mention of the academy, then answered, "Ramen's my favorite food, though I also like a good pizza. As for the academy, well, it was hell for me." Asagi pursed her as she crossed one leg over the other and spoke that Ichiraku seemed to have it out for you for some reason. "How bad was it really?" "Oh, sorry, if the subject is too sensitive, you don't need to answer." Ichiraku shook his head and replied, "Nah. It's fine. It was always tough for me in the academy. Some students often bullied me, teased me or called me names, and I couldn't do anything about it because then I'd just get into deeper trouble. I failed 2 graduation exams which resulted in me being called the dead last, a nickname that bastard Ichiraku encouraged. What a prick. I'm pretty sure he kept on pairing me with Sasuke just so the precious rookie of the year would be able to make use of his punching bag. That's awful. I am so sorry you went through all of that." Ichiraku and many others repeatedly suggested to me and introduced me to Sasuke Uchiha at every given opportunity. Never before had I met such an ungrateful, spoiled, and entitled little brat who thought he is owed everything because of his pedigree. Asagi spoke in a disgruntled voice, but at least now she didn't have to worry so much about it now that she finally had a partner. "Doesn't surprise me. I think that everyone just wants to get in on Sasuke's good side so they can get his money. I'm more than certain that his army of fangirls are probably encouraged and egged on by their parents to hook up with him for his money." Naruto spoke as he clasped his hands behind his head with a sigh, grateful to be finally free of that particular headache. "Is he aware of this?" Asagi questioned. If he was aware, then it seemed strange that the Uchiha hadn't done anything to discourage people from trying to cozy up to him. I doubt he even cares. Even if he does know, he probably either enjoys the attention or believes that his money just gives him power over others or something like that. "Now can we please talk about something else? Just talking about that douchebag is starting to upset me." Naruto practically pleaded at the end, earning an apologetic expression from the brunette. "I'm sorry. I got off track. Why don't you try asking me a question then? I'm an open book for you, Naruto-kun." She offered, which made the blonde think for a second before he asked her. "Sure, I've got one. Out of all the people you could have picked, would you pick me? You could have chosen anyone you wanted, but you picked me, the dead last of the academy. Why?" She was caught off guard for a brief moment since she hadn't expected him to ask that one point blank, but she supposed that she should have seen it coming, since this must all still be a shock to him. The reality of his new situation probably hadn't sunk in yet either. She sighed and then started to answer his question as best she could. Well, I have been trying to find a viable partner for years now. Unfortunately, my own fame and popularity made it difficult to find a good partner. Many wished to join me, hoping to coast off my fame and fortune, or simply desired me for my body. There were a few occasions that I'd almost chosen poorly, but thanks to the help of my sister and friends, I was able to avoid making said poor decisions. From the first moment I sensed you, I felt that you were different than many I had previously encountered, especially when I took notice when that Ichiraku fellow tried repeatedly to discourage me from speaking with or even considering you for marriage. I am also aware of your unique status in the village as well, yet despite your upbringing, you retained a strong sense of loyalty, kindness and justice, traits that I admire very much. When she had finished speaking, the blonde smiled and nodded as he spoke. I'm glad. It means a lot to hear you say all that. I guess even being famous and gorgeous has its drawbacks. At any rate, I'll do my best to support you as your partner, Asagi-san. Please. You can call me Asagi-chan if you wish. We must become comfortable and familiar with each other if we're to be proper partners. She spoke with a soft smile, which Naruto returned as he blushed a bit while the back of his head. It felt a bit strange to refer to her in such a casual and affectionate manner. Then again, she had already started referring to him as kun, so he supposed that he should respond in kind. Okay, sure, Asagi-chan. By the way, if I'm to be your partner, when do we start training? I'm also supposed to give you chakra, right? How do I do that? Is there some kind of special Taimanin related technique I should know about? He asked at the end out of innocent curiosity. Also, it actually felt nice to call her Asagi-chan. It almost rolled off the tongue for him as a matter of fact. Rather surprising, really. The almighty Taimanin blushed a bit, a slight look of discomfort on her face, before she smiled and replied, now, you only just got here. We can worry about that a little later after you've settled in. At her words, the Uzumaki nodded in agreement since that made sense. He was kinda jumping the gun a bit there anyway, however he couldn't help but notice that it appeared as if she was avoiding his question. Why? Was it something embarrassing or was it simply a touchy subject? If that was the case, he wouldn't pry about it. He was sure that she would explain it to him in her own time. By the way, what is that you're supposed to be wearing? She asked out of nowhere and gestured to his orange jumpsuit before continuing, it is making my eyes hurt just looking at it. The whiskered teen sweat dropped and asked, why does nobody like my outfit? What's wrong with orange? It was also from a bargain bin sale, so it was real cheap too. He added that last part with I'm tears. Due to his stipend, he was very limited on what he could or couldn't buy, thus he was always on the lookout for cheap deals. Too much orange? Way too much orange. It's hideous and gaudy. We need to find you something more suitable later, and then we can burn that hideous thing. Just looking at it is giving me an urge to chop it up. Asagi grumbled as she started to draw her blade without even realizing it. Don't chop me up. Naruto cried out in fear since he was still wearing it, which seemed to cause Asagi's senses to return as she sheathed her blade while mumbling an apology, a light dusting of pink on her cheeks from the slightly embarrassing display. She then giggled a bit, which made the blonde laugh in turn, since it was a little funny. The almighty Taimanin then proposed, what say we watch a little TV as we talk? We might find something interesting at this time, I think. At this, the Uzumaki nodded in agreement. Since she had just brought it up, he was kinda wondering how crisp and clear the picture would be when it came on. His old TV was all grainy and glitchy back home to the point that it was almost unwatchable, so it would be nice to finally get a clear picture. Asagi reached for the remote and pushed a small red button at the top, causing the TV to come to life. The speakers suddenly came to life as well, and the picture revealed what appeared to be a news report with the words breaking news flying across the screen, which then showed several photos of himself and Asagi walking together through the village streets and entering through the Taimanin district's gates. The news anchor then appeared sitting behind a desk and then spoke according to numerous eyewitnesses and photographic evidence. As shown, the famed Taimanin Asagi has made a highly controversial decision in choosing one Naruto Uzumaki as her partner. Naruto is infamously known for his many pranks and his lacquer performance in the academy. Many were of the mind that Sasuke Uchiha would be her chosen partner due to his natural strength, talent, and skills that earned him the top spot in the academy. Sadly, it seems that this powerful combination of the Uchiha elite and the almighty Taimanin was not to be. We now go live at the Konoha Academy itself, where witnesses of Asagi's marriage proposal was observed. Once the anchor was done speaking, both Asagi and Naruto looked at each other with expressions of surprise. While they initially figured that word would get out about them now being partners, they didn't expect it to happen this fast. Then again, given their respective reputations and that they lived in a shinobi village, it shouldn't be that huge of a surprise how quickly word had spread. They turned their attention back to the television screen, where the face of one Ino Yamanka could be seen with a look of surprise, as several microphones were almost shoved in her face. Wow, you guys got here super fast. Do you guys have shinobi training or something? Ino asked out of curiosity, earning some chuckles from the reporters. You are a classmate of Naruto Uzumaki, do you have any comment about him being partnered with Asagi Ogawa? Asked one of the reporters while the sounds of scribbling could be heard, apparently they were already or getting ready to take notes. Well, I'm kinda happy for him, I guess. He's always had a hard time in the academy, so I think he needed a leg up to succeed. The blonde heiress responded with a small smile. Word has it that Naruto is a troublemaker, care to comment on that? Why do you think Asagi picked him over Sasuke? Another reporter questioned while pushing a microphone closer to Ino's face that made her scowl in annoyance. Seriously, did reporters and paparazzi not understand the concept of personal space? It's true that Naruto's a prankster, but he's not a bad guy. He's actually pretty nice when you get to know him. I dunno why she picked him, but I guess she saw something in him beyond his subpar grades. I mean, Taimanin aren't just looking for strength in their partners, right? Otherwise they'd probably be pairing with Anbu or Jonin. Maybe they're looking for something more. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that's how I feel about it. Ino explained, while the sounds of furious scribbling could be heard. You said that Naruto has been struggling in the academy. Could you please expand on that? A third reporter asked. Well, from what I know and have seen, Naruto always has difficulty in performing certain jutsu, most prominently the academy taught clone jutsu, that's needed to pass the graduation exam. I have even seen and heard him ask Ichiraku-sensei for help, but he always turns Naruto away. She answered, causing the reporters to explode into a jabbering mess as the camera panned away from Ino and then focused on the form of the scarred Chunin himself a short distance away. Oh, this is gonna be good. Naruto commented with sadistic glee, wanting to see the Chunin humiliate himself on live television and even better, prove just how bad of a teacher he was to the whole village. The reporters then swarmed the Chunin as they shoved their microphones into his face, making him recoil backwards as he was bombarded with questions. Most prominently, is it true you refused to help a student struggling to pass the academy's graduation exam? At that particular question, the scarred Chunin scoffed as he straightened his vest and headband before replying with a fake smile, of course not. I don't know where you got that idea from. I always told him that he needed to keep practicing, but it seems he never bothered to take my advice. It's not my fault he is a bad student. Betting liar. He never gave me any advice at all. What a poser. Naruto muttered angrily as he flipped the bird towards the TV screen, or more specifically at the Chunin himself, all the while Asagi frowned deeply at Iruka's behavior. The reporters could be heard scribbling more notes before one pointed out, Naruto Uzumaki has been in your class since his very first day at the academy, yes. If he is such a bad student as you claim, why didn't you or your partner make attempts to push him towards being a better student? Why hasn't he been able to master the clone jutsu during his tenure in his class? At that line of questioning, Iruka's facial expression almost instantly changed as his face paled, sweat started to form on his skin, and his face became all scrunched up, like he was trying to keep himself from losing control of his bowels in that moment, and his eyes wouldn't stop looking around, as if he were trying to find some kind of exit to run to. Are you neglecting all of your students or just the ones you don't like? One reporter asked. There have been long-standing rumors that certain officials are bribing others to give preferential treatment to Sasuke. Are academy teachers like yourself involved? Another asked. What do you have to say for yourself? Are you corrupt? Why hasn't Naruto Uzumaki improved under your tutelage? What are you even teaching in your class? Are the children being properly prepared for their shinobi careers? Is the future generation of Konoha's military compromised? Another reporter asked in a rapid-fire manner. Iruka's face started to grow red as the pressure mounted on him, which seemed to increase further since they had him backed into a corner. Growing irritated with their line of questioning and wanting them to be silent, Iruka perhaps made the worst mistake of his life. Shut up. All of you. Leave me alone. Iruka lashed out, then stormed off, trying to retreat from the reporters before they could question him further. Not that they needed to, his reaction was all that they needed. Suffice it to say, Iruka was definitely gonna answer for that later. As this went on, Naruto's stomach grumbled, which made Asagi giggle a bit as she turned off the TV and then spoke. Seems like someone's hungry. Food sounds like a good idea right about now. How does steak sound? Would you like to try some filet mignon? She got up from the couch and made her way towards the kitchen, where she retrieved a large cookbook loaded with numerous recipes and then flipped over towards the appropriate section. The Uzumaki swallowed as he salivated at the thought of a good meal. Never had steak before. He commented since it was yet another thing he had never been able to try, again due to a limited budget, and filet mignon. If he remembered, that was the most expensive cut of all. Wow, he had just gone from living in a slum to living like a damned king. No. Never. Well, I think it's time to fix that. I think I'll wrap it up in a nice layer of bacon. She spoke with a smile while tracing her finger along the page of a certain recipe and then began to collect the necessary ingredients from the fridge and pantry, along with a variety of spices. Now I need a side dish to serve it with. Naruto-kun. Would you prefer a baked potato or French fries? She asked with a kind smile, her words only making the blonde's water further until drool could be seen leaking from the corner of his, which he quickly caught and wiped away. The latter if that's fine. Also you seem to know your way around a kitchen. Naruto commented at the end, to which Asagi giggled slightly. I love to cook, it's something of a hobby of mine. Also it is a good skill to have when one is traveling about on the road. She explained with the blonde nodding and understanding. While he was no stranger to a kitchen, he often had little room to experiment due to limited ingredients and tools and again, a limited budget. Please Naruto-kun. Sit down, relax. There's no need for formalities. This is your home now. I want you to feel welcome. As I promised you earlier, you won't want for anything. Also, if anyone dares try to intimidate you into leaving me, don't hesitate to speak with me about it. I won't allow anyone to even think of trying to bully you. She promised him with a sweet smile, which almost brought a tear to the Jinchuriki's eye as he took a seat as he observed Asagi preparing their meal. No longer was he alone in an old and decaying apartment, he now had the chance for a new life and a fresh start by Asagi's side as her partner. He had only known her a short time, and she was already treating him with such care and kindness. He could only hope that he could live up to whatever expectations she may have for him. Starting today, a new chapter in his life was about to begin. Hami, that dinner was good. Asagi sure can cook. Naruto muttered to himself as he stood beneath a shower head, allowing the warm water to wash over his body as he mused over his new situation. He never imagined that a proper shower could feel this nice, since his apartment had pretty questionable water pressure, and it took seemingly ages for the water to warm up to an appropriate temperature. In Asagi's shower though, the water heated up very quickly, and the liquid hitting him almost felt like a massage in a way. He kinda chuckled at how a simple everyday thing was bringing him so much, maybe it was because he felt like he could actually enjoy it now. To think, just a few hours ago he was slumming around in a rotting and decrepit apartment, now he had been invited into the home of the legendary Taimanin Asagi. A tiny piece of him kind of wondered if perhaps this was all a dream, perhaps because the reality of the situation hadn't fully sunk in yet. He sighed as he lathered his hair up with some minty-smelling shampoo. It seemed like Asagi also had similar tastes in shampoo and body wash like himself. Nothing fancy, but will definitely get the job done, which is all he cared about. Everything all right in there? The voice of the famed Taimanin called out through a very slight opening in the bathroom door. Yeah. Sorry. Am I taking too long? I was just enjoying your shower, I guess. He spoke sheepishly, feeling a little guilty if he was hogging the bathroom in the event that she wanted to use it for herself. Take your time. Don't forget that we have several errands to do tomorrow. Since you're now my partner, we need to get you registered for your shinobi license and get you a passport so you may freely come and go out of the Taimanin district. Oh, and we also need to get you some new clothes. She stated in a kindly manner, giving him a gentle reminder of the tasks they needed to perform. Things were happening pretty fast now, not that he was complaining. After a few more minutes in the shower, he shut off the water and exited, finding a bathrobe, and his boxers, which had been recently washed by Asagi, were waiting for him. He slipped on his underwear and put on the robe, admiring the softness of the fabric. He exited the bathroom and found Asagi casually lounging on her bed, wearing an almost see-through nightie with lace underwear, a book in one hand and a glass of wine resting next to her on the nightstand. The sight made him blush a bit since he wasn't expecting to see her in that state of dress. He supposed that it would be a regular occurrence and he'd have to get used to it, not that he minded. It made for a very pleasant sight after all. She glanced up at him and smiled warmly as she spoke. Have a seat, Naruto-kun. You can turn on the TV if you want. She then gestured to the bedroom TV hanging off the wall and patted the space next to her. While the offer was appreciated, he was pretty sure all the channels were still talking about him and Asagi. That aside, he felt pretty tired anyway. He chuckled a little nervously as he accepted the invitation and slipped into the bed with her. He felt rather bashful since he wasn't used to living with another person, least of all a woman. Not to mention there was the fact that Asagi insisted that they slept in the same bed together so that they may continue to bond and grow closer. Something wrong? You seem a little stiff. The almighty Taimanin asked with a little smirk. Sorry. This is all kind of new, I guess. He answered honestly, earning a nod of understanding from the brunette. Don't worry. I promise to take good care of you. If you ever feel uncomfortable or need to set boundaries, please tell me. I won't force you into anything you don't want to do. She spoke soothingly and gently cupped his cheek with her free hand while touching her forehead to his. The affectionate gesture made the Jinchuriki tense up a bit before relaxing. He inhaled deeply, taking in her scent. Kami, Asagi smelled so good. Her skin felt soft and smooth, and her touch was warm and gentle. He felt a strong urge to snuggle up to her and melt into her embrace. Almost as if sensing this, she set her book aside and pulled him close until their bodies were pressed together, her soft but firm almost enveloping his head as she gently massaged his scalp while she sang softly, "If I had words to make a day for you, I'd sing you a morning golden and new. I would make this day last for all time. Give you a night deep in moonshine." As she sang, the blonde felt himself relaxing against her, his eyes growing steadily more and more heavy as sleep slowly took hold of him. Between the comforting feel of her body and the softness of the luxurious memory foam mattress, he felt himself almost drifting away until finally he blissfully fell into a deep sleep. Asagi smiled and placed a tender kiss atop his forehead, knowing that the excitement and the day's events must have tuckered him out. He was such a sweetheart and a little shy too. She was definitely going to enjoy having him as her partner. She wasn't sure why, but there was something about him that made her heart soar, and she wanted nothing more than to make him happy. She had attempted other relationships in the past for potential partners, but none of them made her heart flutter in the way that Naruto did, and they had only known each other for less than a day. Oh yes, she was very much looking forward to deepening her bond with him. Asagi turned off the lights and then pulled the covers over their bodies, snuggling close to the blonde as subconsciously wrapped his arms around her. How cute. He liked to cuddle. She smiled as she rested her head against her pillow and whispered, "Good night, Naruto-kun." The next morning, Naruto yawned as he stirred awake, his eyes fluttering open as he found himself cuddling with the still sleeping form of the famed Taimanin, their legs tangled together as she gave off a very light and barely audible snoring. Her face seemed so peaceful as she slept soundly. Honestly speaking, he felt so comfortable right now, he didn't really want to get up, but he kind of felt nature's calling much to his annoyance, which meant he was going to be forced to leave the bed. He sighed to himself and tried to pull away, only to find that Asagi was still holding him rather tightly. He feared that if he pulled away too hard, that it would wake her up, but at the same time he really had to go. He muttered an apology and slowly pushed against her to try and find some leverage, and as expected her eyes opened as she woke up. "Good morning. Sleep well?" He nodded at her question and replied, "Sure it did. Sorry that I woke you, but I kinda gotta go." He muttered the last part in embarrassment, which made her give an ah of understanding and released him. As he got off the bed, she noticed something, a very large bulge in his boxers. "Big," she whispered to herself, but it was still audible enough for the Uzumaki to hear as he wondered what she was talking about. He then followed her gaze downward and realized that she was eyeing his morning erection. He flushed a deep scarlet in embarrassment and quickly retreated into the bathroom while shouting, "I'm so sorry." There was an unintended slam of a door as Asagi mused to herself, wondering exactly how large his manhood was. While she couldn't figure on an exact measurement, there was no room for doubt that he was definitely above average. She then bit her lip upon realizing that he was probably beside himself with embarrassment or shame. It would be best to wait for a bit before speaking to him about it. Especially since intimacy would soon become part of their daily life. That aside, there were other things that had to be checked off for today. Though for some reason Asagi suddenly got a feeling that today may yet be a massive headache. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed as he his temples. Sitting across from him was none other than Iruka Yamino, who seemed like he wanted to vanish out of existence, especially since there was a little television sitting atop the Sandame's desk, which was replaying the footage of the scarred Chunin snapping at the reporters that were there that day. "I cannot begin to express how your outburst is an embarrassment, Iruka. Since the footage aired, I have been bombarded with questions and complaints about the quality of the academy's teachers and the curriculum. People are even asking questions about preferential treatment of certain students, especially Sasuke." The Hokage spoke in a grave tone as he glared at the academy teacher. "That has nothing to do with me. I never gave special treatment to him." Iruka blurted out defensively while holding up his hands in a placating manner, the gesture seemingly only angering the Hokage further. "Perhaps not, but you did single out Naruto-kun. Don't deny it. After that little news report, I did some checking. I already questioned several of your students, and they all told me the same things. You coined the title of dead last for him, you frequently paired him against Sasuke Uchiha in class bars, and as young Ino Yamanaka clearly stated, whenever he came to you for help you would deny him. Either I'm going senile, or perhaps you wanted to keep Naruto a prisoner in your class or something of that nature." Hiruzen spoke in an increasingly dark tone of voice. Before the Chunin could say anything, the Sandame continued, "The academy is one of, if not the absolute most important building in the village. The next generation of shinobi are trained there. Future Anbu, Jonin, perhaps even a future Hokage. You had one job. 1. To teach, train, and nurture your students. Not only are you persecuting Naruto due to a personal grudge, you are not properly teaching discipline in your students. Do I need to explain how practically rabid fangirls can be a problem? Are you that incompetent at your job? The Hokage shouted with rising anger in his voice. The Sandaime realized that he had been too lenient with the academy teachers by giving them minimal oversight. While he didn't wish to constantly peek over their shoulders, he now realized that giving them too much leeway offered them opportunities to cut corners. This was unacceptable. There was a rapid knocking at the door, catching the attention of the Sandaime since it sounded urgent, which in turn allowed Iruka to breathe a sigh of relief. "This isn't over, Iruka. Come in." He shouted the last part towards the door, allowing the person knocking entry into his office. The door was shoved open as an orange blur appeared with a female figure slapping her palms down on the Sandaime's desk with enough force to make the wood splinter and crack. "What happened? What happened to my sister? Where's my Wani-chan?" shouted the form of Wanagawa Sakura, Asagi's younger sister. "Wa Sakura-san? What are you doing back so soon? You weren't scheduled to return for another few days." The Hokage questioned since the tomboy Taimanin was supposed to be on a scouting mission to investigate a certain shipping tycoon. "Eh? You sent me this urgent summons." She replied in clear confusion as she produced a rather official-looking document, signed and stamped with the Hokage's signature and seal. The document gave orders to the Orange Tea to return to Konoha immediately due to an incident involving her sister. Very strange. Not that I don't appreciate you responding so promptly, but I never sent this to you." Hiruzen muttered as he pushed the summons aside, as both he and Sakura exchanged confused looks with one another. "Wait, if you didn't call me back then who the hell did?" she questioned with a raised eyebrow. She didn't like being played for a fool, and she especially didn't like that someone may have led her on with false worry about her elder sister. "I did," spoke an aged voice as the form of one Homura Midokado entered inside the office. Hiruzen glowered at his teammate and spoke. "I never gave you permission, much less the authority to act on my behalf in such a manner, Homura. I only acted in the best interests of the village, Hiruzen. You should know that by now." Homura spoke as he smoothed out his robes, his lacquer response making the Sandaime glare at his teammate and advisor, who was clearly overstepping his boundaries. For many years, Hiruzen had relied on his teammates and old comrades for counsel, but lately it seemed that they had become too accustomed to their positions. "The hell do you want, you old fart? I ran all the way from Wave Country non-stop for this." Sakura yelled as she snatched up the false summons, crumpled it in her fist, and then threw it at the Sandaime's teammate, making the ball of paper bounce off his, while Homura retained a passive expression. "It would be best that we speak in private about this, Sakura-san." "Good day, Hiruzen, Iruka." The aged counselor spoke as he gestured for the Orange Tea to follow him, making her stamp her foot while puffing her cheeks as she followed after him out of the office. The Sandaime didn't like this one little bit. It was safe to assume that this was in relation to her elder sister Asagi choosing Naruto as her partner, a decision that was met with widespread criticism and controversy since it was often believed she was supposed to have chosen Sasuke, almost as if their pairing was preordained or something. Hiruzen considered intervening, but decided against it since he was certain that Asagi herself would clear up any confusion. That aside, he had more pressing concerns to worry about at this time. One of them being Iruka and his lack of performance. "Now then, where were we, Iruka?" the Sandaime asked as he laced his fingers together, his curling into a deep frown as he watched the Chunin squirm uncomfortably. The aged Hokage was of the mind to strip both Iruka and Mizuki of their headbands, but first he was going to make them sweat for a little while. Meanwhile, Sakura was glaring at the form of Homura while impatiently tapping her foot as she asked, "Okay then, old timer. What's this all about? You better start talking before I shove one of my ninjados so far up your wrinkled ass, the blade will wink at you every time you brush your teeth," she threatened while drawing one of her blades. "I apologize for bringing you back under such circumstances and for the confusion, but your sister, Asagi, has chosen a partner recently. She even performed the oath in public and in front of witnesses." He quickly and bluntly explained, his words earning a look of surprise from the Orange Tea. "Why'd MOU no fair, sis? I wanted to be there to see you do the oath," she muttered in a childish manner while crying some crocodile tears before putting on a happy expression and then asked, "So who's the lucky guy? I bet that my big sis picked a real cutie pie." Regrettably, she chose one Naruto Uzumaki. The worst student in the academy's history. A troublemaker, delinquent, and a well-known pest that rides the coattails of his betters. The only reason he's interested in partnering with her is because of her wealth and status, plus he was bragging to his classmates about how he was going to get into Asagi-sen's pants. "I need you to talk with your sister and have her break things off before it is too late." Homura spoke with a deep scowl. No way my sister would pair up with someone that shady. Unless he must have tricked her. Ugh. That bastard. I won't let anyone betray my sister again. The tomboy Taimanin muttered while clenching her fist, unaware that she had been lied to. Under normal circumstances, it was considered an unspoken rule for Taimanin to stick with and be loyal to their chosen partners. A Taimanin who casually breaks things off with their partner is considered to be untrustworthy and unreliable, although this unspoken rule doesn't truly apply under certain circumstances, such as abusive relationships or for dealing with unfaithful, manipulative or gold-digging partners. While Sakura was certain that her sister could handle things on her own, Asagi was still capable of making mistakes, so as her younger sister, it was her duty to support her big sis. Whoever this Naruto person was, if he was some little creep, he was gonna pay dearly. Elsewhere. Taimanin District. Naruto shuddered as he suddenly got a chill, a feeling of dread overcoming him as he began rapidly his arms with his hands. "Are you cold?" His newfound partner asked with a raised eyebrow as she noticed his actions. "Felt like I had a foot in the grave for a second." He replied honestly as he looked about, wondering if there was someone nearby that wished harm upon him. He then shrugged his shoulders and then spoke, "Never mind. Must be my imagination or something, so where are we shopping anyway?" At his question, the almighty Taimanin smiled and gestured to an oddly shaped building that was constructed in the likeness of a futuristic spaceship from a sci-fi film, with a sign hanging out front, the Dread Prison Battleship, that was a very odd name for a store, and why the spaceship motif? Okay, I gotta ask, why does the store look like a ship? Also, you guys have your very own store in your district? He asked as he tilted his head to the side, though one had to admit the place certainly stood out. For the sake of convenience. Can you imagine trying to go shopping for groceries, only to be suddenly mobbed by a swarm of fans asking for pictures and autographs or reporters following your every move? As much as I love and respect my fans, I still need some personal space and privacy. As for the design, I haven't the slightest idea why it was made to look like a spaceship. Maybe in another world or another life, the owners were spacefaring officers. Asagi answered while running a hand through her hair. He wasn't sure if that was a serious statement or a joke, but he wasn't going to judge. Not to mention, when she put it like that, it made sense for a store or stores to be placed within the Taimanin district so that they can shop in peace. Guess being rich and famous has some drawbacks. He muttered to himself as they entered inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sight of neatly arranged shelves, with each section being marked by a sign hanging overhead. Groceries, electronics, tools, it seemed the place had virtually anything and everything within reason. At the front of a store were a pair of women wearing white-gray uniforms in a futuristic military fashion. One woman had purple hair and teal eyes, the other had short black hair and red eyes. Naruto. Meet Rieri Bishop, the owner of this store, and her assistant Naomi Evans. Asagi spoke as she introduced the two women to her new partner. "Nice to meet you ladies. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. This looks like a nice store." He spoke politely, feeling confident that he could shop here without fear of being denied service or being overcharged for goods, as many stores had done to him in the past. The two women smiled at him, with Rieri speaking, "Thank you, Naruto. This place is my pride and joy. Feel free to drop by anytime. Gotta say, Asagi, he's a handsome one. Seems nice and polite too." She spoke the last part to the almighty Taimanin, earning a small blush from the Jinchuriki. "Are you two Taimanin as well?" the whiskered teen asked, earning a pair of negative shakes of the head from the store attendants. "No. We never underwent the procedure, but we are more than capable of handling ourselves in a pinch. Our main jobs are to provide the Taimanin with anything and everything they need, no matter how unrealistic or absurd the request is. If a Taimanin and or their partner want or need something, we get it for them." Naomi replied with a proud smirk as she crossed her arms beneath her bust. At that, the Uzumaki raised an eyebrow and decided to test them by asking, "What if I wanted a tank like from one of those war movies?" "We can definitely get you a tank. We have an entire catalog to choose from. Ammunition and fuel is included." Rieri answered bluntly without skipping a beat, almost as if the young teen asking for a tank was perfectly normal. Wow, they were really committed to their jobs. This definitely wasn't an ordinary store, but since it did directly serve and cater to the Taimanin, then being ordinary certainly wouldn't have cut it. Why would you want a tank?" Asagi asked with a raised eyebrow, which prompted her partner to reply in a deadpan tone, "To drive around in and blow stuff up with. What the hell else are you supposed to do with a tank?" he asked at the end, as if it were the most simple thing in the world. "What would you want to blow up?" she asked for clarification, only to earn a cheeky grin from the Uzumaki as he replied, "I've got a few ideas." Oh. Sounded like it would not be a good idea to let him have a tank. At least not until she knew he would use it and handle it in a responsible manner. "Don't let him have a tank unless I say so," she ordered the store owners, prompting them both to nod in understanding. While the blonde was a tad disappointed, he simply shrugged his shoulders, since he didn't really need a tank at this time, though it still would have been pretty fun. "Now then, what can we do for you? Please tell me it involves replacing that hideous orange abomination." Rieri asked as she glared at the Uzumaki's distinctive orange jumpsuit, almost as if she wanted to set it ablaze with only her intense gaze. Why do people keep hating on my clothes? Naruto muttered to himself, earning shocked gasps from the store owners. You call those clothes? I wouldn't wish those upon my worst enemy. Naomi muttered, fighting the urge to tear them off of him right then and there. Asagi then cleared her and spoke, we are here to do some shopping. Naruto-kun needs clothes for casual wear and for shinobi business. I'd also like to do a tasting for some weapons that he can try out, and we also need to issue him a passport so that he may freely come and go from the Taimanin district. Not a problem. I'll get started on his passport immediately. Naomi. See to whatever our guests require in the meantime. Rieri ordered, prompting her crimson-eyed assistant to nod and give a quick salute as the purple-haired woman disappeared into a nearby office. Come with me, Naruto-san. Let's get you sorted out. We'll start with your shinobi wear. We make those custom-tailored. Naomi spoke as she guided him to a corner area where a set of mirrors were located. She pulled out a roll of measuring tape and unfurled it, followed by a clipboard and a pen from a nearby shelf, and then began taking his measurements. We'll need 8 suits. 4 for day and 4 for night. Asagi spoke as she sat herself down in a chair closely as she fingered her katana, observing her new partner with a small smile. The Uzumaki said nothing as he trusted that whatever the almighty Taimanin recommended would probably be for the best. He had never owned a suit before, much less had one custom tailored for him. On another note, he definitely wouldn't mind the dapper appearance. He quietly listened as Naomi and Asagi did a little back and forth with the former asking any preferences for the suits. Social setting. Italian style. 2 buttons. Tapered trousers. Tactical armored lining. Asagi listed off as if she had rehearsed those lines, with the Uzumaki raising an eyebrow since he didn't understand fashion speak. Can someone explain all of that to me? I didn't understand a word of that. He asked, hoping for a little clarification, which earned a few giggles from the ladies. Naomi answered him as she continued jotting down his measurements with practiced ease. Social event means it can be in a casual cut, and the fabric can be slightly more lightweight, stretchy and comfortable, rather than the more refined but stiff cut-in fabric used for formal suits. Italian-style suits tend to be more form-fitting and have less padding compared to British and American-style suits, which, along with a more comfortable and stretchy fabric and cut, provide a larger range of motion possible. 2 buttons instead of 3 on the jacket means it still looks good if unbuttoned, making it easier to access concealed or holstered weapons. Tapered trousers, apart from the slightly more elegant air they provide even to casual suits, give a bit more room on the upper leg without looking baggy. Again, greater range of motion. She's asking for all the things that would make the suit more comfortable when running or fighting, while still looking dapper enough as to not attract attention until it's strictly necessary. The Jinchuriki blinked his eyes and gave a long drawn-out O of understanding. Yeah. That would definitely be helpful. What about the lining? He asked, which prompted Naomi to pull a pistol out of seemingly thin air and fire a few rounds at a suit that was being worn by a mannequin. He noticed that the bullets didn't penetrate through their target and instead bounced off or flattened upon impact against the suit, which prompted the crimson-eyed woman to explain cutting-edge body armor, sewn between the lining and the fabric. 0 penetration against blades and bullets. Resistant to heat. Machine washable. Only downside is that the impact will still hurt like hell. I'm surprised this stuff isn't standard issue. He muttered quietly to himself, but was still heard with the 2 women smirking as Asagi stated, nothing comes standard to the Taimanin. Get used to the perks. Once Naomi was finished with her work, she asked, shall I have everything sent to your residence, Asagi-san? Her question prompting the famed Taimanin to nod her head in confirmation. The crimson-eyed woman then guided the 2 towards an area that could be considered an armory aligned with all manner of weapons. Kunai, tantos, katanas, firearms, and more. Don't often see guns in the shinobi nations. The Jinchuriki pointed out, which made the shopkeeper chuckle a bit. True. Possibly because the people of the shinobi nations are set in their ways. Though in my opinion, a well-placed bullet can be just as, if not more deadly than many forms of ninjutsu. I've yet to meet anyone who can outsmart a bullet to the brain. Also, they can make for good weapons if you need a backup plan or want to conserve chakra, since these babies don't take up any chakra. Now then, are you familiar with any forms of weapons? She asked him at the end. He hummed and thought, well, firearms weren't a traditional form of shinobi weaponry, there were no specific laws or regulations that stated a shinobi couldn't use them, plus since they were so seldom seen, it would definitely take most enemies by surprise. If nothing else, it definitely wouldn't hurt to experiment a bit and find what worked for him. I don't really have much experience with weaponry, aside from my fists and kunai. Though my taijutsu could use a lot of work. He answered as he scratched his cheek with a lone finger. Naomi simply smiled and stated that only means you're a blank slate. Therefore there's plenty for you to learn. May I suggest a Glock .34? she asked as she offered him a pistol from off a nearby rack. He was about to accept it, but she snatched it out of his reach with a warning expression as she spoke 4 essential rules of gun safety. 1. Respect the weapon and treat all firearms as if they're loaded. 2. Never point a gun, loaded or unloaded, in the direction of someone you do not wish to shoot. 3. Finger off the trigger until your sights are on your target and you have made the decision to fire. 4. Be sure of your target and what's behind it, since you don't want the bullet to tear through your target and accidentally hit an innocent bystander. Are we clear? He slowly nodded in understanding since, in many ways, guns were known to be more dangerous and far more volatile than say, katanas or kunai, since there was the factor of gunpowder involved amongst other things. She accepted his response and gently placed the pistol in his hand, allowing him to feel the weight of the weapon as he pointed it off to the side, being sure not to point it in the direction of anyone. Textured grips to help prevent slipping. Flared magazine well for easier reload. Custom porting to prevent jamming. Naomi expertly listed off. The blonde set the weapon down on the table, minding the direction of the barrel. He cleared his and spoke very nice. What about something with more range? Something precise? He asked, feeling a bit unsure as to how to describe what he was looking for, since he had no experience with firearms. The shopkeeper simply smirked as she took a rifle off of one of the many racks and presented it to him. I suggest an R15. A classic choice. Lightweight. Semi-automatic and full auto settings. Very widely used weapon. She explained as the blonde held the weapon and inspected it, holding the rifle up as he looked down the sights. What do you mean semi and full auto? He asked. He then felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Asagi was now standing next to him. She gently maneuvered the rifle so that the stock was resting firmly against his shoulder. Always hold a rifle or shotgun against your shoulder to better absorb the recoil, otherwise it'll fly out of your hands or smack you in the face. Semi means it'll fire 1 bullet at a time with each pull of the trigger. Full means that you can hold down the trigger and it'll keep spitting bullets until the magazine is empty. Some weapons can release short bursts of bullets as well. Like any other weapon, you have to familiarize yourself and get used to the handling of firearms. Asagi explained, earning a nod of understanding from the Uzumaki. It seemed there was a lot more to firearms than he had originally thought. Most action movies never really covered this kind of stuff. I hear shotguns are good for close quarters and enclosed spaces. Any recommendations for that? He asked since he knew that much at least, recalling that such weapons were used as trench cleaners. Or was it trench sweepers? I think an AA-12 will do the trick. Rapid fire. Drum magazine. You need to do a sweep through a building loaded with say, triad members, this will blast through them. Naomi spoke in a rather excited manner as she placed the weapon in front of him. Like all the others, he picked it up and got a feel for it before setting it down. If I run out of bullets, I'll need a different sort of weapon. I always wanted to learn how to use a katana. Naruto spoke, his words earning a twinkle of the eye from his partner, who was very much eager to teach him the fine arts of kenjutsu. Naomi smirked as she picked up a katana and presented to the blonde. Forged in Iron Country, the home of the samurai. You won't find a better blade. Razor sharp, perfectly balanced, and capable of channeling chakra. You can never go wrong with a good blade, especially one directly from Iron Country. The Uzumaki accepted the blade and noticed how lightweight it was. It weighed almost nothing in his hand. As far as he was aware, the samurai jealously guarded the secrets of their forging techniques. Any blades made outside of Iron Country were almost always dubbed as inferior, save for some exceptions. Thanks. He spoke gratefully as he set the blade down, believing that he had covered his bases. With his weapons shopping done, the crimson-eyed shopkeeper directed him to another clothing area, one filled with various casual wear, most of it being made up of generic sizes and brands that could be found anywhere. Perfect for lounging around in. Can you do a rush order on his suits? I want to get him out of that orange monstrosity as soon as humanly possible. Asagi requested, earning a quick nod from Naomi. With their shopping now complete, Naomi bagged up all of Naruto's casual wear, underwear and socks, and rang up Asagi for their purchases, promising to deliver all the suit's ammunition and weaponry directly to her home when everything was ready. The blonde's eyes nearly bugged out of his head at the total price of their purchases. Not even 20 years worth of his monthly stipends could cover even a fraction of the cost. He felt a bit bad for Asagi having to pay for it all, but she didn't even blink an eye as she quickly signed a check. She then looked at him, and he must have been making some sort of face because she stated in a soothing voice, "Don't feel bad, Naruto-kun. Remember my promise. I promised you would want for nothing. That aside, money is of no concern to me." That made him feel a bit better as he gave her a light smile. He then noticed Rieri approaching them with a passport in hand as she offered it to the Uzumaki and spoke in a professional manner, "Your passport, Naruto-san. You can get your picture put in at the same time as your shinobi registration. Feel free to come by for all of your shopping needs." He nodded in understanding as he accepted the passport and bid the two shopkeepers goodbye before heading outside with Asagi. He gleefully carried his bags with him as they made their way towards the academy so that he may register as a shinobi. Today was just getting better and better. What could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, Konoha Academy rooftop. Sasuke Uchiha sat alone, quietly eating his lunch in relative peace as he blooded to himself. He glanced down at the school grounds, noting briefly that there was a definite change of atmosphere. Even from this distance he could see his fellow classmates were abuzz with gossip. Most of it undoubtedly either pertains to the dead last getting picked by the famed Asagi Ogawa or Iruka and Mizuki's apparent absence since the scarred Chunin blew up at the reporters yesterday. Classes were currently being handled by a pair of substitute Chunin that the Uchiha couldn't remember the names of, not that it mattered to him. He scoffed and took another bite of his meal and then noticed a shadow being cast over him as an elderly woman stood a few feet away, looking down at him. "What do you want?" the Uchiha asked rudely, wondering what the old bag wanted with him. "Sasuke Uchiha. To meet you. My name is Kaharu Utatane." She greeted politely, earning a HN sound from the self-proclaimed avenger who wanted her to go away so he could be left alone. "Why should I care? Either tell me what it is you want or go away. I have better things to do than be nagged on by an old woman." He spoke impatiently. "It should be you that is paired with Asagi Ogawa. Not Naruto," she stated bluntly, earning a roll of the eyes from the Uchiha. "HN. Why should that matter to me? I don't see how a woman is of any use to me, least of all one that would show an interest in a clanless good-for-nothing like the dope." Sasuke spoke venomously as he glared at Kaharu. "Ah. There is something you should know though, about Asagi. She was quite close with your elder brother, Itachi," Kaharu stated, her words catching the boy off guard as his contemptuous gaze became one of curiosity upon hearing her mention his brother. "Yes. You heard me correctly. Back in Itachi's Anbu days, he and Asagi went on numerous assignments together. She was even considering making him her official partner up until the Uchiha massacre. If you had paired up with her, all of her resources, her strength, and her knowledge of your brother would have been a tremendous boon to you. She knows Itachi's techniques and strategies backwards and forwards. A shame your teachers neglected to share this information with you," the old woman stated, her words deeply resonating with the Uchiha. "If what you say is true then it should be me that is partnered up with that woman. Not the dead last. She could help me kill Itachi." Sasuke spoke in realization as he grit his teeth. If only those incompetent teachers had told him, then he could have been paired with that Asagi woman. Her strength should belong to him, not the lover. There is still a chance. If you can convince Naruto to leave Asagi or vice versa, then you can swoop in and take Asagi as your partner instead. You two could do great things together. Kaharu spoke, secretly picturing the most powerful of all the Taimanin, creating a new generation of Sharingan users. HMPH. That'll be easy. The dope's a pushover. I'm certain I can buy him off. Failing that, I can always twist his arm until he gives up. The self-proclaimed elite spoke since he had some resources of his own. While he didn't like the idea of bargaining with a dope of all people, the information and strength that Asagi possessed wasn't something he could ignore any longer. As luck would have it, he could even see the dope entering the courtyard now. But Naruto and Asagi. "Once we have your shinobi license and passport registered we will begin your training starting tomorrow," Asagi promised him with a serene smile on her face. "Cool. I'm definitely looking forward to it. It'll be nice to get some real training and studying done rather than all that nammy-pammy crap taught here at the academy." Naruto spoke with a big grin spreading across his cheeks. "You may regret saying that. I'm a pretty strict teacher," she replied with a good-natured laugh as they approached the school. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when a female voice shouted, "You. Hey. You. It can't be Sakura," Asagi asked herself, immediately recognizing the voice of her younger sister. She and Naruto turned around and saw the form of the orange tea herself marching up to them with an angry expression on her face. "Sakura. As in Sakura Ogawa. Your sister?" the whiskered teen asked for confirmation, prompting a quick nod from the almighty Taimanin. That was kind of strange, wasn't Sakura supposed to be on a mission? It seemed like she had come home early. Ah well, it would be nice to meet and get to know his partner's family. "Hello Sakura-san. It's nice to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, your sister's partner." He warmly greeted as he extended a hand to the approaching orange tea, only to be shoved to the ground by the younger Ogawa sibling, much to both Naruto and Asagi's shared shock. "Sakura, what are you doing?" "That's my partner," Asagi shouted as she quickly rushed to the Uzumaki's side and helped him off the ground while dusting off his clothes with her hand. "You stay away from my sister, you creep. I know everything. I'm not gonna let some pervy gold digger take advantage of my big sis. If you don't break up with her, I'll beat you up." The tomboy Taimanin threatened while cracking her knuckles, her words making both the elder Igawa sibling and the Jinchuriki exchange confused looks. What in the hell are you talking about? I didn't ask Asagi to make me her partner. She's the one that asked me. The whiskered teen clarified, earning a raised eyebrow from the orange tea. It's true. I picked him of my own volition. I think there is some sort of misunderstanding here, Sakura. Naruto is a good guy with a big heart. If you get to know him, you'll see that for yourself. Asagi stated soothingly to try and calm her younger sister. Ha! I don't know what lies you were fed, but I'm not about to let you get hurt or betrayed again. Sakura shouted, making the Uzumaki raise an eyebrow. What did she mean by again? The tomboy Taimanin then turned her attention to the Uzumaki and spoke with a sneer. You just want to take advantage of my sister and her money, right? How much money do you want before you're satisfied? Huh? Naruto the back of his head as he replied, I don't really care about your sister's money. I haven't known her for long, but she's been really good to me. Just last night, she cooked for me and even sang me a song before I went to sleep. I can't begin to describe how good that felt. To be cared for. To be accepted. To be treated like I matter. That means more to me than all the money in the world. That's all I've ever really wanted, is to be loved and accepted by someone. His heartfelt confession earned a deep blush from Asagi, who was genuinely touched by his words. His confession even had an impact on the orange tea as she blubbered, you really don't care about her money. Or her body. Asagi is really and truly beautiful. Perhaps one of the most beautiful women I've ever met. More importantly, she is so tender and kind-hearted. Any guy would be lucky to have her as a partner, and yet she chose me. It makes me feel really happy being with her. He spoke honestly with a beaming smile on his face. The orange tea blinked a few times. From the way he spoke, he certainly didn't sound like a gold digger or a creepy pervert. She now actually felt really bad for being so harsh towards him and treating him so badly. Honestly, Sakura, what got into you? Why aren't you on your mission? Asagi asked, which prompted her younger sister to hang her head in shame. I was called back, and then that Hamura guy told me that my sis was partnered with a horrible and nasty person. That's why I was so worked up. I thought maybe a bad guy had tricked you or something. The tomboy Taimanin explained while her arm. Hamura Midokado? Asagi asked her sibling for the sake of certainty, her question prompting the orange tea to nod. Hamura? Who's that? I don't recognize that name. Naruto asked while scratching his head, though from the sounds of it, Asagi was at least familiar with the name. He is one of the Sandaime Hokage's old teammates and advisors. I can't say that I know him all that well, but from the few times I met him I got a feeling that he wasn't to be trusted. It seems that he tried to drive a wedge between us by tricking my sister into thinking you were just another gold digger, most probably so that I could be pushed into accepting Sasuke Uchiha as my partner. The almighty Taimanin explained with a deep frown. Seriously, why are people so obsessed with Sasuke? The Uzumaki asked in an exasperated manner. What was next? Some creepy-ass Sasuke worshipping cult. The assholes fangirls were but steps away from crossing into that territory, for crying out loud. Ugh. I'm such an idiot. I'm really sorry for all the trouble, sis. I'm sorry to you too, Naruto. I was really mean to you and I'm sorry for pushing you. Sakura spoke with a small sniffle, the tomboy Taimanin now looking like a hurt puppy. Hey. I can't be mad at you. You were just worried about your sister. Thanks for the apology though, I accept. Naruto stated with a broad grin, which caused the orange tea to nod in thanks. She then hummed thoughtfully as she adopted a thinking pose and took in his features. You know sis, he's really handsome. I really like those adorable whisker markings. I just knew you'd pick a cutie pie. Sakura mused aloud with a small blush, giving the Jinchuriki a sultry stare that made him gulp a bit. While the elder sibling was calm and mature, it seemed like the younger one was more open and impulsive with her emotions. We can talk about this later. Asagi spoke quietly to her sister, which caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Talk about what exactly? He shrugged and decided not to ask about it, figuring that it was a sibling's only type of subject. Come on, Naruto. We still need to get your picture taken for your registration and passport. Asagi spoke as she took her partner's hand and they walked into the academy side by side with her younger sister following close behind them. Unbeknownst to them, a certain self-proclaimed elite was watching them with resentment burning in his eyes. Hey Asagi, you don't have to answer if you won't want to, but what did your sister mean by you getting betrayed again? Did something happen in the past? The whiskered teen questioned. In response, the brunette gave her younger sister a small glare, while the orange tea had profuse apologies. The almighty Taimanin sighed as she ran a hand through her hair and spoke, it's fine. I would have had to tell you eventually, though I was hoping it'd be later rather than sooner. Some years ago I frequently worked with Itachi Uchiha during his time in the Anbu. We were very close. Itachi? As in Sasuke's big brother? The clan killer himself. The whiskered teen asked for confirmation to be certain he had heard right, and as expected Asagi gave a slow nod. Naruto scratched at one of his whisker markings as he mused, I saw him around the academy a few times whenever he picked up Sasuke before the massacre. I never really talked to him, but he seemed like a nice guy. Were you two He left his unfinished question hanging, unsure if it'd be rude to ask, but Asagi seemed to pick up on his question and answered him anyway. Were we what? Lovers? Romantically involved? No. Nothing at all like that. It'd be more accurate to say we were like siblings. He was kind of like a brother to me. I had considered making him a partner, but I didn't want him to feel pressured into having to choose between me and his family. Then the massacre happened and he was gone. No reason or warning given. Just gone. The legendary Taimanin spoke with a wistful expression on her face. I'm awfully sorry to hear that. I can't imagine what that must have been like. The whiskered teen spoke somberly, now kind of wishing he hadn't dug into that. It seemed like an old wound for the almighty Taimanin and a pretty sensitive subject. At this, Sakura immediately piped in to change the subject. Hey, Naruto-kun. I still feel like you let me off a little too easily. I know. I'll buy you dinner. Wherever you want. How's that? She asked in a bubbly manner while hugging the Jinchuriki from behind, her soft squishing against the back of his head, making him blush a bit. Well, if you insist I know just the place we can go. Naruto spoke with a small grin. I look forward to seeing the place you choose. Asagi stated with a warm smile, glad to see her sister now trying to make an effort to bond with her partner, especially after that misunderstanding. Though inwardly the famed Taimanin was thinking to herself, Amura. Keep meddling in my affairs and you won't leave me any choice but to abuse my authority a little. Something I do not like to do without just cause. Really, you're a fan of the Princess Gale series, so happy. Sakura squealed in delight at the Uzumaki, breaking her sister out of her musings. It would seem the Ogawa household was going to get a lot more lively from here on. Shut up. All of you. Leave me alone. Shouted the voice of one Iruka Yamino from a television set as one AM Ichiraku could be seen cleaning some dishes with a small chuckle. The clip had been replayed numerous times since the Chunin exploded on live TV, and the news media had practically crucified him. It was pretty safe to say that he was gonna lose his job over this, and good riddance too. Naruto had plentiful stories to share about his teacher, and none of them made him sound endearing in the slightest, and for good reason. Speaking of a certain blonde, she and her father couldn't help but feel glad that Naruto had been chosen as a Taimanin's partner, and to be chosen by the legendary Asagi Ogawa no less. No doubt he was in some fancy restaurant, gorging on some gourmet food with one of the most gorgeous and desired women in Konoha on his arm. Hey AM. Hey old man Tucci. Shouted a very familiar voice as a trio of figures entered the ramen stand. Almost automatically the waitress put on her most charming smile and greeted welcome to Ichi. She paused midway as she registered who exactly had entered and saw the form of Naruto himself accompanied not by one, but by two women. The famed Ogawa siblings. The waitress yelled in surprise, her eyes almost bugging out of her head at the sight. Wa Naruto-kun, the Ogawa sisters in my shop. I could die happy. Tucci shouted as he cried animal tears at the fact his humble ramen stand had been graced by the presence of such famed celebrities. So you could have chosen anywhere you wanted, but chose this place, huh? I wasn't expecting this. Sakura spoke with an amused grin as she set herself down on a stool with her sister and the whiskered teen doing the same. You won't find better ramen anywhere else. Besides, the Ichirakus have always been good to me. Even spotted a few bowls for me when I was short on money. I'll never forget about that. The whiskered teen replied with a nostalgic smile, earning a gushing awe from the orange tea. The Ichirakus managed to break out of their stupor, with the ramen chef stating, "We heard about you getting picked on the news, Naruto-kun. Congratulations. You made the big time." The whiskered teen chuckled as he nodded and then said with a broad grin, "That's not all. I finally got my shinobi headband and license registered." He then pointed towards the headband that was tied around his arm and produced his license to the Ichirakus, the picture depicting the blonde standing with his arms crossed and a serious expression on his face. Truthfully, I kinda wanted to put on some kabuki-style makeup to really mark the occasion and stand out. Naruto added as he pocketed his license, his words earning an eye roll from his partner. It would have stood out alright in all the wrong ways. If you want people to take you seriously as a shinobi, then you need to treat the position and all that it entails seriously as well. Remember, a person's reputation means a lot in the shinobi world. You want to have a reputation for being reliable and trustworthy, yes? Asagi asked him, which made the young blonde nod his head in understanding. I got it. He muttered sheepishly, with the Ogawa siblings giggling a little. So what's good here? Any recommendations, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked since she had never visited this place before. She was kind of eager to see just how good the ramen was here. You can't really go wrong with anything here. Though I think the miso ramen is good for first-time visitors. At any rate, old man. Hook me up with the Uzumaki Grand Special. The whiskered teen spoke excitedly with a large grin. Wait. You have a ramen bowl named after you? Asagi asked with a raised eyebrow, her question making the Ichirakus laugh a little in response. Ah. Naruto-kun has been a regular of ours for years. To commemorate his patronage, we named a ramen bowl after him in his honor. Tucci explained with a hearty chuckle. Ooh. Sounds interesting. I want one too. Sakura spoke while clapping her hands excitedly. I shall have one as well. Asagi requested, then she raised an eyebrow upon noticing the hesitation in the father-daughter pair. AM cleared her and asked, are you sure about that? It's a big bowl. Like really big. The sisters tilted their heads a little in confusion. A big bowl. Just how big could it possibly be? Ignoring the warning, they confirmed that they wanted the Uzumaki special as well. Barely a few seconds after placing their order, the Uzumaki himself was snickering quietly to himself. You might regret that. He warned with a sly smile, making the siblings' sweat drop. What could possibly be so daunting about a bowl of ramen? They received their answer minutes later when the Ichirakus planted 3 enormous bowls before them. The sight made the two sisters' eyes widen in shock. There seemed to be enough in just one bowl to feed at least 10 people. Goodness. Now I see why the grand part was added. Asagi muttered, suddenly feeling a little intimidated by the massive serving. Could Naruto seriously eat this whole thing? That didn't seem physically possible. Quite the specimen, eh? It's something of a challenge we started here. Anyone who can finish the whole bowl gets it for free. Tucci explained with a proud smirk, a little twinkle shining in his eye as he then added, only 2 people have ever been able to accomplish this feat. One of them being Naruto-kun himself. Who's the other one? The Jinchuriki asked since he was unaware that someone else was capable of performing this task. At his question, AM giggled and spoke sorry. That's a secret, feel free to guess though. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as he began to dig into his bowl with gusto, while the Ogawa sisters glanced down at their own bowls. Sakura slapped both of her cheeks before grabbing a pair of chopsticks for herself before shouting Yosh. The Ogawas don't back down before a challenge. Come on sis. Let's conquer this monster of a ramen bowl. Asagi smirked in amusement as she too grabbed her own pair of chopsticks and replied confidently, let's do it. The orange tea wasted no time in digging into her own meal, the older Ogawa sister doing the same. To the sisters' surprise, the ramen tasted amazing. It had a spicy kick to it that was just balanced enough to where the spiciness didn't overpower the rest of the ingredients. Asagi especially liked the pork slices and the shrimp. The broth was also pretty good, having a nice thick and meaty taste to it. After several minutes of eating, the sisters finally felt like they had reached the halfway point, only to realize that they hadn't even gotten a quarter of the way through their bowls. There is still more. Sakura whimpered, her previous confidence slowly draining away as she stared at the seemingly bottomless abyss that was her ramen bowl. We mustn't retreat. Keep at it. Asagi spoke encouragingly as she began eating again, Sakura doing the same. Their pace was far slower than before. Each time they finished a fall, their bodies screamed at them to stop. However, their pride refused to let them quit. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki himself was nearly finished with his own meal. The Ichirakus were used to seeing him demolish bowl after bowl, and thus didn't seem surprised in the slightest. The Taimanin were putting on a brave front, but it was obvious they were steadily losing steam. I don't understand it. Why isn't he having trouble with this? Sakura whispered to her sister, a hint of bitterness present in her tone. Asagi looked like she wanted to say something, but then decided against it. Seriously though, just how was he able to keep going? Was his stomach connected to some sort of pocket dimension? Was he hiding a black hole in his belly? He just kept on eating and didn't show any signs of stopping. Well, this is Naruto Uzumaki we're talking about. It's no surprise that he can handle it. You on the other hand, Tucci chuckled as he gave a quick glance towards the sisters, who were currently glaring daggers at the whiskered teen. You guys don't have to force yourselves, you know. Naruto spoke, finally pausing his eating and looking up at the duo with a raised eyebrow. Nonsense. We've come too far to turn back now. I've cut down entire platoons of enemy shinobi, I refuse to be defeated by a ramen bowl. Asagi spoke with her puffed out proudly, a determined expression etched on her face. Right. I'm not giving up either. Even if it kills me. Sakura exclaimed with a fiery gaze. Naruto's sweat dropped and gave a quiet aha, believing that this was not going to end well for the Ogawa sisters. Minutes later, and the two women were slumped over on the countertop, their stomachs making gurgling noises as they found themselves unable to continue on. How does he do it? It's just not natural. Ugh, my tummy hurts. I feel like I'm gonna pop. The orange tea whimpered with tears streaming down her face. Ugh. Don't mention popping. Please. I already feel sick. Asagi mumbled as she tried to massage her sore stomach, the sensation reminding her of her earlier days as a Taimanin during her intense training sessions, but this was way worse. Hey, don't feel bad. There are a lot of people who have tried and failed to finish this bowl. AM said while giving the two a sympathetic smile. Yeah, so you didn't do that bad. Not many make it to the halfway point, fewer still who make it so far on their first try. I gotta admit though, I didn't think you'd manage to last this long. So I'm impressed. Tucci complimented, which made the Taimanin blush slightly in embarrassment. Defeated by a bowl of ramen. Oh the shame. The almighty Taimanin muttered dramatically, earning a laugh from her blonde partner. Hey, don't get too hung up about it. It's no big deal. I'm just a professional. Naruto stated with a broad grin and a cocky thumb gesture, his statement earning an eye roll and a snort from his new partner. Professional glutton is more like it. Asagi quipped, causing the blonde to snicker. Oh please, like you were any better. Sakura spoke, causing her sister to blush in embarrassment. Well, you can't be the best at everything. I mean, I at math, but that's just me. Everyone has a weak spot. No one's perfect. Naruto reasoned, which earned him a round of nods from the other occupants in the ramen shop. He's got a point. AM conceded with a shrug, her words making the sisters nod in agreement. Well, at any rate, thank you very much for the meal. It was most delicious. The blue-haired Taimanin spoke, her body paling a bit as she tried to resist the urge to vomit due to her stomach being filled to overcapacity. It was. I don't think I've ever eaten anything this tasty. We'll be sure to come back again sometime. Sakura added, her stomach also hurting due to overeating, as she shakily pulled out a wallet from an unknown hiding place and slapped a large wad of bills on the counter before collapsing. That'll be more than enough. Thanks for your patronage. Tucci spoke, his voice laced with gratitude as he picked up the money and pocketed it. Come on guys, let's go home in a few minutes. I don't think I can move right now. The tomboy Taimanin whined as she felt as if her tummy was about to split open. Why did that ramen have to taste so good? I feel the same. The almighty Taimanin muttered softly. The three of them sat there in silence for a minute or two, with the Ichirakus performing some cleaning. Sakura decided to break the silence by asking, hey Naruto. How about you tell us a little about yourself? I want to get to know the guy my big sister picked. She smiled a little when she saw her sister blushing slightly. It would seem that Asagi had really taken a shine to him. There isn't much to say. I'm an orphan that lived in a crappy apartment and off of a stipend. I was picked on and bullied a lot in school with Ichiraku seriously having it out for me. It was because of him I kept getting held back since he kept singling me out. He surmised as he took a sip of tea. Seriously? A teacher picking on a student? What kind of a monster is he? Sakura muttered with a glare, her eyes narrowing in anger at the fact that the one who was supposed to guide and protect the children under his care had actually hurt one of them instead, or at least harmed their education. That one right there. The whiskered teen stated while jabbing a finger in the direction of the overhead television, which was still replaying the moment the Chunin exploded on live TV. Oh. The orange tea replied simply with her face blank before her eyes lit up in recognition. Oh. Wait a sec. I saw him in the Hokage's office when I got back to the village. I didn't hear everything, but it sounded like the Sandane was chewing out this Ichiraku guy. Really? The young blonde asked curiously, his eyebrow arching up at this new bit of information. Yup. I didn't catch it all, but I definitely heard the words grudge and incompetence. If I don't know any better, I'd say that someone's gonna be getting the boot. Or worse. The orange tea snickered, a rather cruel gleam flashing in her sapphire orbs. Well, he deserved it. Anyways, I gotta ask, what kind of training are we gonna do, Asagi? I want to learn everything that you can teach me. The young Jinchuriki stated. He was determined to become stronger, not just for his sake, but for those he cares about. Additionally, he also wanted to be useful to Asagi as well. I believe it would be prudent to start off by practicing with the weapons you shall be receiving. I also recall you mentioning that you need some practice in Taijutsu. The blue-haired Taimanin spoke since she believed it would be wise to start him off with the basics. I see. Oh, I almost forgot. You also need to teach me how I can transfer my chakra to you. That's why you need me after all. He stated matter-of-factly since without his chakra, her combat capabilities would be somewhat limited. If she used too much of the yokai swimming in her body, there would be consequences. Huh? Big sis, you haven't told him? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow, earning a confused look from the Uzumaki. Told me what? He questioned, his eyebrows furrowing a bit, recalling that the last time he had asked, Asagi had been rather evasive about it. Can we please save this conversation until we get home? It isn't something that should be discussed openly. The almighty Taimanin implored, making the younger Taimanin sigh and nod her head. Okay. Fine. Sorry. Sakura muttered softly as she slumped over a bit, causing the Jinchuriki to sweat drop. Just what the hell was she talking about? From the sounds of it, it was a sensitive topic, not to mention Asagi seemed a little embarrassed about it. Why? Was he missing something? I'll tell you everything once we're home. The blue-haired woman stated with a soft sigh, causing the young Uzumaki to give a nod of acknowledgement, accepting her promise. You two feeling better now? He asked out of concern, noting that the sisters were no longer slouched over and were instead sitting straight up. Yeah. My tummy feels a little less full. We should be able to head home now. The tomboy Taimanin declared as she pushed herself up to her feet. Her older sister following her example. Alright. Let's get going then. Naruto said with a small smile, his gaze lingering on the beautiful Taimanin, taking a moment to admire the way her blue hair gently swayed with each movement. He shook his head a bit to clear his thoughts before standing up as well and followed the duo out of the shop. Have a safe trip home. Tucci spoke as he and his daughter waved as the trio began their walk back to the Ogawa residence. It wasn't long before they reached the gates of the Taimanin district where a guard was stationed at the gate. This time it was a woman carrying a naginata with dark brown hair, an impossibly large bust and a black ribbon that resembled rabbit ears. Naruto, this is Mizuki Shiranui. Nui-chan, this is Naruto, my partner. Asagi introduced with a gentle smile, causing the teen in question to blush a bit from the warm greeting. Partner? Ooh, Asagi has finally found someone. Shiranui remarked, her eyes taking on a playful gleam as she gave a knowing smile and took in the Jinchuriki's features before adding my. He's quite a young one. A handsome boy as well. She giggled as the boy blushed even harder. Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing him. The blue-haired Taimanin chuckled, giving the woman a soft slap on the arm. It's a to meet you. The blonde spoke with a bow, not wanting to offend the Taimanin. He is all mine. Now then, passports. Shiranui requested, prompting both the Ogawa sisters and Naruto to produce their passports for entry. After a quick inspection, the Naginata user nodded in acceptance. Everything appears to be in order. Have a pleasant day. She said with a friendly smile, opening the gate for them and allowing them entry. We will. Goodbye, Nui-chan. Sakura replied, the trio waving goodbye as they walked through the open gate. She seems nice. Naruto commented once the gates closed behind them. This reminded him, sooner or later he'd have to get to know his neighbors. From what he could see, a lot of Taimanin were really nice or at least decent sorts of people. Ah. Shiranui is a reliable one and very strong. She also has a daughter, Yukaki's. I think you like her. The almighty Taimanin spoke as they entered the Ogawa residence at long last. After removing their footwear, Sakura moved onto the couch and stated, okay Asagi. You know the drill. There's no procrastinating now. You gotta have the talk with Naruto. The orange tea added the last part in a warning tone. The brunette said nothing to her younger sister and instead gently took her young partner by the wrist and guided him to their bedroom. She shut the door and locked it behind her to ensure they had some privacy. Not that she expected her sister to eavesdrop, but more likely it was out of habit. Okay, I've been dying to know. What the heck did she mean by the talk? Naruto asked, his curiosity reaching an all-time high. Just what in the heck was going on? Why did Asagi seem like she desperately wanted to avoid the subject? Asagi sighed before speaking. I've been wanting to wait until the time was right, but I suppose this is as good a time as any. I was hoping to hold off on this since I didn't want to force it down your dot, she muttered, while brushing aside some of her hair as the blonde teen deposited his bags of recently purchased casual wear off to the side. Please tell me this isn't gonna be a birds and bees thing. I already went through that once, and that was the most embarrassing, cringeworthy, and painful 30 minutes of my life. Please don't make me go through that again. I'm begging you. He pleaded, his face flushing at the memory. Don't worry. That's not what this is about. At least, it isn't really that sort of talk. The almighty Taimanin stated calmly, making him breathe a sigh of relief. The truth is, well, in order to transfer your chakra to me, the most efficient method is well through dot. She forced out the last part, her face flushing a deep crimson as she seemed almost ashamed by this fact. Wait, seriously, he asked, his eyes widening at the news. That was unexpected. Unfortunately, yes. Asagi confirmed with a soft sigh, her cheeks still flushed. As you know, we Taimanin cannot naturally produce chakra by ourselves. That is why we need a partner to transfer their chakra to us. The most efficient means is absorbing our partner's chakra through their dot, she explained, her face still burning bright red. Oh wow. So you were afraid of how I would react if you told me about this? He guessed, his brain still processing this new bit of information. Yes. She answered honestly. I understand that you're probably upset or at the very least, uncomfortable. I wanted to ease you into it instead of, as I previously mentioned, forcing it on you. Then my sister had to go and tip you off. This isn't something we Taimanin speak of openly. Imagine if this became public knowledge. Every pervert for miles around would come banging on our doors to take advantage of us. the brunette explained with a shudder. I can see your point. It's alright. I'm not angry or upset, I was just surprised. I can understand why you were hesitant to talk about it, he stated, his words earning him a relieved sigh from Asagi. It seemed he was taking this news in stride. Thank you. I'm sorry. This must be a lot to take in. The blue-haired warrior spoke, her embarrassment fading somewhat as her heart began to race a bit. The young Uzumaki's reaction was the polar opposite of what she had been expecting. She was sort of expecting him to lash out or be upset at this news. She was afraid that he may think he was being taken advantage of somehow. He was taking it rather well, all things considered. In Naruto's eyes, it all made a lot of sense now. Why Taimanin were so selective of their partners, why they were so protective of their privacy and territory, and why Asagi initially dodged his questioning when he first arrived. She didn't want to burden him with such a thing. She wanted to wait until the time was right for him to explain in a way that would not overwhelm him, but now her hand had been forced. At the very least, it was now done and over with. I would understand if you wished to sleep separately. I'll understand if this is too much for you. It's only natural that Asagi was cut off as the blonde pulled her into a sudden hug, his warm embrace silencing her. Asagi. It's okay. I already said that I'm not mad. I'm not going anywhere. You've been nothing but kind to me and I'd like to return the favor. So don't worry, I'll be here for you, always. He said softly as he felt her relax and return his embrace. Thank you, Naruto. You have no idea how much this means to me. She replied, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. His acceptance and compassion was like a balm for her soul. To feel a warmth that she hadn't felt before, to have a person in her life that she could truly trust and depend on despite the fact they had only known each other for a short time. She had chosen very well indeed when she made Naruto her partner and gave the oath of marriage. They embraced for a few moments before they broke it off and each took a step back. So, is there anything else I should know? Wouldn't it be possible to transfer my chakra through, say, skin contact? The whiskered teen asked curiously, his question earning a small chuckle from his partner. Not right now, no. Though, we will have to begin your training as soon as your equipment arrives. I'll let you decide which weapon you would like to practice with first. I'm certain you'll do fine. As for your other question, it is possible, but not nearly as efficient as it is compared to the absorption of dot. She answered and smiled softly, her face returning to its normal shade as she sat down on the bed and patted the spot beside her, which he sat down in. Alright, I won't let you down. I'll work and do my best. He declared, his tone holding a note of determination, eager to please his partner and make her proud of him. That's the spirit. Well, you should get some rest. I'm certain that you must be tired. Tomorrow, I'll take you on a tour of the Taimanin district. I'll even introduce you to a few friends of mine. Asagi offered, her voice holding a note of excitement. Really? That sounds like fun. I'd love to meet more Taimanin, besides, I guess I should get to know my new neighbors anyway. I'd hate to be a stranger in my own home. The young Jinchuriki mused. Excellent. Well, then, get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us. I think you like the community center. Asagi spoke with a broad smile, her words earning a small gasp of surprise from the whiskered teen. They had a freaking community center too, what didn't they have? And again, he supposed it made sense for the Taimanin to have something like that to unwind in their downtime and bond with each other. There had to be plenty of Taimanin that had mutual interests and hobbies to bond over. I can't wait. The Uzumaki replied as he slipped under the covers and made himself comfortable. Well, good night Naruto. Sleep tight. The almighty Taimanin cooed softly, giving his forehead a gentle peck and making him blush lightly as she snuggled up close to him. Good night Asagi. He replied as he slowly drifted off to sleep, his breathing evening out as he allowed his mind and body to rest. Sweet dreams. The brunette murmured affectionately, her arms wrapping around him and pulling him close. She smiled gently as she rested her head on his shoulder. It wasn't long before her sapphire eyes fluttered shut and her consciousness faded with the Uzumaki following close behind her. The next morning, Naruto and the Igawa sisters made their way down the road to the Taimanin district's community center, the Uzumaki feeling quite eager to see what was in store for him there and to get to know other Taimanin. Who knows? Perhaps he could even make some new friends. Asagi and Sakura were both wearing a pair of tracksuits, dark blue and pink respectively. The blonde himself was wearing a simple t-shirt and cargo shorts, along with his shinobi sandals. I can't wait to introduce you to everyone. Asagi mused with a serene smile, earning a small chuckle from the whiskered teen who responded in a cheeky manner, that eager to show me off. Maybe a little bit. She spoke with a good-natured laugh, the three of them soon arriving at their destination, a rather large building located in the center of the district. The structure was 3 stories tall with a glass window covering the front, and the sign above the entrance was a stylized emblem of the Taimanin symbol, with the kanji for community underneath it. Here we are. Asagi spoke as they approached the establishment. She couldn't help but smile, while her sister giggled upon seeing Naruto's eyes light up. Wow. It's so huge. The Jinchuriki exclaimed, taking in the sight before him, his blue eyes gazing around at the many rooms that could be seen from outside, along with a sign that listed the many activities available. There were various activities available such as swimming, bowling, table tennis, and even a library. It was an impressive facility, no doubt about that. He wondered what else could be inside. They stepped inside the building proper, Naruto following the sisters as they entered a room marked bowling. Inside were 6 lanes with 2 balls per lane and a computer system to record points, a snack bar and a small lounge area for watching the game. There was also a small bar stocked with non-alcoholic beverages, and on the other side of the building was a large arcade area loaded with all manner of games. Whoa, and this is only the first floor. Naruto mused aloud with the Ogawa sisters nodding their heads. Well, if we're going to train hard, may as well play hard too. There's lots to do here. We could bowl, play ping pong, or maybe even shoot some hoops. The orange tea suggested with a grin. Always wanted to try my hand at bowling. I never got to experience any of this kind of stuff. He spoke, earning a gasp of surprise from the younger of the Ogawa siblings. You've never gone bowling before. You poor thing. We need to fix this. Sakura cried, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him to the lane, her sister chuckling at the display. Growing up, Naruto had very few friends and fewer opportunities to engage in such activities, such as bowling. As of now, he planned on making up for lost time and having fun with the Ogawa sister. Anything I need to know about how to play? He asked since he wasn't familiar with the rules. It's pretty simple. Basically you throw a ball at some pins and then try to knock as many down as possible. If you get all 10 down, it's called a strike. Oh, and try to avoid accidentally rolling your ball into the gutter lanes. Asagi explained, earning a nod of understanding from the young Uzumaki. That sounded really straightforward. You go first, Naruto. Show us your stuff. The tomboy Taimanin spoke encouragingly, earning a nod from the blonde. Naruto grabbed a purple-colored bowling ball and moved to the end of the lane, drawing his arm back before he hurled the ball down the lane, striking the middle pin and causing a chain reaction of pins falling, his ball bouncing off the sidewall and coming to a stop before the final pin, which then fell over with a clatter. Nicely done. The almighty Taimanin grinned broadly, impressed by the display. Heh. Beginner's luck. My turn. Sakura playfully stated as she picked up a bright red ball and rolled the ball straight down the middle of the lane. Naruto and Asagi watched as the orange tea threw the ball, the sphere colliding with the pins and knocking them all down with ease. Yeah. Strike. Not bad, huh? Sakura exclaimed with a proud smirk, earning a chuckle from her older sister and a grin from the whiskered teen. Nice shot, Sakura. The Uzumaki spoke with a thumbs up, his words earning a blush from the orange tea who scratched the back of her head sheepishly. They were interrupted by a voice that spoke Ara. It seems you're having fun. The trio turned and were met by the form of Shiranui who had a gentle smile on her face. She was accompanied by a girl that Naruto didn't recognize. She looked about his own age with tanned skin, long brown hair and purple eyes. Ah, Nui-chan. Nice to see you. Oh, I see Yukika's is with you. Asagi greeted the woman warmly, turning her attention to the girl with the violet eyes, who had a soft smile on her face. Naruto-san, this is my daughter. Yukika's. Shiranui spoke as she introduced her child to the whiskered teen. He blinked his eyes a few times and looked between the mother and daughter pair. He honestly couldn't see the resemblance. You were just thinking how different we looked, especially our sizes, weren't you? Yukika spoke with some bitterness since she had something of a complex about her small dot. Why you're reading my mind? He asked incredulously, earning a chuckle from the young Taimanin as he wondered if she had a special ability or a technique that enabled her to read the thoughts of others. No dummy. Just your face. It was written all over it. You should probably work on not wearing your emotions on your sleeve. The brunette replied bluntly. Right. I admit that I was thinking you two looked pretty different, but I wasn't really thinking about your you know. He spoke a little shyly but honestly. He hadn't really meant to be insulting, or he certainly didn't want to sound it. Sensing that he was being honest, Yukika smirked and spoke in a more casual manner. Sorry, I guess I am a bit sensitive. I didn't mean to lash out at you. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Why yeah, likewise. You can just call me Naruto if you want. No need to be formal. He replied. Okay, then, Naruto-kun. Yukika nodded her head with an easy smile on her face. Perhaps we should have a friendly competition. Naruto and Asagi versus me and Yukika's. Shiranui suggested, her words earning a smirk from Asagi. Very well, you're on. The blue-haired Taimanin accepted the challenge as she turned her attention towards the young Uzumaki. So, are you up for it? She asked, earning a nod from the blonde. I'd love to. let's have some fun. Naruto answered with a smile. Excellent. Asagi spoke as she clenched her fist, her sister smirking as she reset the scoreboard and then went off to get snacks and drinks for everyone. Naruto picked a ball and moved to the lane, his attention focused entirely on the pins. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and drew his arm back before he let loose a pitch, his ball gliding down the alley and crashing into the pins, knocking all 10 of them down with a clatter. Wow, excellent work, Naruto-kun. Seems like you got skills. Yukakiz applauded the blonde's display, earning a smile from the Jinchuriki in question. Thanks, though to be honest this is my first time playing. He admitted while the back of his head. Still impressive. The brunette remarked, the group's attention then turning towards the older members of their group. So, Asagi, you ready? Shiranui questioned her friend, earning a challenging smirk from the blue-haired Taimanin. Always. Show me what you got, Nui-chan. Asagi replied as the two of them made their way to the lane and picked up a ball each, the pair taking a few moments to ready themselves. Shiranui was the first to move, the purple-haired woman drawing her arm back and pitching the sphere down the lane, the orb colliding with the pins and sending several flying into the air, though the majority remained standing. Asagi took her turn and pitched her ball down the lane, her ball gliding down the center and crashing into the pins, knocking 9 down in the process. HMPH, not bad. Shiranui spoke, her words earning a chuckle from her friend. I'll say. Nice job, Nui. The almighty Taimanin commented. Oh, come on. It's not over yet. Yukakiz piped up, her words earning a chuckle from the group. You're right, dear. Shiranui chuckled before turning her attention towards her daughter. The group all had a good laugh, their spirits high and their moods light and relaxed. Sakura then returned, skillfully balancing a trio of trays loaded with snacks and drinks. She held one in each hand with the third being balanced atop her head. I brought snacks, I didn't know what you like Naruto-kun, so I brought some of everything. She spoke as she placed the trays down on the table, revealing the variety of snacks and drinks that the orange tea had selected for them. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled at the younger Igawa, earning a nod of acknowledgement from the orange tea, who had a warm smile on her face. The whiskered teen eyed the various snacks, large and soft-looking pretzels, mozzarella sticks with marinara sauce, chicken wings with a variety of sauces for dipping, French fries smothered in cheese and bacon bits, the list went on. I think we've got everything. So, let's dig in. Sakura spoke, her words earning nods of agreement from the rest of the group. Each of them grabbed a drink and snack, enjoying a small break from their game. As they ate and drank, the group talked and laughed, a warm atmosphere enveloping them as they conversed. So, how are things going with your new partner, Naruto-kun? Any trouble adjusting to the lifestyle? Shiranui asked curiously, earning a smile from the Uzumaki. Nah, things are good. We're getting along well. Heh. Asagi has been kinda spoiling me a bit. Though the sudden change in lifestyle is a bit overwhelming, Asagi has been trying to help me ease into it. I look forward to training with her soon. He replied. Ah, glad to hear it. Still, be careful out there. Things can go awfully wrong very quickly. Shiranui spoke in a warning tone that came off as unusually strong. There was a pained expression in her eyes as well. Is something wrong, Shiranui-san? The whiskered teen asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Forgive me, Naruto-kun. Sometimes old memories come back and haunt me. She spoke with a small sigh. What kind of memories? He asked curiously. I would rather not speak of it. It's not a pleasant story. The brown-haired woman replied, a dark expression forming on her face as the Uzumaki realized he had, rather idiotically, stepped on a landmine. Sorry. He spoke apologetically, feeling guilty for touching upon what was undoubtedly painful memories for Shiranui and for spoiling the mood. Don't worry about it, Naruto-kun. It's not your fault. You didn't know. Shiranui spoke quickly as she waved him off, a somewhat forced smile on her face. Deciding to quickly change the subject, Yukakiz piped in and asked a random question. So Naruto. Do you know how large your chakra reserves are? Instead of the whiskered blonde answering, Asagi beat him to the punch as she responded, I attempted to use a chakra measurement device when I first met Naruto-kun. His reserves are so massive that it overloaded the device and made it explode in my hand. This piece of information earned looks of shock from the various Taimanin as they all stared open-eyed and wide-eyed at Naruto. Whoa. Are you serious? Damn, that's impressive. Yukakiz exclaimed. I don't doubt that. I'm willing to bet his reserves are far greater than those of even a cage-level ninja. Asagi spoke with a slight giggle. Why, good-looking, kind-hearted and massive chakra reserves, no fair. You really lucked out on this one, sis. I'm kinda jealous now. If you hadn't snatched him up, I definitely would have. The tomboy Taimanin whined with tears in her eyes. Sakura-chan. It's not nice to say stuff like that. Naruto huffed, his face a bright shade of crimson as the young Uzumaki averted his gaze. Well, I wasn't lying. I definitely would have tried to claim you. If my sister hadn't already taken you. Sakura spoke honestly. Thanks, Sakura-chan. He stuttered out, unsure of how to respond, earning a grin from the younger of the Ogawa sisters. He glanced at Asagi, who seemed unbothered by her siblings' words and instead seemed to be smiling as she gave her partner a little reassuring wink. Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing you around at the academy whenever I went there looking for a partner. The orange team mused, earning a sigh from the Jinchuriki. Probably because Ichiraku was trying to keep me out of sight and mind, fearing that I might get picked and then finally get out from under his thumb. The prick. Naruto muttered bitterly. Ma, let's not hover over this subject. We still have a game to finish. Asagi spoke in order to get things back on track. Everyone nodded, with both Naruto and Asagi once again squaring off against the mother and daughter pair. Both sides wanting to claim the victory as they grinned defiantly at one another, though before they could continue their game, they were interrupted by a female voice that greeted Yo. Naruto. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the form of the orange-haired Taimanin, Micah, leaning against her bazooka with a cigar in her, with a very annoyed expression on her face. Micah-san. Good to see you again. There's something you need. You look kinda pissed off. The Jinchuriki spoke a little fearfully, since this didn't look like a good omen. Some weird kid is at the gates demanding to see you and Asagi. He's really damn annoying. Micah explained with a huff. Weird kid? What's this weird kid look like? Asagi asked with a raised eyebrow. Who in the world could be asking for them? Some really pushy and demanding brat with a funny haircut that looks like a duck's ass. Gate guard on duty asked me to find you too. I checked to see if you were home and you weren't there. Luckily the neighbors pointed me in the right direction. The flame Taimanin explained while taking a drag from her cigar. From that description, there was no room for doubt. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto muttered with an annoyed sigh. Seriously? Why did it have to be now of all times? He was having fun too. Still, it was definitely strange to say the least. Sasuke wanting to see him and Asagi. Very odd. Aside from the countless times they were paired up in class bars, the Uzumaki knew that he never made so much as a blip on the Uchiha's radar, and Sasuke had never shown interest in a member of the opposite before, not even in Asagi Ogawa herself. What changed now? I'll handle this. Sakura. You mind taking my spot? The whiskered teen asked, earning a nod from the orange tea, who had a cocky grin on her face. No problem. I'll be sure to defend your honor, Naruto-kun. Sakura exclaimed as she picked up a green bowling ball and moved over to the lane to take his place, though Asagi had a look of some concern. The almighty Taimanin pursed her for a moment and asked Naruto, do you want me to go with you? Something feels off. She had a strong feeling that things weren't going to go smoothly and she wanted to be at the blonde's side to prevent any unnecessary violence. Appreciate the thought, but I can handle this by myself. Though before I go, I gotta ask, do you think this might involve Itachi? That's the only viable reason I can think of that he'd be asking for you, given what you told me before. The whiskered teen asked, since there were only two things that could possibly pique Sasuke's interest, power and Itachi. Maybe? I'm unsure. I never really interacted with Itachi's family, and I don't think he ever made mention of me, at least not directly to them. I think he was afraid that his father might have tried to push for some sort of political marriage between me and Itachi. Asagi answered, which made her young partner give an ah of understanding. Still, from her reaction, it wouldn't be impossible for Sasuke to know, especially if someone might have tipped him off. I'll take care of this and be right back. He promised before marching off to deal with perhaps one of the most annoying and entitled people in the village. Honestly, he'd rather stay and continue bowling, but he figured that ignoring the problem wouldn't make it go away. Might as well bite the bullet and get it over and done with now than have to suffer an even worse headache later. It wasn't very long before he reached the Taimanin district's gates, where a woman with blue hair done up in a ponytail and red eyes wielding a large battle axe could be seen staring down the Uchiha himself, the both of them looking extremely annoyed with one another. Do you have any idea who I am, woman? I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I demand that you let me in now. The self-proclaimed elite shouted with a snarl, causing the axe-wielding woman to roll her eyes and give a dismissive wave of her hand. I wouldn't care if you were the Hokage, the Daimyo, the Rikido Sennin, or even their damned ass wiper. No passport, no invitation, no entry. She bellowed out the last part with enough force to knock the Uchiha off his feet, her eyes glaring dangerously as she seemed to be almost pleading for him to try something foolish so that she may have some sort of excuse to cleave him in 2 or more pieces. Afternoon. I see we have a problem here. Naruto spoke with a lazy drawl, very much wishing that he was almost anywhere else that Sasuke was not. The gate guard turned towards the whiskered teen and spoke to him in greeting. Hello. I am Yatsumi Urasaki. I take it this is a friend of yours. She asked the last part with a somewhat judging tone to it, prompting the blonde to shake his head. He's no friend of mine. Just a nuisance I can't seem to shake off for some reason. Naruto explained, which earned a slow ah of understanding from the ponytailed Taimanin, who now gave him a pitying look. Where's that Asagi woman? I asked for both of you. Sasuke asked in a demanding tone as he crossed his arms. Kami, just hearing that entitled voice of his made the Uzumaki want to puke. She has more important things to deal with. Was all Naruto said on the matter as he glared at the Uchiha. After a few tense moments of silence, the Avenger scoffed and said, whatever. You're the only one I really need anyway. Let's talk. The Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow, wondering what the Uchiha wanted to talk about. He was definitely up to something, no question. He then decided that it would be best to invite him inside. Not only did the Uzumaki feel safer in the Taimanin district, he was certain that if the Uchiha tried anything in here, then the other Taimanin would step in to maintain order. He recalled seeing a small park nearby where they could talk. It was private enough where they could speak openly, but also public enough that would make him feel safe. Come on then. Let's talk then. Inside. Sorry for the trouble, Murasaki-san. The Uzumaki spoke, directing the last part to the gate guard, who simply nodded and allowed the Uchiha to pass upon Naruto's invitation, but her eyes never left the Uchiha as the two boys made their way towards the nearby park. They both sat on a bench together, a small hint of nostalgia coming across the Uchiha's face as he muttered, my mother sometimes took me to this park. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, almost forgetting that the Taimanin district previously belonged to the Uchiha clan. Did Sasuke have a softer side to him after all? To think it's in the hands of people who aren't Uchihas. Disgusting. Sasuke added as he spat on the ground. Ah. There was that Uchiha arrogance. What do you want, Sasuke? Tell me what it is that you want and then get the hell out. Naruto demanded impatiently. The sooner this was over with the better. Fine then. I want you to break it off with that Asagi woman. The raven-haired youth stated bluntly, which earned a shocked and confused expression from the Jinchuriki, who could only give a confused "wah" sound. Sasuke then continued to speak, a worthless loser like you isn't worthy of her. I however can make good use of her. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he spoke angrily. Make good use. She's a person, not a tool. Why do you care anyway? You have never shown an interest in any girls or women before. What the hell changed? She worked with my brother. She knows him, his power, his technique. With her at my side, I'll have an advantage against him. The Uchiha explained, making the Jinchuriki grimace. So that's how it was. Figures. It all loops back to Itachi. Of course Asuka wasn't interested in Asagi as a woman or as a person, she was just a tool for him to take advantage of and then probably discard when he had no more use for her. Of course I don't expect you to do this for free. You'll be compensated. I can pay you, or is it jutsu that you want? The Uchiha added with a raised eyebrow, hoping to tempt the Uzumaki away from his partner. No. Was all Naruto stated as he almost leapt off the bench, his hands stuffed inside of his pockets as his body trembled with rage. No, what do you mean no? Sasuke angrily demanded as he got within the Jinchuriki's personal space, their faces now mere inches apart. Do I really need to explain? The answer is no. And oh no. I'm not leaving Asagi. Not for money and not for ninjutsu. If you want intel on Itachi, you could try simply asking her nicely, like a normal and/or decent person. But no, that is too much for you, is it? You gotta be some asshole that takes things from other people just to make yourself feel better. Well, guess what? I'm not a sellout, Sasuke. Naruto shouted as he shoved the Uchiha back to get him out of his face. Sasuke reared his fist back as if ready to punch the Uzumaki and only just barely held himself back from throwing said punch as he yelled out, what can she give you that I can't? What is it that you want, dope? At this line of questioning, the anger almost instantly evaporated from Naruto's face as he gave a broad and knowing grin. The answer to both questions is pretty simple, I'll give you a hint. It's something that you once had that I never did. Naruto replied cryptically, wondering if the Uchiha League can guess what it was. The hell does that mean? What is it? Whatever it is, I'm sure I can get it. Sasuke spoke, but was surprised when the blonde simply shrugged. If you don't know what it is, then I know for a fact you never appreciated it to begin with. We're done here. The whiskered teen stated as he turned on his heel and added, you can see yourself out now. Don't ever come back here again. Once those words had left the Uchiha roared in anger after being so casually dismissed and denied and shoved the blonde to the ground. Naruto growled in anger. This was the last straw. He grabbed a fistful of dirt in his hand and spoke, two things you're forgetting, Sasuke. 1. Don't go starting fights you can't or won't finish. 2nd, this isn't an academy sparring ring with teachers supervising us and teaching fair play. He slowly rose to his feet and turned towards the Uchiha who had adopted his clan's taijutsu stance. What are you talking about, dope? You've never once been able to beat me. Sasuke pointed out with a cocky and self-assured smile. True. But that was at the academy with that damned Ichiraku breathing down my neck. Remember that thing he always forced us to do? That seal of reconciliation. It was meant to symbolize that the two opponents are still comrades even after sparring. Only one problem: you are no comrade. Naruto shouted as he threw a fistful of dirt into Sasuke's face, the cloud of dust stinging the Uchiha's eyes as he clasped his hands over them. Naruto then grabbed the Uchiha by the high collar of his shirt and slammed his forehead directly into the bridge of Sasuke's nose, creating a satisfying crunching noise. He then swung his knee directly into the family jewels of the academy's golden boy, which caused a self-proclaimed Avenger to double over, giving the blonde the chance to throw him face first into the bench they had sat on, causing the raven-haired boy to slam hard against the metal armrest. While it was true that Naruto couldn't win in a straight-up fight against the Uchiha, given the elite's proficiency in his clan's taijutsu and various fire techniques, the Uzumaki could still land a few shots on him if allowed to fight dirty. That was something that Ichiraku never did teach. That fair play is irrelevant in a life-or-death fight. You bastard. I'll kill you. I'll kill you for this. Sasuke almost screeched as he used one hand to try and stem the bleeding from his nostrils and used the other to attempt to the dirt from his eyes. Yeah? Try it, Sasuke. I promise you that it won't be like our academy days. I also promise that if you ever become between me and Asagi again, I'll take a red-hot poker and burn your eyes out of their sockets. Won't be such a big shot without them, eh? And if that doesn't get you to leave me and Asagi alone, then I'll kill you. I swear it. Naruto promised in a cold and detached voice, an eerie gust of wind blowing past the two. Whoa. That was quite a display. Spoke a female voice, which prompted the blonde to turn and was met by the form of a woman with long waist-length light brown hair done in a Harem cut who was wearing a bright pink skin-tight bodysuit. Who are you? The whiskered teen asked while ignoring the Uchiha screaming behind him. The brown-haired girl made a grand gesture and a salute that made her large jiggle a bit as she answered, Kakawa Asuka, at your service. Asagi asked me to check in and keep an eye on you. Though it looks like you have it handled. The Jinchuriki quickly recognized her name as he parroted Kakawa Asuka. The Steel Reaper. At the mention of her famous epithet, the brown-haired girl quickly nodded with a beaming smile. According to what he had heard, Asuka was a famous Taimanin with some regarding her as something of an idol. She was unofficially adopted as Asagi's daughter and apprentice. Asuka lost all 4 of her limbs in battle, but that didn't deter her, as her limbs were replaced with special prosthetics that held blades hidden within them. The one and only. I think you had better get back to your bowling game. Asagi's getting real worried about you. I'll take care of the trash for you, as a special favor. Asuka spoke with a bubbly expression and giving the blonde a wink. Naruto couldn't tell if she was just being friendly or if she was flirting with him, but she still seemed like a good person either way. Appreciate it. I'll make it up to you later, Asuka-san. He promised with an appreciative grin and then began to walk away. You think this is over? Not by a long shot. Just wait. I know people. Sasuke shouted, which earned a raised eyebrow from the Uzumaki, which reminded him of something. One of those people, their name happened to be Hamura Midokado? Naruto asked, wondering if this incident was connected with what happened with Sakura when she initially greeted him with hostility. The Uchiha didn't answer as he simply spat at the blonde's feet. Whatever. I'll find out sooner or later. The blonde promised with a small snarl as he gestured towards Asuka. She nodded and kicked the Uchiha across the jaw, knocking him unconscious as she dragged him away towards the Taimanin district's gates to toss him out. As the Jinchuriki made his way back to the community center, he couldn't help but wonder why people just couldn't leave him be and let him be happy. It was almost as if someone or several someones were trying to control every aspect of his life. Or was that just his imagination? Was he just being self-centered and selfish? He wasn't sure exactly, but one thing he did know was that he enjoyed being with Asagi. She made him happy, and anyone who tried to force them apart would pay very dearly. Within the Taimanin's community center, the Igawa sisters were currently neck and neck with the mother-daughter pair of Shiranyui and Yukaki's. The elder Igawa's sister was having difficulty concentrating on the bowling match as she felt deeply concerned for her partner. While she knew that Asuka would be able to handle the situation, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Kami, she should have gone herself, for crying out loud. At least then she could have seen with her own eyes whether or not Naruto was okay. Her musing was broken as she heard a familiar voice say, "Yo. I miss anything?" Asagi turned and felt relief to see Naruto once again. She then noticed that it appeared he had been in a scuffle, though didn't look seriously hurt. "Naruto? What happened?" the almighty Taimanin asked as she stepped forward and began dusting off his clothes with her sister and the mother-daughter pair giving concerned looks. "Sasuke happened. He tried to buy me off so that I would leave you. I said no, so he pushed me. I guess he thought I'd roll over like a whipped dog or something, as most everyone else does for him. Then I gave him a few good shots before Asuka-san showed up. Thanks for sending her along, by the way." the Uzumaki explained as he sat down to take a sip of soda to quench his thirst. Asagi accepted his thanks, then questioned Sasuke wanted you to leave me. Why? I don't think I've ever seen him show any signs of interest in a female before. Better question, the whiskered teen answered, he only wanted to pair up with you because of Itachi. I think that maybe someone had tipped him off about your history with him or something. I asked him if that Homura guy had told him, but he didn't say anything. Ugh. That old fart again. Still causing trouble after he used that fake summons to bring me back. Sakura grumbled as she crossed her arms beneath her bust. Eh? What did you say? What fake summons? Naruto asked since he didn't remember the orange tea mentioning that part. Oh. Didn't I tell you? That Homura creep summoned me back to Konoha by forging a summons with a Hokage seal on it. The tomboy Taimanin explained matter-of-factly, earning a raised eyebrow from her elder sister. Homura forged a summons. With the Hokage's seal. Asagi asked for the sake of confirmation to ensure her ears weren't deceiving her. Yeah. Didn't I mention that? Sakura asked while scratching her cheek with a lone finger, while silently asking herself if she had neglected to mention that part. I think you might have accidentally left out that detail. The Jinchuriki stated bluntly. This piece of information earned a deep scowl from the almighty Taimanin. Forging such a document, with the Hokage's seal no less, is tantamount to treason. Sakura. Did the Sandaime not do anything to punish Homura for his conduct? The elder sister asked, prompting the younger sister to shake her head negatively. Wait. Back up. Can somebody fill us in? I'm confused here. Yukika's requested with her mother giving a look of both curiosity and confusion. Asagi quickly explained the situation, detailing Sakura mistaking Naruto for a gold digger due to Homura's interference. Now it seems Sasuke was also trying to separate the almighty Taimanin from her chosen partner. That scumbag. How dare he? This is Taimanin business. He doesn't have any right to mess with such things. The young lightning Taimanin growled while pulling out a pair of pistols as she added, I'm going to find this Homura guy, and then I'm gonna blast him into so many pieces, not even the buzzards and the rats will find them all. Whoa. Cool. You use guns? Naruto questioned since he had planned to learn how to use firearms. At his question, Yukika's proudly puffed out her and playfully twirled her pistols around her fingers with practiced ease. Heh. Not just any guns. These are special. Custom built just for me. I use these to channel my ability to manipulate electricity, often in the form of energy bullets. Very nasty. She explained with a flourish as the whiskered teen clapped his hands, clearly impressed by the display. Homura, I bet you and your old teammate Kaharu are behind all this. I'll need to have words with the Sandaime. This cannot stand. Asagi quietly thought to herself. She would be handling this one personally. She refused to allow these people to continue harassing her and Naruto like this. Naruto. I am going to have a word with the Sandaime about all of this and get everything straightened out. You have fun. I'll be back later. Sakura will take care of you. Asagi spoke, earning a nod of understanding from the whiskered teen. I got it. Thanks. Do you need anything from me? He asked, earning a shake of the head from the brunette. No. Thank you though. Just enjoy yourself. You deserve to have some fun. She spoke in a reassuring tone before planting a quick peck on his cheek, before departing all the while trying to hide her killing intent. Sakura quickly sidled up to the Uzumaki and pulled him into a one-armed hug, which caused his head to press up against one of her large looks like it's you and me Naruto-kun. As Asagi told you, your new big sis Sakura-sama is gonna take good care of you. Your wish is now my command. She stated with a broad grin and a giggle. Don't forget, we still have a game to finish. One last set to be exact. It was Asagi's turn, so that means you'll be bowling in her stead, Naruto-kun. Shiranui stated with a small smile. The blonde teen checked the scoreboard and it seemed like he would need at least a spare to win the game. No worries. I can handle this. The whiskered teen declared with a grin as he cracked his knuckles, eager to forget about that nasty encounter with the Uchiha and instead focus on having a good time. He picked up an orange bowling ball and rolled it down the center of the lane. The ball met its mark and knocked down most of the pins with the exclusion of 2. Crap. The dreaded 7 and 10 split. Sakura whined as 2 pins sat opposite of one another. Yesh. That's virtually impossible to beat unless you're lucky or skilled enough to make one pin knock the other over. Yukika's pointed out with an impish smirk, feeling confident that she and her mother had this in the bag. Naruto was a bit discouraged at this and felt that he'd let the Ogawa sisters down. His gloom was quickly dispelled when Sakura came up behind him and gently rested her hands on his shoulders. Naruto-kun, it's okay. It happens to everyone. Even Asagi has been known to leave a 7 and 10 split behind. I'm sure you'll do fine. Now pick up the ball and give it a go. The orange teen encouraged. With a nod, the whiskered teen grabbed the ball and prepared to roll it. He took a deep breath and let the ball loose, aiming for the pin on the right. The ball rolled quickly down the lane, slowly veering a little off to the side. For a moment, everyone thought that the ball would miss the pin entirely, but instead struck it on the side, knocking it over into the other pin. Woohoo! Way to go, Naruto-kun. Sakura cheered as she lifted the whiskered teen up and gave him a tight bear hug. The Uzumaki blushed brightly and couldn't help but be a bit embarrassed by the affection, but also couldn't deny that he was enjoying the attention. I can't believe he managed to pull it off. Nice job, Naruto-kun. Looks like you guys won. Shiranui conceded with a grin and a thumbs up. The Uzumaki couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, Thanks, Shiranui-san. I had fun. What should we do next? Anything you want to try, Naruto? The tan-skinned Taimanin asked with her mother giving a gentle smile to the young blonde. I'm not sure. Any recommendations? He asked, directing the question to Sakura, wondering what she might pick. The tomboy Taimanin thought for a moment and then suggested, how about some ice skating? At that, the Uzumaki quirked up an eyebrow. Snow was exceptionally rare in Konoha since the weather was pleasant almost all year round. However, he was still quite curious about it and wanted to give it a try. I'm game if you are. He spoke excitedly, earning a small squeal of delight from the orange tea as she guided him towards another area that held an ice skating area. The place was a little chilly, but not unbearably so. After securing some skates and slipping them on, they entered the ring only for Naruto to discover that skating isn't as easy as it is depicted in the movies. Crap. Cryup. He muttered to himself as he struggled to find his balance. Sakura giggled at his predicament and placed a hand on his shoulder. Here. Let me help you. She offered and the Jinchuriki nodded, accepting the assistance. She then gently gripped his hand and gave him a smile, helping him find his balance as she carefully guided him towards the edge of the ring where the railing was located. It's best to start off along the wall to find your balance before trying to go towards the center. Just focus on trying to go forward for now. She advised, earning a nod from the Uzumaki as he pushed himself forward. After a few moments, he was finally starting to find his rhythm and was even beginning to smile a little. See? You're doing great. Now come on and give me your hand. I'll help you. The orange tea spoke encouragingly as she stretched her arm out and grasped the blonde's hand. Naruto grinned and gripped the hand, allowing the older woman to carefully guide him across the rink. He had a small smile on his face, finding that this was actually a lot of fun. He chuckled with a merry expression on his face as he held Sakura's hand, a small blush on her face. His hand feels warm, and his smile, it makes me feel happy to see him smile. Is this how my big sister feels when she's with him? I wish I had that. The tomboy Taimanin thought quietly to herself, wondering when she would find her ideal partner. In the background, the Mizuki family watched from a short distance, the mother and daughter duo watching both Sakura and Naruto. They look so happy together. One would think that they were partners. I wonder, is that what it's like? To have someone to love and cherish? To have a worthy partner? Yukika's mused to herself, she was still young, but even she desired a partner for herself. It can be the most wonderful feeling in the world, Yuki-chan. Shiranui stated with a nostalgic smile on her face as she observed Sakura supporting Naruto and guiding him along the ice. It kind of reminded her of happier times. She quickly shook her head to shrug off any depressing thoughts and put on a joyful smile as she and her daughter skated across the ice as well. After all, Shiranui wanted to ensure that everyone had a good time and not drag them down with her own pain and inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Hokage office. Hiruzen leaned back in his seat, sighing tiredly to himself after having finally finished all of his paperwork for the day. Honestly, who would have guessed that signing scraps of paper could be so damned exhausting? He reached over towards where he kept his favorite pipe, but was interrupted when the door to his office burst open, almost making him jump out of his seat. He then saw the form of Asagi, dressed in her signature purple bodysuit and armed for battle with her katana. Her eyes were cold and sharp as a razor as she strolled in, her heels clicking against the floor. Ah. Asagi Dono. Welcome. How are things with Naruto? How has he been adjusting to living with you? I trust he hasn't given you any trouble. He spoke in a friendly manner, trying to ease the tension in the air. I am not here to mince words or have a casual conversation. I am here to make things quite clear. Take responsibility and control your people. She spoke in a grave and demanding tone, earning a raised eyebrow from the Sandame. I beg your pardon? He questioned, unsure exactly what she meant unless. Your teammate Himura forged a summons with the Hokage's seal, yes. Is that not an act of treason? Why has he not been punished then? In fact, he told outright lies to my little sister and tricked her into almost assaulting my partner Naruto under the pretext that he was a gold digger or something of the like. Just recently, Sasuke came and demanded to see us. When Naruto went to find out what he wanted, Sasuke demanded Naruto to break up with me and even tried to bribe him after discovering my history with Itachi. I suspect this might have also been some sort of ploy by one or both of your teammates, or maybe other involved parties. She explained, sharing the detail of recent and past events. Do you have proof behind these accusations? I granted Hamura did use the Hokage's seal, but the Sandaime spoke, but was silenced when Asagi tapped her finger against the top of his desk, making it almost shatter, and exploded into a shower of splinters before the aged Hokage's eyes. But nothing. You're the Hokage. Your job is to protect the village, enforce its laws and act as a guiding hand. A leader. Yet it seems you are content to let many things slide. It is no wonder many people are calling you things like soft or senile. She spoke in clear irritation, her presence now almost dominating the room as the Sandaime felt, but a bare inch tall in her presence, as she seemed to tower over him. If you cannot or will not control your people, then I shall handle things my way. This is your only warning. If this harassment continues or if you will not take action, then I shall have no choice but to declare my own candidacy as Hokage. She announced as she crossed her arms beneath her impressive bust. You? As Hokage? You never wanted to become Hokage. Hiruzen blubbered in astonishment. Was she being serious? Not once had Asagi ever expressed any interest in taking the Hokage mantle. True. I was never interested in taking a title that has practically lost its meaning. However, it seems that my hand has been forced. If it is for Naruto-kun's sake, I can and will become Hokage, or do I need to give you a reminder of why I am called the Almighty Taimanin? She asked the last part almost rhetorically. She didn't give the Sandaime a chance to answer as she caused the yokai within her body to flare up. The result created a powerful shockwave that blasted the roof off of the Hokage tower and caused all the windows to shatter as cracks formed in the walls, with some sections throughout the tower collapsing entirely from the pressure. Hiruzen was currently on the ground, sweating, his body felt as though it were being crushed and found himself unable to breathe. Then, the pressure was gone and he was able to breathe once again. There was no mistaking it, Asagi had just flexed a portion of her strength to make her point. It was often believed that her strength is so vast that not even the entire village would be enough to hold her back should she truly unleash her full power. It is no wonder that she is dubbed Almighty. Out of respect to you, I shall give you this one chance and one warning. Clean up your act as soon as possible and keep control over your people. Or else. She warned him once more before turning on her heel and leaving the Sandaime alone to absorb her words. However, despite her warnings, she believed that he wouldn't be able to follow through. Hiruzen was old and weak and had lost his spine. Spent too many years pushing papers, glad-handing, and playing politics. Too set in his ways to adapt to the times, trying to continue old and antiquated ideals that had no place in the real world. Everyone knew that the old man was soft. One could see it in how he handles his students. Orochimaru. A rogue ninja who was still very much at large. Jiraiya. A perverted peeping Tom that is infamously known to spy on women and only harass them with no real consequences, and a worthless spy master. Tsunade. Wasting her talents by drinking and gambling and racking up more and more debt. If the Sandaime cannot handle his own students, how can one expect him to even handle a village? Hell, the only reason he did anything about Ichiraku was because it was a knee-jerk reaction due to the massive media coverage. The warning she had provided him was but a mere courtesy. It was now time to make preparations for a new Hokage. Asagi had always been content to serve as a soldier and guardian for the village, trying her best to distance herself from the politics. However, it seems that it was time for a different approach. Now may be a good idea to call up some old friends and cash in some old debts. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Naruto yawned tiredly as he stretched his limbs, feeling kind of tuckered out after having so much fun with Sakura and the Mizukas. It was really nice playing with you both. I hope we can do it again sometime. He spoke to the mother and daughter duo who nodded their heads in agreement. Most definitely. You can count on it. Yukika's responded with a smile as her mother rested a hand on her shoulder. It was nice spending some time with you, Naruto-kun. Hopefully, we can spend more time with each other again. Shiranui spoke warmly as Sakura wrapped an arm around the Jinchuriki's shoulder. The motherly Taimanin felt that it was a good thing for her daughter to connect with someone closer to her age and make a new friend, especially since Naruto seemed to be a good kid. Come on, Naruto-kun. We'd better get home. Besides, we can always come back some other time and hang out. Don't want you to get tired out too much. We wouldn't want to have you collapse from exhaustion. The orange tea playfully teased, causing the whiskered teen to chuckle a bit. Right. He replied curtly and then bid goodbye to both Yukika's and Shiranui as he and Sakura made their way back home to the Ogawa residence. Along the way, Naruto looked up at the night sky and found himself thinking about Asagi and wondered what she might be up to. She said she was going to have a word with the Sandame, but she wasn't back yet. Ah well, she would come home when she was ready and able to do so. Whatever she was doing, he was certain that it must be of great importance. He was probably getting worried over nothing. Sakura took notice of his distraction and couldn't help but wonder what the Jinchuriki was thinking about. Most likely it involved her elder sister. She knew that Naruto and her sister had a close bond. In fact, she had witnessed some of their intimacy together and it made her envious. To have someone that special in her life and to be able to be loved by such an amazing person. Even so, she didn't want to get in their way. They seemed to click very well together. Still, she couldn't bear the thought of him being sad or upset, so she decided to help cheer him up and distract him. Hey, Naruto-kun. When we get home, how about we do something a bit more lax? We could watch a movie together or play video games. Do you like video games? She questioned in a bubbly tone. I never played any. Couldn't afford luxuries like that given how limited my stipend was. Though I certainly wouldn't mind trying. When I first entered your home, I noticed that there was a Taimanin-themed game. He replied with a small smile. Oh yeah? That. I think you like it. I'd love to teach you how to play games. Asagi isn't very good at them. The orange tea spoke with a playful smile. You know, I'm really glad to have met you. You're kinda like the big sister I never had. Naruto said suddenly, causing Sakura to freeze up, feeling her heart skip a beat. Why yeah. Same here. I'm glad to have met you too. She replied, trying to play off the moment. However, she couldn't help but wish that he could view her more than as a big sister. Kami, what is wrong with me? I haven't known him that long, but I wanna know. I can't do that to my sister. She deserves to be happy. It'd be wrong of me to take her partner away, but it still stings. She thought quietly to herself, and then within a split second she put on a happy face for the blonde. When they arrived at their home, they discovered a variety of packages left behind at the front door, all of them marked with the Prison Battleship Store's logo. Ah. This must be my stuff. Naruto spoke excitedly, happy that his things had arrived rather quickly. He was kind of eager to try out his new suits and gear. Ooh oh. Come on. Let's get it all inside. Double quick. The tomboy Taimanin spoke as she unlocked the door for them both, and the two quickly brought the various packages inside. Naruto attempted to lift some crates that were marked ammunition on them, but found himself unable to make them budge. Lem help. Sakura spoke and then easily balanced 3 crates in each hand and brought them inside. The display of strength made the Uzumaki feel slightly inadequate. But he shrugged it off and reminded himself that he just needed to start training diligently so that he could become strong too. Wow. So these are your combat suits, eh? She asked as she held up an all-black suit after removing it from its bag. She then offered it to him and spoke in an almost demanding voice. Try it on. Try it on. The whiskered teen chuckled and agreed since he was eager to try it on himself as he accepted the suit and disappeared from view in order to change. A few moments later, the Jinchuriki emerged now wearing his new suit, admiring how professional he looked in it. He was impressed at how there seemed to be no restriction of movement as he admired the range of motion. It also felt much lighter than his usual orange jumpsuit and more comfortable. Oh. My. Gosh. You look so handsome. Sakura spoke with a blush, admiring his new clothes, which fit the young blonde very well. He blushed a little at the praise as he replied, thank you. I gotta say I really like this. It fits me perfectly. I'd say that Rieri and Naomi outdid themselves. The whiskered teen noted at the end as he picked up another box and opened it, revealing the katana that Asagi had bought for him. Jackpot. He whispered as he picked the blade up and carefully removed it from its sheath. He gave it a quick practice swing and noted how light the blade felt. It was virtually weightless in his hand as he made a slow sweeping motion. Oh, I can't wait to practice with this. He stated with a smirk as he sheathed the katana. You'll have a hard time finding a better teacher for the arts of Kenjutsu than my sister. She's a renowned swordswoman. Sakura stated matter-of-factly. I am definitely looking forward to training under her. He spoke as he set aside the blade and then added, but before we get into any serious training, I think I want to try my hand at some video games. Sakura gave a thumbs up, then advised him better put on your PJs because you're gonna want to get comfy. At her suggestion, he quickly nodded and collected his other suits before retreating to his and Asagi's room, where he changed into a set of orange fleece pajamas that had little foxes on them. Apparently Asagi found it cute, not that he was complaining. When he returned to the living room, he couldn't help but blush a bit when he found Sakura booting up the TV and game console. She was wearing a pair of tiny shorts and a dark brown tank top that left little to the imagination. It would seem Sakura didn't have much in the way of modesty. He tried not to stare, but it was quite difficult to do. She had a really nice ass, and the outline of her camel toe could be seen through her tight shorts, making his eyes dart around a bit. His pants felt a bit tighter now, and he was glad he was wearing a baggy set of pants or else she'd probably notice. He hoped his arousal wasn't too obvious. Crap. Stop staring, Naruto. You're with Asagi. He mentally scolded himself as he sat down on the couch, all the while trying his best to avoid staring at the orange tea. However, what he didn't know was that the younger Igawa's sibling had taken notice of the look she was getting from him. Wait, was he checking me out? Shoot. I guess to a guy I must be dressed pretty provocatively. Crud. I'm not used to having a guy in the house. Just play cool, Sakura-chan. You're just gonna play video games with him. Everything will be fine. Just don't make a big fuss. Still, I kinda like that he's looking at me like that. Stop. Nope. Don't go there. I'm not gonna two-time my sister like that. The tomboy Taimanin thought to herself as some pink coloring dusted her cheeks as she plopped herself down next to Naruto, all while trying to act casually as she sat next to him and handed him a controller. He accepted it and observed how the orange tea was holding her own as he tried to mimic her. Okay, now I'll teach you how to hold it and how to use the controls. She spoke softly as she gently reached over and moved his hands, showing him the correct way to hold the controller. Her hands feel really soft. He thought to himself as she gently guided him on how to hold the controller. She smells nice too. And her hair so shiny. What the hell am I thinking? She's Asagi's little sister. Snap out of it, Naruto. He scolded himself as he snapped himself out of his thoughts and listened to her instructions. Once Sakura was satisfied that he had the basics, she turned on the game. After a few moments of waiting and observing the opening credits, the title Taimanin in action flashed across the screen as Sakura hit start and took him to a tutorial screen so that he may engage in a practice match or two to get his feet wet. Okay, so the goal is pretty straightforward. You pick a character and then duke it out in a match. Best 2 out of 3 wins. The trick is to familiarize yourself with your chosen character, their combos, and their special abilities. She explained, prompting the Uzumaki to nod in understanding. On the character selection screen, there were a number of various Taimanin to choose from. Some of which he recognized. Heck, even the Igawa sisters were playable characters on here. It didn't take him long to make his choice as he selected Asagi herself since she was his partner, plus he kind of wanted to see how she fought inside of a game. Ooh. You chose Big Sis. She's a great character for beginners. Sakura spoke with a sly smile as the practice match began. For the next several minutes, the Jinchuriki familiarized himself with the controls as he fought against a basic computer-controlled adversary that was using a certain treacherous Taimanin. The orange tea coached him the whole time, giving him tips and advice as he learned how to play the game. The first round ended with a win for Naruto's picked character, and the second round followed a similar result. He was a quick learner and was picking things up faster than expected. Once the practice match was finished, he felt a lot more confident in his ability to play. It was a good thing the controls were easy to learn and were quite intuitive. It also helped there was a list of moved in the pause menu that enabled him to memorize the various combos. With that said and done, it was time for both Naruto and Sakura to engage in a few rounds themselves. The two shared competitive looks and grins with one another as they started their first match. All the while, Naruto was grateful to both the Igawa siblings for giving him the chance to enjoy things that he had missed out on. He was very much looking forward to more experiences with the two sisters. Elsewhere. At a certain bar. Asagi sighed to herself as she took a long drink of rum. She was seated at the bar, her body language and her aura gave off a don't approach vibe. She was not in a very good mood. Most fortunately, everyone in the bar was wise enough to keep their distance or avoid pestering her. Asagi had a lot on her mind. She was feeling a mixture of emotions ranging from anger, sadness, happiness, joy, and love. Her thoughts kept drifting to the blonde Jinchuriki and how he was doing. She knew he was safe and in good hands with Sakura and she trusted her little sister, but she was feeling kind of lonely without her partner by her side. However, what really concerned her was the almost unnatural vendetta people seemed to have against him. She could understand the fear and resentment towards Jinchuriki. They were essentially weapons of mass destruction, and if they were to go out of control, then there was no telling what the damage could be. Though at the same time, mistreating them was a surefire way to invite disaster. Honestly, it was as if people actually wanted him to snap so that they may have an excuse to be rid of him. Well, now look who's here. Nice to see you, Asagi. Spoke a familiar voice that the almighty Taimanin did not want to hear right now. Was it too much to ask to be able to enjoy a damn drink in peace? Go away, Kakashi. She spoke in a warning tone. Despite this, the copy ninja slid into the stool next to her anyway with a drink in his hand as he gave her his signature eye smile. Many would describe Asagi as being patient, mature, diligent and tolerable, however even she had her limitations to what she would and would not tolerate. Kakashi was perhaps one of the few people she couldn't stand due to how unprofessional he could be with his tardiness, not to mention his vices. What's the matter, Asagi-chan? You sound rather angry. He teased with a slight chuckle, causing the blue-haired ninja's eyebrow to twitch slightly. It should also be mentioned that he also hits on her on occasion, and she does not appreciate his advances. Especially now that she had a partner. I am angry because there are people that keep messing with my partner. That aside, I am not in an entertaining mood either. Least of all for a pervert that reads trashy smut in public. The brunette growled angrily, the clock quickly ticking down as her patience ran thin. Your partner? Oh, right. Naruto. He's a bit young for you, don't you think? You never struck me as the type to go for younger guys. I know he's pretty cute and all, but he's hardly a man. Kakashi noted with a shrug. And I suppose you are? She countered. Well, I'm no boy. The copy ninja spoke in a half-joking and half-serious tone, which only served to further irritate the almighty Taimanin, as she let out an angry snarl as she tightened her grip around her glass, which slowly cracked in her hand. Would you be saying such things if I was say partnered with Sasuke-cha? She asked him, her voice filled with venom, knowing full well that Kakashi had some sort of obsession with repaying his fallen teammate from whom he received his Sharingan eye. Well, the silver-haired ninja stammered a bit, caught off guard by her sudden question, not knowing how to answer. You're no different than the rest, aren't you? I am getting really sick and tired of people glorifying that damned Uchiha like he is Kami's gift to the world while putting down poor Naruto. What did Naruto ever do to deserve this? What is wrong with all of you? It is his life. My life. Our lives. Can't you let us be happy together? Can't you just leave us alone? She screamed out in anger and frustration as she clenched her fist around her glass, causing it to shatter. Under normal circumstances, Asagi would keep her cool and maintain her composure. However, even she could lash out if provoked enough. Now she had reached her breaking point. Why are you all so obsessed with that little Sasuke brat anyway? What's so special about him? Do you think he's supposed to be some scion to recreate his clan? Am I to be some damn breeding mare to pop out his spawn? She questioned as she looked about the room, as if she were demanding answers from the various people within the bar. Many of the patrons either looked like they wanted to say something, but chose otherwise for the sake of self-preservation, or were trying to ignore the scene entirely. She scoffed in disgust and marched towards a particular patron that she recognized as belonging to a major news media outlet for Konoha, and asked him, "Do you have a recorder on you?" "Why yes. Why do you ask?" He replied nervously, feeling intimidated by the famous Taimanin. She only glared at him and made a small-handed over gesture with her finger. Seeing the look in her eyes, the man quickly complied, not wanting to risk angering her further, and placed the recorder into her open palm. She clicked it on and began to record her own voice. This is Asagi Ogawa, going on the record. I am perfectly happy and content with Naruto Uzumaki as my partner. I will not be leaving him. I will not be accepting Sasuke Uchiha as my partner. I refuse to procreate with Sasuke in a vain effort to revive a dead clan. I am not some breeding mare. If you all have a problem with it, then come and find me. I will be at home, with my blade at the ready to cut down anyone, and I do mean anyone who tries to come between us. This is your only warning. Further harassment will be met with both severe consequences and extreme prejudice. With that, the recording ended as she tossed the recorder back to its original owner and then stomped her way out of the bar, leaving behind a stunned and silent crowd and a shocked Kakashi, who realized that he had basically ate up. The brunette stormed her way through the streets, heading towards her home. Everything was a blur to her as she almost saw nothing but red. This whole situation was starting to get out of hand. If the Sandaime didn't get his shit together within the next few days, then she would have to handle things her own way. Which might involve putting certain annoyances to the sword. She marched up to the gates of the Taimanin district and pulled out her passport in an almost automated manner. The guard, Murasaki, led her through in a rather hurried fashion. Upon seeing the angry and distressed look upon the almighty Taimanin's face, the axe-wielding Taimanin looked like she wanted to ask Asagi if she was okay, but didn't get the chance as the famed Taimanin rushed on home. Upon reaching her house, she threw open the door and stomped her way into her living room. It was only then that she had come down from her anger-induced high and saw Naruto and Sakura both sitting on the couch playing a video game. Upon noticing the older Taimanin, both the blonde and orange tea paused their game and turned their heads to greet her. Naruto gave her a cheerful grin and asked her welcome home Asagi. You were gone for a while. Everything go okay with the Hokage? She grit her teeth for a moment before relaxing herself, willing herself to be calm as she replied honestly things could be better. What happened? He asked, noting the look on her face. Her expression and body language seemed to tell him that she was not in a good mood. There are a lot of idiots in Konoha, Naruto. That's all I'll say for now. At any rate, you two go on back to your game. I think I need to lie down for a while. Asagi muttered, feeling more tired now that her anger was draining away. Well, alright. If you're sure. Sakura's teaching me how to play. We've been at it for a few hours. And I'm having a lot of fun. Naruto explained with a grin as the brunette gave him a nod and a small smile, feeling grateful to her younger sister for looking after him and keeping him entertained. It was good that Sakura was so quick to accept him. The whiskered teen then added, if you ever want to talk, I'm willing to listen. Let you vent out your frustrations. Thanks, Naruto. I'll take you up on that offer. Though for now, rain check. She answered, her smile growing a bit wider as she appreciated his words of support before departing towards her bedroom. Both Naruto and Sakura watched her leave with the blonde letting out a sigh of disappointment and worry. The younger Igawa's sibling patted him on the shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile, silently telling him not to worry and that everything would be okay. He returned the gesture with a smile of his own, finding her to be a very sweet girl. Once they were left alone again, Sakura picked up the game controller and said, so want to continue playing? Or would you rather do something else? Let's go another round. Afterwards, I think I'll go to bed myself. He spoke the last part, believing that it wouldn't be a good idea for Asagi to be all alone for long. Even if she didn't want to talk, it would be good to at least stay silently by her side to let her know he was there for her. Yes, same. Sakura muttered, feeling a little jealous that the blonde would be joining Asagi's bed instead of her own. Kami, why was this kid growing on her so fast? Was it because of his kind and loving nature? Was it because she craved what her sister had? Was it something else? A combination of these things. She didn't know, but she couldn't help these feelings growing inside of her. Sakura was not like her sister, who was the more reserved one, who was the calm one, who was the responsible one. No. Sakura was the more hot-headed of the two. The one that tended to wear her heart on her sleeve, and when she saw something she liked, she went after it. Though in this instance, what she wanted was already claimed by her sister. The orange tea forced a smile to her face as they engaged in a final round together. Their match seemed a blur to the tomboy Taimanin, as she found it hard to focus on the game. After the round was finished, the orange tea bid the blonde a good night as she departed towards her room. Once inside, the young Kunoichi shut the door and slid her back down against a wooden frame as she looked around her bedroom. Her thoughts once again returned to the blonde Jinchuriki as she thought to herself, he's not supposed to be that adorable. Why do I feel this way? Why did it have to be big sis and not me? I want someone to love me too. Am I a bad sister? She thought to herself, feeling more and more guilty for wanting something that was her sister's. It felt wrong to want her sibling's partner for herself, and it wouldn't be fair to any of them to ask Naruto to choose between them. She sighed as she flopped on her bed and stared at the ceiling, perhaps it would be best to sleep this off. Meh. It was just a stupid feeling. A childish crush. She'd feel better later and get over it right. Later that night. Sakura tossed and turned in her bed, her body covered in a sheen of sweat as she found herself unable to sleep. Her body growing hotter as her thoughts lingered on the young Uzumaki. She bit her lip as certain intrusive thoughts filled her mind. She sighed as she tossed the covers off and decided that she was unable to wait any longer. She needed to quench this thirst she had, to cool off this burning desire in her heart. She swallowed a lump in her and crept towards her big sister's room and peeked through the door, finding her big sister fast asleep, while the whiskered teen seemed a bit restless as he seemed busy beneath the sheets. No surprise that he needed to relieve some tension since he was sleeping next to a damn hot babe like her sister, not to mention there was the fact he was still a teenager with raging hormones. He was supposed to be 15, right? She smirked as she found herself with an opportunity to give him a little tip to her way inside and smoothly climbed into her sister's bed without making so much as a sound. The young blonde looked up at her and said, "What are you doing?" In response to his question, she put a finger to her to tell him to be quiet. Sakura reached down and cupped his groin through the covers, feeling the large bulge beneath the sheets as she softly cooed, "Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Asagi doesn't have to know. Just let your new big sis Sakura take care of you. I think you want my tomboy, don't you?" She slowly peeled the covers back, her face reddening as she found herself becoming hot and bothered, then stopped midway, a sudden sense of guilt overcoming her. What was she even doing? This was all kinds of wrong. I'm sorry. This was a mistake, I shouldn't be doing this. She whispered apologetically, then she saw it. Her sister was awake, staring at her, silently accusing her. Asagi's eyes burned with contempt, unable to decide whether to scream at her or beat her within an inch of her life. "I can't do this. I can't do this." Sakura whispered to herself as she clenched her eyes shut and started to curl into a ball. "I can't do this." She screamed out loud as she jolted forward. It took a few moments for it to register, but she then realized that she was not in Asagi's bedroom, but in her own. Her body covered in sweat with the sheets and her clothes sticking to her. It was just a nightmare. Thank Kami. I thought I legit did something I was gonna regret. She whispered to herself as she tried to wipe some of the sweat from her forehead. She glanced towards a clock and discovered that it was now morning time. There was a knock at her door as she heard her sister call out, "Sakura. Is everything okay? We heard you scream." "It's nothing, Asagi. I just had a bad dream. The orange tea replied truthfully, though obviously left out what she had dreamed about. Were you watching scary movies late at night again? I told you to stop doing that because they'll give you nightmares. Don't tell me, was it the one with the masked cannibal chainsaw guy? Asagi questioned through the door, voicing her obvious disapproval to late-night horror movies. Something like that. The younger sister answered half-heartedly with a small grimace. I see. Well, get dressed. Naruto is cooking breakfast for us. Asagi spoke as her footsteps could be heard retreating away from the younger sibling's door. The orange tea nodded to herself as she got up from her bed and then looked herself in the mirror, now feeling more ashamed of herself than ever. What is wrong with you? She asked her own reflection, as if searching for an answer, though she received none as she sighed to herself. No matter what, she couldn't let either Naruto or Asagi know about this, but how long could she pretend to hide her feelings? She wasn't sure. Perhaps some breakfast could help cheer her up. Wait, breakfast? Naruto was cooking breakfast. He could cook. Well, now she was kind of looking forward to trying out his cooking. Elsewhere. Location unknown. Well, now this is interesting. Spoke a woman with wine red hair as she read the morning newspaper with the front page's headline reading Almighty Taimanin Asagi Agawa releases official statement. Confirms partnership with Sasuke Uchiha is not happening. The woman smirked as she leaned against the padded wall of her cell, feeling a certain sadistic satisfaction that an entire clan and bloodline was facing extinction. Never did like those Uchihas, though given their track record, I suppose the late Nadame's suspicions of them were justified, no? The woman asked as she looked up towards a grizzled old man covered in bandages, a disapproving look on his face as he glowered at the woman. Be silent. The bandaged man ordered in a gruff tone, feeling annoyed by the prisoner's insolence. Oh, come on. You're no fun. So tell me, what's this about a young Taimanin and a Jinchuriki, She asked him with a little grin. It was no secret that the Kyuubi was the source of the yokai that created the Taimanin, but for a Taimanin to pair with a very Jinchuriki that contained the beast itself. Ooh, just what sort of chaos could that cause? Not your concern, woman. He spoke venomously, his lone visible eye glaring at her. Oh, come now Danzo. Don't be such a spoil sport. I'm curious though, why did you come to see little old me? Come to admire the view? See a little skin? Sorry honey, but I'm not into the golden oldies like you. I prefer something a little on the younger side. Unless you're here to finally silence me. You're not still made after that little fiasco in Kumo, are you? The crimson-haired woman spoke in a mocking and haughty manner, dripping with some overconfidence as well. The old warhick replied coldly, do not tempt me, Aboro. Eliminating you is still very much on the table, especially given that you sold certain secrets without my permission. Secrets? What secrets? I haven't sold any secrets, though I do have quite the collection of secrets to tell. Your little fronts at the orphanages that secretly funnel you recruits. Your past dealings with Hanzo and Orochimaru. Your blackmailing Itachi to be the triggerman to eliminate his own clan. Your illegal business practices. The maps to your underground tunnel networks. Oh, and that freaky Senju Uchiha fetish you have. Why would I sell what is currently keeping me alive? If I go, then your secrets get publicized. Aboro responded cheekily, since she had quite a bit of ammunition to use against the grizzled warhick. Secrets were her trade, her currency and lifeblood. It was also why she was known as the treacherous Taimanin. Unfortunately for her, she had gotten in a little over her head and was cast into this prison by Danzo himself. Now she was too dangerous to let live, but also too valuable to kill. Quite the conundrum for poor old Danzo, especially since he didn't like loose ends. Ask all the double agents he had quietly terminated and betrayed. Ugh. It was a shame that it wasn't the Sandaime that caught her. With Hiruzen she could easily bat her pretty little eyelashes, make up an excuse, and then be sent on her way with a little slap on the wrist. Danzo. Different story. Perhaps we can have some form of a compromise. Tell me, what do you know about a man called Edwin Black? Danzo asked with a raised eyebrow, tossing a file at Aboro's feet. Oh? Digging into the story of a dead man, are we? I have some pretty secrets about Edwin too. They can be yours for a price. Perhaps I can trade up for a nicer cage. Something less confining. She asked, gesturing to the cramped padded cell that she was currently occupying. It would be very nice to be able to stretch her legs a bit. Perhaps, though, if you try to run, I know of a few secrets of yours as well. The kind that could have every Anbu from every village after you, and a lot of angry clients who wouldn't wish to do further business with you. He spoke in a warning tone, earning an annoyed roll of the eyes from the treacherous Taimanin. That would be quite inconvenient. Very well then. What do you wish to know? She asked as she flipped the file of Edwin Black open with a lone finger. Everything. Starting with his experiments. Danzo requested with his lone eye narrowing, which resulted in Aboro giving him a crooked grin, knowing that the many secrets she held could open a great many doors for her. That aside. She was bored and she hated being bored. Who knows? It might be fun to shake things up a bit and see how the chaotic fallout unfolds. How is it? How's the food? Naruto asked a little anxiously as the Ogawa siblings sat down for breakfast, more specifically, the breakfast he had made for them. It was a serving of eggs, bacon, and pancakes. In the past, he had quite obviously and exclusively cooked for himself, and he relished the chance to cook for others. Despite Asagi's insistence that he didn't need to do so, he countered by stating that he wanted to chip in and contribute somehow. He nervously fidgeted as Asagi took a tentative bite and almost immediately swooned as she let out a soft moan of delight. This is delicious, Naruto-kun. You're really good at this. The eggs and pancakes are nice and fluffy, and the bacon is perfectly crisp. Asagi complimented as she felt the pancakes almost melting inside her. In the other seat, across from the almighty Taimanin, Sakura stared down at her plate with a somewhat glum expression on her face. Is something wrong, Sakura-chan? I can make you something else if you want. He spoke, almost mentally panicking that he had made something that the orange tea didn't like. The tomboy Taimanin snapped out of her stupor and replied, "Oh. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I had trouble sleeping last night. Bad dream." He nodded in acceptance of her answer and asked, "Do you want to talk about it? Might help you to get it off your dot." Sakura smiled in appreciation of his offer, but politely declined since she didn't want it to be known exactly what she had dreamed about. She quickly snatched up a fork and dug into her own meal to avoid hurting the Uzumaki's feelings, especially since he went through the trouble of cooking breakfast. She took a bite of eggs and immediately perked up at the flavor as she too gave a delighted moan. It felt like a little piece of heaven was in her as she chewed and blurted out in between bites, "So good." The whiskered teen was glad that the Ogawa sisters enjoyed his cooking as he sat next to his partner, the elder sister. Asagi dabbed her with a napkin to wipe off some syrup and spoke, "Now that your equipment has arrived, we can begin training immediately after breakfast." "Awesome. I'm definitely looking forward to it." The whiskered teen replied. He felt both excitement and a little bit of anxiousness for his training, though excitement was the most dominant feeling. It would be amazing to be under the tutelage of one of the most famous and powerful fighters in Konoha. "Don't think for a second I'll be taking it easy on you. I can be quite unforgiving when it comes to training," Asagi mentioned as she took a sip of her tea. "Just don't start him off with wrestling bears." Sakura spoke in a warning tone, her words earning a raised eyebrow from the Uzumaki. "Wait, what now? Wrestling bears?" He parroted the last part, which caused the elder sibling to give a small glare at her younger sister. The latter now awkwardly sipping some milk while avoiding eye contact with the brunette. "Never mind that. We'll be starting off with the basics. Taijutsu, Kinjutsu, maybe some ninjutsu if you do well," the almighty Taimanin stated, prompting a slow nod from the Uzumaki, who was now wondering what sort of insane training that Taimanin went through. There was a knock at the door, prompting the blonde to say, "I'll get it." He then quickly moved to answer the door and opened it, revealing the form of Asuka, who was carrying a neatly wrapped package with her. "Good morning, Asuka-chan here. Nice to see you again, Naruto-kun." She greeted him while running a hand through her hair as she gave a wink. "Good morning, Asuka-san. Nice to see you again. Thanks for your help the other day." The Jinchuriki spoke in gratitude before asking, "You here to see Asagi? Or Sakura?" The Steel Reaper shook her head and replied, "Nope. I just came to give you a little welcome to the neighborhood present. I made some cookies for you." She then presented him the package in her hands, which he accepted with a large smile. No one had ever given him a present like this before. Ever. "Thanks, Asuka-san. That's really nice of you," he responded, all the while thinking to himself, from what he had witnessed thus far, that the Taimanin were really nice and welcoming to him. Definitely an improvement over the general populace of the village. No. Call me Asuka-chan. Or Asuka-heim if you like. At any rate, feel free to call me if you need anything. Bye-bye. She spoke in a bubbly and chipper manner before waving goodbye and departing with an almost exaggerated swagger that caused her to almost hypnotically sway from side to side. Okay, that seemed like she was kinda flirting with me there, but she was just being nice, right? He questioned himself and then gave a quick shrug, passing off the flirtation as Asuka's way of teasing him and/or being friendly. He chuckled a bit and shut the door behind him, making his way back to the dining area where he sat his package of cookies down on the counter. "Who was it, Naruto-kun?" Sakura asked out of innocent curiosity. "It was Asuka. She came by to give me a present. A package of cookies she made for me. A sort of welcome present," he answered with a chuckle, a sheepishly grin on his face as the Ogawa sisters giggled a bit. "Really? Asuka must like you," Asagi mused with a small smile. "That's so? We didn't really chat for long. When I first met her. Last I saw of her, she was dragging Sasuke out of the village," the Uzumaki responded bluntly. He then cleared his and decided to change the subject. Before he could ask his question though, there was another knock at the door. Now who could that be? Did Asuka forget something? Asagi inquired and was answered by Sakura as the tomboy got up from her seat to answer the door. After a few moments, the younger Igawa's sister returned with a cheeky grin on her face. "It's for you, Naruto." Sakura spoke, causing the Uzumaki to get up from his seat once more and head to the door. This time he was greeted by the mother and daughter pair of Shiranui and Yukakiz, the former holding a large box in her hands. "Hello, Naruto. Me and Yukakiz came to give you this as a gift. It is our way of saying welcome to the district." The buxom mother spoke with a sweet and gentle smile, earning a nod of thanks from the blonde as he accepted the present. Yukakiz then leaned over and whispered, "It's a chocolate cake. My mom is a good cook, but sometimes she makes her sweets a little too sweet, so watch out." "Yukakiz. Shush now." The mother spoke, having heard what her daughter was saying, and gently scolded her daughter, who pouted in response. "Don't worry, I didn't make it too sweet. Enjoy the cake, Naruto." "Thanks a lot. I appreciate the gift." He responded with a thankful nod and a smile of his own. "No problem, Naruto. Come on, Yukakiz. We better be going. We can't get too lax on our training," Shiranui stated as she and her daughter departed. Once the door was shut, the blonde carried the present over to the kitchen where he set it down next to his first package. He was then greeted by the curious stare of Asagi, while Sakura quietly snickered to herself. "Who was it? This time?" the almighty Taimanin asked, evidently her sister had kept her out of the loop. Before the whiskered teen could respond, there was another knock at the door, making the blonde sigh a bit at the interruption. Nevertheless, he made his way towards the door for the third time and answered it, and was greeted by the form of Micah, who was casually leaning against her bazooka. "Yo. Figured I'd check on you. That weird kid from yesterday looked like trouble." The flame Taimanin spoke as she took a drag from her cigar and exhaled some smoke. "Thanks for the concern, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Asuka kinda backed me up too," the whiskered teen replied, feeling a little flattered that Micah had come to check on him. She looked like a rough and tough kind of gal, but ultimately she seemed like a good person. Micah nodded in acceptance and spoke, glad to hear it. "So I got you something to welcome you. Hope you like it." She then reached behind her back and produced a heart-shaped box of chocolates and presented it to him. "Not sure what guys are into, but I've never known someone to turn down some good chocolate unless they're allergic." "You're not allergic, are ya?" She asked the last part in a somewhat concerned voice, as if she was worried that she might have jumped the gun. "Nah. Thanks, Micah. I appreciate the gift. Oh, and if you're on gate guard duty again, if Sasuke comes back, do me a favor and blast him with your bazooka," he requested in a tone that was both part joking and part serious. "Sure. No problem. Be seeing you around." Micah responded and gave a friendly two-fingered salute before walking away, allowing Naruto to head back inside with his latest gift. Hopefully that would be the last interruption. His food was probably starting to get cold by now. "So who was it this time?" Sakura asked with an amused smile as the Jinchuriki sat the latest gift on the counter. "It was Micah. She brought me chocolates to welcome me. And before her, it was Shiranui and Yukakiz." He responded with a small smile, feeling genuinely touched at having been welcomed like this. No one had ever done this for him before. Seems someone is becoming rather popular. Though please be careful not to indulge in any sweets before training. I don't want you getting a sugar rush and then crashing before we even start. Asagi spoke the last part in a warning tone, prompting the Uzumaki to nod in agreement as he dug into his meal. There was then a fourth knocking sound at the door, making the Uzumaki sigh a little, but this time he was stopped when Asagi raised a hand. "I'll answer it this time. You enjoy your meal before it gets too cold." The almighty Taimanin spoke, prompting the whiskered teen to give a grateful and relieved sigh as he continued eating his breakfast. The brunette made her way to the door and opened it, though he was then greeted by the sight of someone she would very much not want to see. "Oboro. I see you're back." Asagi greeted coldly, feeling a bit disgruntled upon seeing the treacherous Taimanin once again. "Asagi-chan. Is that any way to greet a comrade in arms?" Oboro asked as she smoothly pushed past the almighty Taimanin, who let out a small frown since she certainly didn't invite the crimson-haired woman inside. "I don't recall allowing you entry," she stated as she quickly gripped the intruder by the shoulder and gave a painful squeeze. Without missing a beat, Oboro seemed to slip from the elder Igawa's sister's grasp almost like magic as she stepped further into the almighty Taimanin's home. "So sorry for the intrusion. My last excursion out of the village was quite the fiasco. My latest mark somehow got it in his head that I was a spy and held me captive for some time. He was quite thorough in trying to squeeze me for information until I gave him a squeeze myself," the crimson-haired woman explained, stating the last part in a sultry manner. Right. I'm not interested. Would you kindly leave now? You're interrupting our." Asagi spoke, but was cut off when Oboro let out a delighted squeal. "Well, hello. Aren't you just a darling little thing? Oboro stated as she approached Naruto and quickly draped her arms over his shoulders with the blonde teen tensing up immediately, seemingly almost frozen in place. You must be Naruto Uzumaki, Asagi's new partner. I read about you in the papers. My name is Oboro. Me oh my, aren't you so very young and handsome? You might even be my type. She stated while hooking a finger beneath the blonde's chin. He looked pleadingly towards the Ogawa sisters, his eyes clearly screaming help me. In an instant, Asagi drew her sword with Sakura now holding a pair of daggers. The two sisters bristling in anger with the elder sister speaking with an edge to her voice Oboro. Leave Naruto alone. You're bothering him and acting quite inappropriately. Oh? I don't see him struggling or putting up a fuss. The treacherous Taimanin countered, only Asagi to bring the tip of her blade a bare inch from Oboro's neck. The crimson-haired woman clicked her tongue in mild annoyance, but then put on a sickeningly sweet smile, as she then spoke oh come now. No need for violence. I wouldn't harm a hair on his head. Naruto. If you ever get tired of Asagi and crave the affections of a real woman, I'll leave my doors unlocked. Just. For. You. The red-haired woman then planted a chaste kiss on his cheek, leaving a tick marking behind and causing the Uzumaki to shiver as she sauntered out of the Ogawa household. Once she was gone, the whiskered teen asked who in the hell was that. She seemed way different than all the other Taimanin I've met. There are plenty of perfect good, albeit quirky Taimanin. However, every barrel has a bad apple or two. Oboro happens to be that bad apple. She specializes in spying, manipulation and seduction missions. She is sadistic as she is conniving and is not very trustworthy, but she does have her uses. Her information is most often reliable after all. She is most commonly and infamously known as the treacherous Taimanin. Asagi explained as she set her blade to the side, happy that the intruder was gone. Seems like a nasty piece of work. Treacherous indeed. Naruto muttered as he took a napkin to wipe off the kiss mark on his cheek. You have no idea. Though I must admit, the fact that she is attracted to you is a bit concerning. Please be on your guard around her. The elder Ogawa's sister pleaded and was promptly reassured by the Uzumaki who gave her a small and confident smile. No problem, but why was she all over me like that? It was kinda weird. The whiskered teen noted, earning an exasperated sigh from the almighty Taimanin. I believe she was aggressively flirting with you to get to me. She and I have been at odds for years. I am so sorry about what happened. She apologized, only for the blonde to shake his head. It's alright. You couldn't have predicted it. Anyway, I'm finished with breakfast, so are we gonna begin my training now? He asked as he collected all the dishes, rinsed them off and deposited them in a dishwasher to be cleaned later on. Of course. The sooner the better. Sakura-chan. Care to join us? Asagi asked with a serene smile, however her smile quickly faded upon seeing her younger sister having a conflicted look on her face. Appreciate the offer, but I have some things I need to take care of. I'll be seeing you later, and good luck in your training Naruto-kun. Sakura spoke and then hastily departed before either her sister or the Jinchuriki could ask what she was up to. That was a little odd. I wonder what's up with her. She seemed kinda down earlier too. The Jinchuriki spoke thoughtfully, noting that Sakura was acting a little out of character today. She was normally so bright and cheerful, now she seemed kind of out of sorts. I agree. However, as concerned as we may be, I don't think it'll be a good idea to pry, at least not at this time. Let us ask her later. For now, we must begin your training immediately. The shinobi world is a dangerous and unpredictable place, and I would feel much better knowing that you're capable of handling yourself. Asagi spoke, earning a nod of agreement from the Uzumaki. He just couldn't wait to get started though. On another note, should he perhaps be worried? He couldn't get that comment about wrestling bears out of his head. Meanwhile. So good to finally be back home. Oboro stated as she kicked up her feet with a relaxed sigh. Unlike other Taimanin, she preferred to live out in the red light district, which was more suitable to her side activities. Plus she couldn't stand living in the same neighborhood as Asagi. Don't get too relaxed. Remember our deal. Spoke the form of Danzo in a warning tone, earning a lazy whatever from the crimson-haired woman. Sitting next to the old warhawk were the forms of Kaharu and Homura, both of whom were staring at the treacherous Taimanin. Oboro had no scruples whatsoever, willing to take virtually any job for the right price. Her favorites involving theft, spying, information gathering and of course assassinations. Yes. Enough beating around the bush. We have a task for you Oboro. We wish for you to separate Asagi from Naruto Uzumaki. Homura spoke impatiently, his words earning a sigh from Danzo, while the femme fatale let out a bored yawn as she inspected and filed down her nails. Do you wish for me to separate Asagi from Naruto? Or Naruto from Asagi? Please be a bit more specific. Oboro stated as she blew on her nails, her words confusing the Sandame's teammates. What are you talking about? Does it matter? Kaharu questioned rather rudely, which earned a small cackle from the red-haired Taimanin. It does, because it depends upon who you wish to control. I'm guessing you wish to control little Naruto, MMM. What? Are you worried he's some ticking time bomb? Keep poking at that little beast and he might just blow. Oboro spoke in a knowing voice, an almost sadistic smile on her face as she briefly pictured Konoha in flames, with a seriously pissed off Jinchuriki roaring at the sky. We are concerned with the future of the Uchiha clan. Homura spoke condescendingly, but then there was a sharp snick sound as a pair of claws appeared from one of the gauntlets that the Taimanin wore. Don't patronize me, old man. You don't give a shit about the Uchiha clan. You just want that little brat to sire some bastards to continue on the bloodline for the oh so precious Sharingan you covet. Kami, I don't understand people's obsession with bloodline abilities. Oboro spoke matter-of-factly, feeling a strong urge to slice Homura's open. The only reason she didn't was because she just had the place cleaned after her long absence and wasn't in the mood to clean it a second time so soon. Danzo waved his hand, as if to silently tell the red-haired Taimanin to stand down as he spoke. Both you and Kaharu are fools to say the least. Your constant meddling has only served to rock the proverbial boat. If you keep pushing, I have no doubt that Asagi may perform a coup just to shut you up. Furthermore, when will you understand? We don't need Sasuke to procreate. We just need his essence to sire potential offspring. As soon as those words left the grizzled veteran had to suppress a sigh. Sometimes he wondered how the other elders still functioned on a day-to-day basis, given their obvious lack of intelligence. Perhaps some people were just plain too stupid to die. Oboro scoffed as she added in her 2 cents PFFT. Good luck with getting that one to jack off into a cup or something. From what my contacts tell me, he's not what one would call really active. Not for boys, girls, or otherwise. There are other ways to collect what we need. On another note, Oboro-san. If you would kindly convince young Naruto to leave Asagi, it would be most beneficial. The last thing we need is for him to become independent. Danzo stated with his lone eye narrowing, an expectant look on his face, as if saying agree or else. The treacherous Taimanin simply smirked as she replied, oh. Steal away Asagi's new boy toy. How fun. It'd be nice to see her cry and have young Naruto at my feet. Oh, the possibilities. She spoke the last part while licking her, which made both Homura and Kaharu shudder a little. There was clearly something defective about this woman. She wasn't quite right in the head. Danzo however narrowed his eyes knowing how dangerous the woman was. She was both volatile and sadistic in nature. Fortunately, should she step out of bounds he had a contingency plan in place he had been saving for some time, now he only hoped he didn't have to use it. Despite her bravado, Oboro was already assessing her situation. For some time, Danzo had kept her out of sight and mind since they were at a stalemate, both having access to secrets and information that could bring down the other. Fortunately, she had some knowledge that managed to grant her a little leverage to be let out of her cage and back into her home. However, there was no doubt that the old Warhawk would be watching her every move, searching for even the slightest hint of weakness or chance to eliminate her. She would be doing the same and looking for her chance to take him out, especially knowing full well of his track record. If Oboro was certain of 3 things about the people in this room, it was this. First, no one here trusted the other, not even old teammates Kaharu and Homura. Second, everyone in here had their own motives and agendas. Third, everyone in this room was a schemer, and from her own personal experience and first-hand knowledge, the only thing that could be counted on about schemers is that they are always scheming. Even without words being spoken, both she and Danzo came to the same conclusion. While they may have some form of cooperation for the time being, one would have to eliminate the other. The only question was, who would make the first move? The success or failure of the first move would be most critical after all. For now though, the treacherous Taimanin would play this little game. The elders were old fossils of the past, clinging to power that should not be theirs, and pursuing old agendas that had no place in the modern world. Oboro was very much looking forward to trampling over these old fools, and maybe scoring a young and handsome boy toy to play with in the process. But Naruto and Asagi. So what's the deal with that Oboro woman anyway? What's her beef with you? Naruto asked as he and Asagi made their way towards their destination where they would begin his training. He was now wearing a navy blue suit that was designed for combat with a matching silk tie. His weapons, ninja tools, and ammunition all kept ingeniously concealed within a pair of storage seals hidden within his sleeves. A very useful and clever feature of his new clothes. The almighty Taimanin thought for a moment before answering, I honestly and truly cannot remember why. I certainly don't remember doing anything to her personally. Maybe she is jealous of my success. Maybe she wishes that she were the strongest Taimanin. Maybe there's something about me that reminds her of some insecurities she may possess. Or maybe she's just a petty and vindictive sort of person. I wish that I knew. Perhaps then we can finally bury the hatchet to some degree, though I'd still keep her at arm's length given her untrustworthy nature. Right. The Jinchuriki mumbled to himself, still remembering how the treacherous Taimanin was all over him. It made him feel as though he were a piece of meat being toyed with by a hungry predator. He had a strong feeling that definitely wouldn't be the last time he would see her. If he ever had to tangle with her again, it would likely be like dancing around with a tiger while holding onto its tail. Only problem was, would it be better to let go and run or hang on tight and hope for the best? He wasn't certain. Either way would be a major gamble. That was for sure. He was broken out of his musings when he saw a rather infamous sight before them, Training Ground 44, more commonly known as the Forest of Death. A dangerous place indeed with all manner of dangerous flora and fauna. Giant animals and insects, man-eating plants, massive leeches the size of dogs, and so on. To put a long story short, the forest was so hazardous that not even Anbu ever entered the damned place. "So this is where we are training, eh?" he asked as he stuffed his hands in his pockets, a confident little smirk on his face. This was noticed by Asagi as she raised an eyebrow and spoke correct Naruto-kun. "No one will bother us here, and it will be far more spacious than the dojo at home. Do not worry though, we will not be going too far in. I will not expose you to unnecessary danger. Also, why are you smirking? Do you not know what this place is?" "Yeah. I know it. The Forest of Death. I used to sneak in here from time to time to forage for food when I couldn't afford groceries. I'd set up traps for small animals or fish, I'd find edible nuts and berries and other things like that too on occasion." The whiskered teen replied, his words earning a grimace on Asagi's face. He was forced to seek food in this hellish place. He mentioned that he had to live off a stipend, but was he not receiving enough money? Still, to survive in there, you'd have to be extremely lucky, strong, or have superb survival skills and instincts. How interesting. She thought to herself, a little twinkle in her eye as she smiled, already concluding that he must at least have one or more of the aforementioned attributes. "I see. Very well then. There is a small grove a little ways inside that'll suit our needs." She spoke as they entered into the forest. It wasn't very long before they entered said grove. When they reached the chosen training area, the brunette cracked her knuckles followed by her neck, her entire demeanor changing from gentle and calm to one of authority and power. Her entire mindset and body language shifted into what the blonde could only describe as a training mode. He wasn't sure what to expect, but he was already bracing himself for whatever may come. "Alright, let's see your stuff. Take your stance. Show me what you got." She spoke, prompting the Uzumaki to begin taking a rather awkward stance. It was clear to her that he had little, if any, formal training. Kami, it was almost painful to look at. "What is that supposed to be?" she questioned, her tone clearly flabbergasted as she gestured towards his stance, and then continued, "I've seen drunken idiots with more stability than that. Here." She quickly approached him and helped make corrections to his stance, while also giving him some tips. "Try to stay in a kind of a sideways position to make yourself a smaller target, keep your legs spread apart for stability, and try to keep your fists up, protect your face and gut, though be wary if someone aims for your groin too. Always keep your elbows tucked in and be aware of your surroundings at all times. If you have no choice but to defend yourself, make sure your punches and strikes are as compact and powerful as possible. Now, for the love of Kami, when making a fist, don't keep your thumb on the inside of your fingers. That's a good way to get it broken or dislocated. Fold your thumb down across the middle of your index finger and middle finger to keep it out of the way of the impact. Remember to use the knuckles of your index and middle fingers for the most power." She spoke as she gave him clear instructions. Her advice was rather simple and easy to follow as the whiskered teen absorbed this information. She then held an open palm for him to strike at and made a gesture as if to say go ahead. He nodded and threw a punch into her palm, the impact making a resounding crack sound. Asagi grimaced a little bit at the impact. The blonde had quite a bit of strength behind that blow, however it was sloppy. Still, the potential was there, he just needed proper instruction. Not bad for a first time. Still room for improvement though. She spoke gently, her words earning a sigh from the Uzumaki as he gave a slightly frustrated but understanding nod. "Maybe if I had a proper teacher at the academy or talent like Sasuke I'd be better at fighting." He spoke as he scratched at one of his whisker markings. Feeling a little discouraged with his lack of talent and skill. "You have nothing to be ashamed of. Your teachers failed you. It's not your fault. Also, remember this, talent can only carry you so far. Sure, raw talent does give you certain advantages, but without proper practice and polish, that very same talent quickly becomes meaningless. On another note, this just means I get to train you from the ground up, another excuse to spend time with you." She added the last part with a slightly flirty wink before going back into training mode, her words earning a grin from the Jinchuriki, who felt a bit better after hearing her words. They continued on with their training for a while with Asagi teaching him some katas to practice and gave him further instructions and advice. Remember, it's not enough to just know a few moves, you need to understand and apply them properly. It's important to know how, where, and when to use them. She stated as she demonstrated a few techniques that Naruto could learn, some of which could be used to break out of a hold and of course how to perform one as well. Now when performing a chokehold or grapple, you want to be mindful of where you place your limbs. A simple mistake can prove costly and potentially fatal. Asagi explained, as she demonstrated the correct way to hold someone and continued, there are various forms of chokeholds, but can usually be categorized into two types. Air chokes and blood chokes. With an air choke, the goal is to cut off the airflow from the trachea to the lungs, and with a blood choke, it is to block the carotid artery and cause blood flow to the brain to be severely reduced, thus knocking the opponent unconscious. A good choke can render an enemy incapacitated in less than 10 seconds. A few more seconds and death will occur. She then demonstrated the proper way to execute both a blood and air choke on him. It wasn't too tight as to hurt him or knock him out, but just tight enough to demonstrate how it should be done. Once she was confident that he understood the fundamentals of chokeholds, she then moved on to another subject she believed he would need to know. Now, let's talk about pain. You are no doubt familiar with the sensation, but it's important that you learn how to handle and manage the sensation and how to avoid and mitigate the effects. I probably don't need to tell you this, but a loss of concentration in battle, even for the briefest of moments, can be fatal. In short, it isn't enough to be able to throw or land a good blow, but how to take one as well. It can be quite difficult, but with a little practice and focus, you can manage. She then took his arm and twisted it a little. Not hard enough to dislocate or break anything, just a mild amount of pain and discomfort. It may not feel like it, but you can handle this. Just remember to focus and try to breathe normally, and above all, don't panic. Panicking only makes the pain worse. She then released her grip, and the blonde began to his wrist as he winced a little. Pain is a fact of life. No matter how well you train, no matter how strong or capable you are, the pain will always be there. The key is knowing how to endure it. Some can take a bullet or a kunai and keep on fighting, others may have their pain dulled due to their training or conditioning, though of course some people have a naturally higher tolerance for pain than others. But for most people, pain is always a constant. If you cannot find a way to deal with pain, then you cannot be a fighter. At least not a good one. She explained, her words making the Jinchuriki ponder upon her statement. I definitely want to be a good fighter. The best that I can be. I'm pretty confident that I can take the blows and roll with the punches. He spoke while pumping his fist forward, making the brunette smile since she saw that there was no false bravado in his words. He caught on pretty quickly to her teachings. That was good. They continued on practicing katas for a while longer before the brunette clapped her hands with a grin. Excellent. You have done well thus far. I've an idea. I'll teach you an ninjutsu technique. The shadow clone jutsu. She stated, her words earning a deep frown from the Uzumaki upon hearing the words clone and jutsu in the same sentence. Aw man. Another clone technique. He muttered, holding bitter memories from his academy days due to the damned clone jutsu. He then noticed his partner giving him a little smirk as she then elaborated, this isn't basic academy clone jutsu. This one, the shadow clone jutsu, has been labeled as an S-rank jutsu and has even been logged into the Hokage's forbidden scroll. Upon hearing this information, he raised an eyebrow and asked while crossing his arms, tilting his head slightly as he asked what's so special about it. The main reason it has been labeled as such is because of the almost unnatural amount of chakra it takes to utilize the technique. Even cage-level shinobi can only make a handful and still run the risk of chakra exhaustion. I myself have to use the technique quite sparingly as well. However, the technique does hold some advantages, the biggest one being that it is perfect for scouting purposes. I typically send in a clone or two to scout around enemy terrain to spot for traps or the positions of said enemies. Once the clone dispels, the memories are immediately transferred back to the caster. She explained, earning an understanding nod from the blonde. So then it could also be used to handle other things. Like paperwork. The Jinchuriki asked, his question making the almighty Taimanin tilt her head slightly as she parroted paperwork. Yeah. You just said the memories transfer back. If that's the case, they'd be perfect for handling stuff like paperwork when need be. Right. He elaborated then asked since he clearly recalled the Sandame almost constantly being neck deep in paperwork day in and day out. For a few moments, she could only stare at the blonde for a few moments before sputtering and almost shouting ah. Yes. Of course. You're absolutely right. Yes. The shadow clone jutsu is perfect for the handling of paperwork. The blonde could only stare at her oddly due to her reaction. Meanwhile she was making a mental note to treat him to something later for providing her an answer to dealing with all of her own paperwork and fan mail. You didn't think about using it in that manner, did you? He asked in suspicion, making her tense up a bit. She then cleared her and waved him off by stating as she cleared her hem. Now, I'm going to show you the needed hand sign. You just replicate it and try to cast the jutsu. Let's see how you do. I recommend starting with only one clone and working your way up from there to test your limits. He gave a quick gotcha as she demonstrated the needed hand sign to cast the technique. He took a deep breath to prepare himself, hoping for the best as he prepared to use the jutsu, while Asagi waited with almost bated breath, but felt strongly confident that he wouldn't have any trouble using it. Shadow clone jutsu. He called out, and in a cloud of smoke, a dozen perfect replicas of himself appeared. The Jinchuriki blinked his eyes, noting his obvious success, and then suddenly shouted, "Are you freaking kidding me? I wasted almost 3 years of my life over one clone jutsu, but can use a freaking cage level variation on my first try. Think of it as yet another sign of your potential and the fact that others overlooked said potential. Now then, what say we?" She was about to suggest heading home for the day and continuing tomorrow, but was interrupted by a squeaking sound, followed by a pair of flapping wings. The pair looked up and saw a large bat descending towards them, carrying an ornate black and golden envelope. The bat released it, allowing the envelope to land in Asagi's waiting palm. She took note of the wax seal placed up on it, sealing the envelope shut, and smirked a bit upon recognizing the symbol that depicted a crimson tower. She then flipped the letter over and smirked, noting who it was marked for. "Naruto-kun, it seems that a certain someone is sending you a special invitation," Asagi stated as she presented said invitation to her young partner with a flourish and a knowing smile. "A certain someone? Who? An invitation to what?" he asked, since it was clear that Asagi knew, but she said nothing and instead gently pushed the envelope into his dot. He shrugged and accepted it as he broke the wax seal and pulled the contents out, which revealed a letter written in dark red ink which read as follows. "The Naruto Uzumaki, partner of Asagi Ogawa, you are cordially invited to appear on my talk show Kiss and Tell tonight at 8 p.m. I very much look forward to meeting you and sharing your side of your very own story. My viewers are dying to meet you. Kisses from me to you, Aishwarya Lai." The blonde had to check the name at least 3 times, not even noticing the tick mark on the paper, as he was having difficulty processing who he had been invited by. The Aishwarya Lai. One of the most famous TV personalities and beloved talk show host. From what he recalled, Aishwarya initially started off by owning a chain of casinos that were scattered across the shinobi nations, then about a year ago, broke into television and became an almost overnight sensation. "I don't think you have much choice. You have to go," Asagi stated in a teasing manner, earning a rather dumbfounded expression from the Uzumaki, not entirely sure how to react. He was honestly feeling a little overwhelmed and intimidated, having a hard time comprehending that he had just been invited to appear on live TV. He suddenly started to feel a little bit faint. Asagi could sense his distress and approached him, taking his face into her hands and gently pressed her forehead against his. He felt a calming and relaxing sensation wash over him, as if his stress was being washed away, and then heard her gentle and reassuring voice speak softly to him. "Relax. You'll be fine. I'll be right there with you. Don't stress yourself out over this. Think of it as the chance to let people see the real you and share your own thoughts and feelings." He relaxed as he slowly pulled away, a huge grin on his face as he replied, "Thank you, Asagi. That helps. I guess I got a bit of stage fright before I even got on the stage, so to speak. I'm okay now, and I definitely don't want to miss out on this. I wonder what Aishwarya is like off camera." He asked the last part to himself in a rhetorical manner, though the almighty Taimanin answered him anyway. "Not so different from how she is on camera. I've made a number of appearances on her show and kinda became friends with her. She's a major flirt, but she's friendly and really good with her guests. I think you like her. I think you'll even have fun." Asagi spoke, earning a chuckle from the whiskered teen who was very much looking forward to this. What could possibly go wrong with his big TV debut? Later. Crimson Tower Production Studio. Is this necessary?" Naruto questioned as some makeup artists performed their own little bits of magic on him, while Asagi stood off to the side with an amused expression on her face. "Definitely. Can't have our star of the night looking anything less than perfect for his big appearance. Speaking of which, where is she?" A woman spoke, the tone clearly indicating that she was looking for the show's host, Aishwarya. As if on cue, the famous host herself appeared almost as if by magic, as she appeared from the shadows with a warm little smile on her face. She was a vision of beauty with purple hair, with her bang mostly covering her left eye. The one that could be seen was blue in color. She also has a jeweled headpiece, brown skin, and her attire consists of long-sleeved gloves, along with long high-heeled boots with gold lines underneath a red skirt, while she wears a black and violet strap jacket connected with a red collar attached to a gold chain. Her appearance made her look wise and exotic. There was no room for doubt that she could easily make any warm-blooded human being weak in the knees. "Hello everyone. Is everything ready for our special guest?" "Oh, there he is." Aishwarya spoke, her sultry and sensual voice instantly attracting the attention of the Jinchuriki and all others in the room. She approached him and immediately planted a kiss on each of his cheeks, followed by a third quick peck on his, making him blush a bit while the makeup artists began reapplying his makeup. Naruto, meet the big boss herself, Aishwarya Lai. She's very friendly as you can see. Asagi spoke as she personally introduced their host, who then approached the All Might Taimanin and performed the same greeting with the blunette. Oh, Asagi. Darling. Sweetheart. So good to see you again. The perplet spoke warmly and then turned her attention towards the blonde himself and spoke to him in a flirty manner. So you're Naruto, MMM. So nice to finally meet you. Thank you so much for coming, and on such short notice too. My, aren't you a handsome little devil? Ooh, I just love those whisker markings. They give you an almost wild appearance. He chuckled a little nervously and decided to redirect the subject a little. So, Aishwarya-san, why did you invite me to your show? He asked, since that question had been burning in his mind since he received her invitation. Please. Call me I-chan if you like. To answer your question, your big news. Honestly, I haven't lived in Konoha for very long, but ever since word spread about you partnering with Asagi, all I have heard is people griping and whining about you and wishing that she had paired with some. What was the name again? She asked the last part, directing the question towards one of the makeup artists who was putting the finishing touches on the young blonde. Ichiraku. Sasuke Ichiraku. A woman said, which prompted the dark-skinned beauty to snap her fingers and continue speaking. Ah. Right. That was the name. Some unimportant person. Right. Well, I don't know about this Daisuke Muchika fellow, but I know that I want to personally hear your story, Naruto-kun, and have you share your experiences. I want my audience to get to know you, the real you. Simple as that. Naruto slowly nodded, his face twisted and scrunched up as he tried to suppress a smile and a laugh at the fact that not only had the purple-haired woman labeled Sasuke as an unimportant person, but also got his name completely wrong too. Finally. It was nice to see someone else that didn't give a damn about the last loyal Ichiraku. He was about to ask Aishwarya about what to expect on the show and what kind of questions that she would ask him, but a staff member was whispering something in her ear, which caused the host to speak. Gotta go. I'll be seeing you on the stage, Naruto-kun. Just remember to stay loose, be honest and open, and break a leg. Not in a literal sense unless you come to blows. She then mimed a kiss to him and quickly departed with a light-hearted giggle. Wait, come to blows? With who? The Jinchuriki questioned as he processed her words. He then looked towards Asagi, who simply gave a shrug, but still had a reassuring look on her face, as if silently promising him that she would step in if anything went wrong. She then winked at him and said with a sly smile, welcome to the life of a celebrity. Sakura was sighed to herself as she sat alone at a bar, staring absently down the bottom of her glass. Since she abruptly left her home, she wandered around rather aimlessly with no real destination in mind, trying to find ways to distract herself as her nightmare kept on replaying in her head over and over again. She then decided to start drinking some booze to numb that dull ache in her and drown out her feelings. So far it wasn't working. Ugh, why do I feel this way about Naruto-kun? It isn't fair. I don't want to hurt him or my sister's feelings, but it still hurts for me. She grumbled as she took another drink. I love my sister very much, and I know she definitely has feelings for Naruto-kun. They click together really well, but is it wrong that I wish that Naruto-kun was mine? I want him, but I don't want to get between them. Why is it that the one person who could possibly be my first love has to be the only man that can't be mine? The woman lamented in her mind and knocked back yet another drink, her face reddening from the alcohol. Her musings and self-loathing were interrupted when a woman plopped herself down in the empty bar stool next to her and immediately ordered a bottle of some really strong booze. It seemed that the orange tea wasn't the only one having a rough time. Ugh. Why me? Why did I have to wait too long? Now he's gone. The newcomer muttered to herself rather glumly as she drank straight from the bottle and slumped forward against the bar. You having guy troubles too? The tomboy Taimanin asked, since misery loves company as the old saying goes. The woman nodded slowly and gulped down some more of her drink with a sigh and then looked over towards the younger Igawa's sister. Yeah, though it's my fault. Not his. See, there was this guy I liked. He was younger than me, but damn did he mean the world to me. I wanted to confess my feelings to him, but I kept putting off over some excuse. I kept telling myself things like now isn't the time or just a while longer. Then I waited too long and somebody else claimed him before I could. I mean, I'm happy he found someone, I just wish that it could have been me, you know. I got nobody to blame but myself. The stranger muttered before taking another drink with a sorrowful expression. I'm in a pretty similar situation myself. My sister recently brought a guy home with her and I think I'm falling hard for him. I really like him, but I'm afraid of hurting him or my sister, and now I'm the one that's hurting, on the inside. Last night, I had a nightmare where I tried to seduce him in my own sister's bed with her sleeping right there next to him, then she woke up and was staring at me, judging me. He's so kind, caring, funny and really cute. I know it sounds cliché, but it's true. I feel kind of guilty. Sakura mumbled with a frown, causing the other woman to laugh softly. That does sound cliché. But sometimes love doesn't make sense, right? I know it's probably stupid, but I really miss him and I just wish I could have at least kissed him. At any rate, maybe you need to have a sit down with your sister. Try and talk things through. If anything else you could clear the air. It'd be better than bottling things up and waiting till it's too late. Trust me. I waited too late and I regret it now. I just hope that he's happy. Name's Anko, by the way. Anko Midarashi. The now identified Anko spoke with a sad smile and extended a hand to the orange tea, who accepted and shook it gently. Sakura. Sakura Gawa. And yeah, I should probably talk to her. Thanks. Oh, and if you don't mind me asking, who was the lucky guy you had feelings for? She asked curiously, wanting to keep the conversation going and take her mind off her worries. Anko was silent for a moment as she pondered whether or not to tell the orange-haired woman about her crush, then it clicked in her mind just who she was talking to and asked, "Whoa, back up Agawa. Are you Asagi Agawa's younger sister? That Sakura Agawa?" "Yep. That's me. Why? You a fan or something?" Sakura asked and then noticed that her new associate had fallen strangely silent, prompting her to ask, "Is something wrong?" At her question, Anko seemed hesitant to speak further as her grip tightened around the bottle she was holding, her face and demeanor suddenly becoming hostile. "Yeah. You Taimanin. You guys pretty much get whatever you want at the snap of your fingers. You have it all. Money, fame, power, popularity. Hell, they're even making a damn video game about you people. If that weren't enough, you've got your pick of whoever you want to marry. Your life is so damn perfect. And what do us regular people get? We're the ones who work our asses off and have to settle for less because we don't have your abilities or money. Or we have to up to you because of all the special treatment you get, on the Hokage's orders no less. What is it about you guys that make you so special?" The woman growled out, her tone bitter and resentful. The orange tea blinked and was a little taken aback by her companion's sudden change in attitude and the rant directed at her, and raised her hands up in a placating manner. It wasn't uncommon for many shinobi to feel some sort of envy or jealousy towards the Taimanin, especially with the fact that the majority of women who join the organization have the pick of the litter when it comes to finding a man. Not to mention there was all the special privileges and luxuries they got simply because they were Taimanin. As popular and famous as they were, there were some that still resented them. "Hey now. I serve the village just the same as you. I was ready to lay down my life for the village when I volunteered for the Taimanin initiative. I didn't ask for special treatment for favors, it just came. Clearly you're upset, and wait, the guy you love did a Taimanin claim him? Is that why you're angry?" Sakura questioned at the end as she connected the dots. Still, it seemed a little strange that she suddenly lashed out like that, and only after she mentioned her name. "Why was that?" "Yes. Aang Taimanin. And I can't do shit about it." Anko spoke bitterly as she slammed some cash on the counter and then marched off, bottle in hand with some tears brimming in her eyes. "Oh." Sakura said simply as she watched the purple-haired woman go and felt her heart clench in sympathy. She could definitely relate to the woman's situation, having someone she liked being claimed by someone else. "Man, the world sure is a small place, huh? Guess I'm not the only one who has to deal with this crap," the Igawa girl thought sadly and sighed. After that encounter, the orange-haired Taimanin took another drink, now feeling more alone and more miserable. Still, she did bring up a point: maybe she should at least talk to her sister before she ended up crossing a line. Who knows? Maybe Asagi could help her sort out her feelings. Regardless, she couldn't hold it in for much longer. Her musings were broken when she looked up towards a nearby television and saw that her favorite talk show was on the air. The host was currently introducing this episode's special guest for the night. "Allow me to introduce Naruto Uzumaki," the host announced, prompting Sakura to do a spit take and stare in shock as the blonde teen was revealed to the studio audience. "Then Naruto-kun, what is he doing there?" she mentally cried out in surprise, quickly wiping her as she watched the program with great interest. She couldn't help but wonder how this was going to play out. Minutes earlier. Crimson Tower Studios. Naruto sighed to himself, inhaling deeply as he felt a pit in his stomach, feeling both excitement and anxiety as he stared across the stage. Once he was cued in, he'd make his entrance and take his seat next to the host Ashwarya. Still, he couldn't help but fidget nervously as he glanced at the live audience packed into the studio and the numerous cameras that would be broadcasting him across the entirety of Fire Country, maybe even beyond the borders of his own country. Asagi was kneeling in front of his, readjusting the tiny microphone that was clipped to the lapel of his suit. She had a kind and reassuring smile on her face as she whispered to him, "You'll be fine. Just focus on Aishwarya when you're on stage and pretend that nobody else is there. If things become too much for you, you can call me over and I'll pull the plug. I'll be right here for you the whole time like a guardian angel." He rapidly nodded, his nervousness lessened by her words as he felt a bit of comfort from the older Ogawa's sister. She was right. He needed to keep his focus on the job at hand. This was his first appearance on national TV and he needed to make a good impression. "Thanks Asagi. That really helps. I appreciate it." The blonde thanked, receiving a sweet smile in response. She then pulled him in for a hug, pressing his head against her generous bust. His hands instinctively wrapped around her waist as she gave him a quick peck on the dot. She then broke off the embrace just as some fanfare began playing when Aishwarya herself took to the stage, wiggling her fingers towards the cameras and blowing kisses towards the audience as she spoke. "Good evening all my lovely viewers. Who do you love and who loves you?" the dark-skinned woman asked as she put a hand to her ear. "Aishwarya." The audience shouted back, causing the talk show host to laugh and pose in a wry manner. "Yes. That's me, Aishwarya Lai, and tonight is a very special episode. We have a rather magnificent specimen of a guest that has graciously arrived on set. You may have heard of him in the news on TV or in the papers. He has recently partnered up with one of if not the most famous Taimanin to ever live. The living legend herself, Asagi Ogawa, the almighty Taimanin. Let's give a big hand for Naruto Uzumaki. Come on down." The host exclaimed with an exaggerated gesture as the blonde boy stepped onto the stage, waving nervously at the audience. The studio was filled with thunderous applause, whistles and catcalls from the crowd as the young Uzumaki walked on stage and made his way over to his seat and sat down, trying not to let his anxiety get the best of him. The host marched up to him and gave him a set of 3 kisses, one on each cheek, then a quick peck on his dot. It seemed like that was her preferred method of greeting people, definitely friendly. She then gave him a wink and sat down in the seat across from him in a smooth and elegant motion. "Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome to my show, Kiss and Tell. So lovely to have you here tonight." She greeted as she leaned forward slightly, making sure her were on full display. He blushed and chuckled nervously. Thank you ma'am. And, thanks for inviting me to be on your show. It's nice to meet you." He stammered a bit, but his nervousness began to fade somewhat as the dark-skinned woman gave him a warm and comforting smile, making it difficult for him to take his eyes off of her. "You're quite welcome. I'm happy to have you here. First, feel free to call me I-chan. Second, I have so many questions for you. Let's start with an obvious one. How did it feel when Asagi made the oath of marriage to you?" she asked with a little twinkle in her eye. He laughed softly and replied while scratching his cheek. "At first, I kept asking myself if it was all some kind of a dream. I never would have imagined in a million years getting picked as someone as famous as Asagi, who is beautiful on the inside as she is on the out. She immediately welcomed me into her home, cooked dinner for me, cuddled with me, sang a song for me, bought me all the gear and equipment I wanted and needed, and earlier today we began our training together. Her teaching was easy to understand and follow as she trained me. Overall, she is a truly amazing person and I have never been happier. I am both glad and honored beyond words that she chose me." Oh, I guess I rambled on a bit there. He spoke a little nervously at the end, realizing he had been jabbering a bit. His words earned a mix of laughter and oohs and ahs from the audience. A camera then panned over towards Asagi herself, who was using both hands to hide the blush on her cheeks, a tender smile on her face because of his heartfelt words. Wow. An unexpected and romantic love mixed with some rags to riches. Sounds like the makings of a good story. I am very happy for you both. Now, Naruto-kun, I want to ask you, you were something of a troublemaker back at the academy, yes? Your pranks were quite infamous. What motivated you to perform these pranks? The host questioned him, leaning forward with an eager grin on her face. Naruto paused briefly and the back of his head. He should have figured a question like that would crop up. He then took a deep breath before he answered. Growing up, I was pretty lonely. A lot of people opted to ignore my presence and act as if I didn't exist. Like I was some kind of ghost. So, I started performing pranks. The bigger and more insane, the more attention I got. I guess I kind of fed on the attention, even if I got in trouble for it. I guess, in my mind, it was better for people to scold me for my mischief than be ignored entirely. Aishwarya slowly nodded her head and spoke. From the sounds of it, your pranks weren't just a cry for attention, they were practically a cry for help. You were trying to reach out in the only way you knew how. I don't think you're a bad kid, you're just misunderstood. I think people will have a lot more sympathy for you once word of this gets out. At the last part, she pointed towards the cameras for emphasis with a little smile and a wink. Next, I want to invite a guest here to share a few words and her own experiences with you. The dark-skinned woman stated and then clapped her hands twice before announcing, here comes our next guest. Ino Yamanaka. The fabulous heiress to the Yamanaka clan. A series of applause broke out as Naruto stared wide-eyed when his classmate Ino appeared on stage, dressed to the nines like some sort of beauty queen, while waving towards the crowd and cameras. He chuckled as he got up from his seat and warmly greeted his fellow blonde, but much to his surprise, Ino wrapped him in a hug which he returned, and then the two sat down together on the same couch. "Welcome to my show, Ino-chan." Aishwarya spoke and was met with a polite nod. "Thank you, Aishwarya. It's to be here." The blue-eyed girl spoke and then turned to look at Naruto, a smile on her face. The young heiress then giggled and added, "I cannot believe that I'm on TV. Hey. Haruno. Try and top this." She called out with a playful smirk, causing a few people to chuckle. Meanwhile, a certain pink-haired fangirl was stewing jealously in her bedroom upon hearing this. "So Ino, tell us about your time with Naruto. What you think of him?" Aishwarya requested with a serene smile as she lazily twirled a lock of her hair. "Naruto is quite a character, but he's ultimately a good person. One thing that I always liked about him is that he treats everyone equally. Doesn't matter if you're a clan heir or not. To him, people are just people. As an heiress, it can sometimes be hard to make friends, since they may only want to befriend me because of my status. Not Naruto. Since he left my class, things have gotten almost unbearably quiet. One could always count on him to liven things up. More importantly though, after hearing what he said just now about being alone, it makes me realize that I could have been a better friend. I was so focused on trying to impress Sasuke that I ended up neglecting a friend. How stupid is that? Pursuing a boy that couldn't care less about me or my existence while ignoring a true and loyal friend who was practically screaming for help. The signs and red flags were all there, but me and everyone else just ignored it. I guess what I really want to say is that I'm sorry, Naruto. For everything. No one deserves to be treated like that." Ino spoke, finally finishing her spiel. The audience was silent, and a few members of the audience looked at one another before looking back at the screen with sympathy in their eyes. It was clear that her words had a profound impact on them. After a few seconds, one person started clapping, then another, and another until the whole room was clapping and giving a standing ovation. Ino blinked, looking a bit taken aback, but smiled and waved her hand, and then hugged Naruto once again as he spoke to her. "Thank you, Ino. It means a lot to hear you say that. Maybe we could hang out sometime." At his question, she smiled even wider and nodded in agreement. Aishwarya had her hand covering her eyes shimmering and even some tears forming, touched by the display. She wiped her tears away with a lone finger and said, "I'm afraid that is all the time we have for you, Ino-san. Thank you for being here and joining us tonight." The Yamanaka heiress nodded and then stood up and headed backstage, waving at the audience once again and waved goodbye to her former classmate before departing. Aishwarya then cleared her and addressed the audience. "That was a wonderful moment. Touching. Truly touching." The lights overhead suddenly turned crimson in color, while the theme music of a certain famous killer shark began playing as Aishwarya covered her in mock horror. "Oh dear. It seems our next guest has arrived. He needs no introduction. He has been featured on the news every night since he snapped on a live broadcast. He is currently under heavy investigation by the Hokage himself. Additionally, in a recent poll he has been voted as most despicable person in Konoha. For those of you who don't know who this is, it is Naruto's former school teacher, Ichiraku Yamino." Upon her announcement, a series of boos and jeers echoed as the scarred Chunin himself appeared on stage, wearing his usual outfit minus the flak jacket and headband. There were signs of stubble on his face, and it seemed he had been neglecting his personal hygiene of late. The disgraced teacher put on a fake smile as he waved at the audience, trying to put on a friendly and brotherly type of demeanor which nobody seemed to be buying. "I didn't know there was a poll for that," the whiskered teen thought as he glowered at his former teacher. He definitely wasn't happy about seeing the man again, but if he kept his cool, it would certainly be possible to humiliate the man on live television. Thank you. Ichiraku said in a tone of voice that sounded like he was talking to children instead of adults. He then sat down and then addressed the young Uzumaki. "How are you doing, Naruto?" "A lot better since leaving your class." The whiskered teen answered bluntly, desperately wishing he could punch that stupid grin into the back of Ichiraku's and make him choke on it. Kami, he hated that fake smile. "Let me see if I understand this correctly," Aishwarya spoke and then paused as she held up some cards, which likely had some notes or talking points for her to use as she continued. Naruto Uzumaki was in Ichiraku's class for nearly 3 years. On 2 occasions, Naruto failed the graduation exam due to him being unable to perform the basic clone jutsu. Naruto claims that it is because Ichiraku was a bad teacher, though the teacher himself claims otherwise. Does that about sum it up? Ichiraku was quick to reply, still trying to maintain that facade of his. "Yes, and I still stand by the claim that I am an excellent teacher. I have been a long-time teacher at the academy, my track record speaks for itself. Naruto's grades will certainly speak for him as well, I'm afraid." Naruto narrowed his eyes, his forming into a thin line as his former teacher insulted him. That's where you're wrong. My grades speak nothing about my actual abilities. All that tells us is that I'm an academic failure. I'll admit that I'm not much good at stuff like math and the like, but last I checked, stuff like that won't do much good in a life or death fight. Now then, I think it's time I called you out on your bullshit, Iruka. How about you help me demonstrate the so-called taijutsu stance you taught me during my tenure at the academy? The Chunin scoffed, crossing his arms, his tone exasperated as he spoke, and what would the point of that be? What will this prove exactly? That I'm a bad teacher or a liar? Both. Now quit stalling. Come on. Show everyone what you taught me. Or you can go ahead and admit what you really are by refusing. The whiskered teen challenged with a cocky grin. Aishwarya watched with interest, curious to see how things would play out. Iruka sneered and rolled his eyes as he muttered, fine, have it your way. As he assisted the blonde into a rather awkward stance. Naruto had his fists raised and his feet were spread apart, but it was clearly not a very good stance, but a rather amateurish one. The Chunin then turned his head to look at the camera. See? He's clearly got no clue how to use this stance. He spoke arrogantly as he patted the blonde on the shoulder and stood aside. Many members of the audience were staring at the Chunin with a judging look, most of them weren't trained in combat, but even they could see that stance was no good. Here is the stance Asagi taught me. Naruto stated as he demonstrated the stance that his partner showed him mere hours ago. He had one foot in front of the other and was crouching low, his fists raised and ready. It was clear that this was a much more effective and proper stance. Aishwarya and the rest of the studio audience gave a new sound as the host spoke. My, what a difference. Almost like night and day. At that, the whiskered teen nodded and then began his next demonstration. This is the basic academy clone jutsu. The Jinchuriki spoke and then cast the technique, creating a sickly and pathetic-looking replica of himself, and then he continued. Next is the shadow clone jutsu. Upon stating this, he cast the second technique and easily created a dozen perfect duplicates of himself. Iruka sputtered for a second, looking nervously towards the audience and the form of Asagi, who was offstage before sputtering. What does that prove? You honestly expect an academy teacher to have access to a forbidden technique like that? At the disgraced teacher's question, the blonde shook his head as he replied, of course not, but that isn't the point I'm trying to make. The point is that I spent almost 3 years trapped in your class and learned nothing. Whereas I trained with Asagi just a few hours today and already made a lot of progress. Sometimes there are bad students and there are bad teachers. You, Iruka, are the worst teacher. I want to know why. What did I ever do to you personally that was so awful and so horrible that you would go out of your way to sabotage my education? To brand me as the dead last? To constantly pair me up against Sasuke every single day? What do you have to say for yourself? Naruto yelled angrily as his clones dispersed. Iruka looked around him, his eyes wide in fear as he realized he had been backed into a corner, unable to answer his former students' questions. The scarred Chunin then stood up and shouted, this is all a bunch of lies and slander. None of this is true, and I will not stand here and take these kinds of accusations. So, you're just going to walk away from this without offering a single word in your defense? That's rather cowardly, wouldn't you agree? The host questioned, her eyes narrowing dangerously. It seemed that whenever he was challenged or backed into a corner, he would lash out like a wild animal and attack anyone and anything around him. Pathetic to say the least. I did not come here to defend myself. I came here to tell my side of the story. And it is a truthful story. The scarred Chunin argued, his voice rising in anger. Truthful, eh? Then explain why you went so far out of your way to try and keep me away from Naruto and discourage me from partnering with him. Asagi asked as she marched out on the stage, her hand upon her blade and a scowl on her face, ready to leap to the Uzumaki's defense in case Iruka got any ideas. Because the boy is a walking disaster waiting to happen. He will only serve to drag you down and cause nothing but trouble. Trust me. The boy is a lost cause, and the sooner you abandon him, the better. Iruka snarled out as the audience began booing at him. Seriously? What the hell is your problem? What did I ever do to you to make you hate me so much? What did I do that would make you want to sabotage my education? The whiskered teen demanded as he rose from his seat. I will not say. The Chunin hissed out, desperately wanting to say why he hated the whiskered teen, but unfortunately for him, any mentioning of the Kyuubi was expressly forbidden. I'm afraid this is all the time we have for you, Iruka-san. You have been a real delight. Truly a breath of fresh air. Goodbye. Aishwarya declared sarcastically with a sweet yet poisonous smile on her face. The scarred teacher looked like he wanted to protest but was forced to leave the stage due to being escorted out by a pair of security guards. Thank Kami, that's over. What a bastard. Asagi groaned as she and Naruto sat back down on the couch together, both of them glad that the scarred man was gone now. Hopefully this broadcast would further expose him for what he truly was to everyone that was watching. Agreed. He was the worst teacher ever. Naruto muttered, still a bit steamed over the encounter. Aishwarya chuckled as she reclined back in her seat and spoke. Now then, we have just enough time for one more guest, so let's welcome. The dark-skinned woman was cut off by the sounds of a gunshot and the sounds of screaming as Ichiraku stumbled back on stage, clutching at a wound on his stomach as he fell forward. A woman then appeared on stage. It was a woman with purple hair, wearing a black tank top that leaves her stomach exposed, very short cut-off jeans that were left unbuttoned, that were only held up by a military webbing belt, a pair military jungle boots without socks, and a pair of black fingerless gloves in a cross-draw holster. She also had some sort of tribal tattoo on her shoulder. She was holding a Beretta pistol in one hand and a bottle of some sort of alcoholic beverage in the other, and she looked royally ticked off. Who's that? She looks very, very angry and most definitely drunk. Not a good combination. Naruto asked while the almighty Taimanin stepped between him and the newcomer, ready to protect him and everyone else in case the new woman became a threat. The duo then took notice that the new woman was almost laser-focused on the dark-skinned host who was holding up her hands in surrender, though strangely, she didn't seem at all threatened as she had a calming smile on her face. You bitch. You ain't cancelled on me. You know what a pain in the ass this is. I'm not some animal you can yank around at a dog and pony shit show. The angry woman snarled while pressing the barrel of her weapon directly against Aishwarya's temple. Cancel? Nothing was cancelled. Your appearance was rescheduled. Big difference, my dear. The purple-haired host spoke soothingly, still maintaining a calm appearance and making a gesture that seemed to translate as keep rolling to the cameras. Revi. Stand down. You were given a second chance, don't throw it away. I'll overlook you shooting Ichiraku, but if you cause further harm I'll be forced to intervene. Asagi spoke in a warning tone while the now-named Revi took a swig of booze and glared at the almighty Taimanin and spit back defiantly. Back off, Queen Bee. And what the is an Ichiraku? I only shot some whiny-ass little bitch. Both Naruto and Asagi glanced behind her, taking note that the aforementioned Ichiraku was currently bleeding all over the stage while twitching. Ignoring him, the blonde asked, can someone please tell me what's going on? What's this Revi woman's problem? Who is she anyway? The one to answer his questions was the gunslinger herself, who replied, the name's Revi, you little shit. I was a smuggler not so long ago, got pinched and put in the clink for shooting some people after a job went horribly wrong. After a while, some big shots started rounding up inmates with combat capabilities and experience, myself included. We were given the choice of signing up with this Taimanin shit and earning a get out of jail card along with some other swanky bonuses. I wasn't about to rot in a cell, so I jumped aboard. What they didn't tell me was that I was gonna be strut around like some pansy ass poodle. I only agreed to this shit to get those assholes off my back, and what does this little princess do? Cancels on me. Rescheduled. Aishwarya corrected and Revi growled in response, shut the up. If you let me explain, you'll find out that this whole misunderstanding was caused by a miscommunication. The host explained calmly. Meanwhile, in the background the audience members seemed rooted in their seats, unable to decide whether to bolt out the doors or watch and see how the situation plays out. Not another word. Revi muttered bitterly. Off to the side, Naruto was pursing his as the situation only intensified, knowing that it was only a matter of time before everything spiraled out of control. He then stepped forward and stated the first thing that came to mind, you're not really angry at Aishwarya, are you? At his words, the gunslinger rounded on him and growled, what was that shit stain? She pointed her weapon at him, which caused Asagi to tense up, almost ready to pounce upon the tattooed woman, but was stopped when the blonde put a hand on his partner's shoulder to stop her. You're angry because you feel like you've been lied to. Like you've been tricked. Right. He guessed, and when he saw the way Revi's eyes narrowed and her teeth grit, he knew he was right. How would you know? She questioned, not bothering to deny his claims. Easy, been lied to a lot by people over the years. Though for you, I think it's more than that. Isn't it? I think the real reason you're so angry is because that you're lonely. The whiskered teen spoke, and this time his words struck a chord. Shut the up. Who are you to talk, huh? Don't you dare tell me how I feel, asshole. Revi roared and fired her weapon, the bullet striking the floor next to his feet and making him flinch, though not out of fear, but instead, annoyance. You get angry when people try to empathize with you as well or try to connect with you. Like you're afraid of letting people in. Is that because you're afraid of being betrayed? Being hurt? Did someone betray or hurt you in the past? Naruto continued on, his voice becoming more stern as he took a step towards Revi. Shut up. Don't talk like you know me. You don't know shit, brat. Revi shouted and fired 2 more shots. Both rounds were fired into the ground. I know how it feels to be alone. I almost reached a point that I was ready and willing to accept anyone that gave me even so much as the slightest bit of attention. You push people away because you're scared of getting hurt or betrayed. When people try to befriend or care for you, you end up hurting them, and that just makes you angrier. More specifically, you get angrier at yourself. Is that right? Tell me, why are you so angry? He questioned, and the gunwoman responded with a loud scream of anger and fury. Bing, shut up. You wanna know why I'm so angry? I'm angry because I feel empty inside. I feel empty inside because I'm angry. I'm angry because I can't understand what I'm feeling. Because I'm angry at everything around me. Because I don't know who or what to direct it at. I already killed my asshole of a father and the Ingwit cop that raped me. I have nothing. Revi spoke the last part almost brokenly as she lowered her pistol. Perhaps it was the booze, maybe it was the Jinchuriki's words, maybe it was the raging storm of her own emotions, or a mix of these things. Regardless, something in her cracked. Naruto nodded solemnly, understanding her pain and anger. In his head, he knew she was dangerous, but also understood that she needed help. She was suffering and hurting inside. He then stepped forward and gently removed the weapon from her hand and placed it on a nearby table. He then pulled her into an embrace. I kinda know how you feel in some ways, maybe not in the exact same way, but still probably better than most people. Revi's eyes widened for a brief moment before she allowed herself to awkwardly return the embrace, allowing the whiskered teen to hold her, not remembering the last time someone had gotten this close to her. She was about to break the hug when he spoke again. It's okay, you can cry if you need to. She then froze, looking him in the eye. His eyes were blue, kind, and filled with an understanding and warmth that no one had ever shown her. No pity, no scorn, no contempt. Just compassion and a desire to help her. She sniffled a bit and held back her tears and slowly sank to the floor, leaning her head on the whiskered blondes and allowing him to wrap his arms around her. Asagi had remained silent throughout the whole ordeal. She honestly had no idea what to make of the scene. She could have easily taken the woman down, but decided against it and remained quiet. Instead, she chose to watch. Something told her that this was not a situation where her blades were required. This was a matter that should be handled gently, and Naruto had everything under control. The rest of the audience stared on in shock and surprise at the scene unfolding before them. No one, not a single soul, had expected something like this to happen. Most were speechless. Some people in the crowd had tears in their eyes. Revi sniffled a bit and broke the hug before looking Naruto in the eyes once more and stating matter-of-factly, "You're a real piece of work. Don't think I got your name. My name's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki." The whiskered blonde replied, earning a small smirk from the purple-haired gunslinger. "Well, thanks Naruto. You've got balls. Back home, people usually kept their distance from me, especially when I had a gun in my hand. You didn't so much as flinch. Hell, you were willing to get up in my grill. I'll give you points for that." Revi spoke and gave the teen a genuine smile before her attention was turned towards the dark-skinned host. "What the hell are you looking at?" she questioned, causing the host to shrug and reply, "Nothing, you're just quite a beautiful young woman. A very lovely lady." The tattooed gunslinger stared at the woman with a look of skepticism and then flipped off the dark-skinned woman while muttering, "Screw you, I'm going home. Need to think about some shit. Yo, Naruto, I'll be seeing you around, K." Naruto smiled and nodded his head as the purple-haired woman exited the studio, and once she was gone, the Jinchuriki turned his attention towards the host who was smiling brightly at him. Now that was quite an unexpected development, wouldn't you agree, ladies and gentlemen? The host questioned, getting nods from the audience. "Help. Still bleeding here." Ichiraku weakly called out as he tried to get someone's attention. "Oh right. I forgot about you," Aishwarya said dismissively before she snapped her fingers, causing some paramedics to appear from off stage and commanded, "Would someone get him to a hospital and have him taken care of? He's bleeding all over my stage." The paramedics did as instructed and removed the injured Chunin from the studio, while the host turned her attention towards Naruto and stated, that was quite an unexpected development. Despite what transpired, you bravely stepped forward and were able to defuse a very tense situation. My hero." The dark-skinned woman then leaned forward and kissed the blonde on the cheek, which made him blush profusely. "Unfortunately, due to that unexpected interruption, our final guest appearance will have to be cancelled. Apologies for the inconvenience, however we will have a new special tomorrow evening and will be featuring a new special guest," the host announced, and the audience cheered in agreement, all of them wanting to get home after that unexpected turn of events. She was about to close the show when suddenly a familiar figure rushed onto the stage. "What do you mean my appearance is cancelled?" a male voice yelled out, the owner being none other than Sasuke Uchiha, who had a bandage across his nose after his last encounter with the Uzumaki. "Kami, not this guy again," Naruto muttered as he face-palmed, wondering why in Kami's name, that Sasuke of all people, had to be invited here. Who is this angry child and why is he on my stage? I certainly didn't approve of this," Aishwarya stated as she scowled a bit and began rifling through her notes and cards. A stagehand then rushed next to her and whispered something in her ear, prompting the host to speak out, "That's Sasuke Uchiha." From the way people talked about him, I was expecting some sort of godly Adonis, not some little emo boy. Boring. Get this unimportant side character off my stage. Unimportant? Do you have any idea who I am? The Uchiha shouted angrily at being so readily dismissed. I haven't the slightest idea, gazpacho. She replied, while in the background both Naruto and Asagi were barely holding in their laughter, since not only had the show host immediately disregarded the Uchiha, but also got his name wrong after already hearing it. Who are you talking about? That's not my name. It's Asuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke shouted angrily while Asagi and Naruto were doing their best to keep a straight face, though Asagi was starting to have trouble holding it together and was trying not to laugh, which was something she'd never thought she'd be doing. Is that supposed to mean something to me, Karu Kachika? The purple-haired host asked with a blank face. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? Are you messing with me? The raven-haired teen growled out, feeling greatly insulted by her antics and attitude. Why would I do that? I literally have no idea who you are. The dark-skinned woman spoke with a shrug. This can't be happening. How does this not ring a bell? You know what, I'm tired of playing this game. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, heir of the Uchiha clan. He shouted and everyone went silent. Nope. Doesn't ring a bell. I guess your clan isn't all that important. Sorry, Mamadou Uchiha. Ashwarya spoke and then snapped her fingers, which prompted security to begin dragging the Uchiha off the stage, much to both Naruto and Asagi's amusement. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen anyone screw with Sasuke like that. Really irked him that you pretended to not know his name. The Jinchuriki noted with a chuckle, his words earning a raised eyebrow from the dark-skinned host. Pretended? My dear, I honestly don't know his name. The woman clarified and Naruto's jaw dropped and exclaimed, but then why did you? Keep making up names. The purple-haired beauty finished the blonde sentence before answering his question, no particular reason at all. Just found it funny. At that, the Uzumaki face vaulted. Once he got up from the floor, he couldn't help but laugh a bit. With that said and done and his time on the show finished, he and Asagi decided to head home for the evening. Meanwhile, Hokage office. Stupid Iruka. Couldn't keep your damn shut, could you? A certain silver-haired Chunin muttered as he turned the dial on the safe, trying to get it open so that he may steal the forbidden scroll. He had originally intended to use a certain brat as a scapegoat for the theft, but not only had he been taken by that damn Taimanin, but Iruka's idiotic antics had also landed him in hot water as well. Both of these factors had forced him to accelerate his plans before it was too late. If his connection to Orochimaru was discovered, he'd be trialed, court-martialed and executed. After a few more moments, he managed to get the safe open and reach inside, procuring his prize. He then heard a giggling noise behind him, prompting him to slowly turn around his hand, reaching towards the giant shuriken strapped to his back as he saw a girl with pink hair casually sitting on the desk. Ooh, what you got there? That's something nice. The girl asked with a gleeful smile. Izuki couldn't allow for any witnesses to identify him and lunged towards the girl, her eyes now glowing a deep crimson color as she spoke. Oh. You wanna play with Feely? Then, in a flash, the sounds of flesh tearing and blood splattering was heard as his head was sliced clean off his body and rolled to the floor, while the girl giggled manically as the body fell. Oops. I broke it already. Too weak. The girl muttered with a whimsical sigh as she began poking around in the open safe, ignoring the forbidden scroll. Trash. 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 Smutty trash. More trash. Ooh. What's this? She asked herself as she pulled out a folder that was marked Uzumaki Namikaze. She flipped it open and began reading the contents. As she skimmed over the words, she smiled all the brighter and spoke to herself. Huh. Interesting. Some pretty interesting stuff in here. Might be useful later. She then looked towards the last part of the folder, which had the picture of a certain whiskered teen. He's cute. I wonder if he might want to play with Feely. Feely has been so bored lately. She giggled to herself again and then peered once more into the safe until she found what she was looking for, a file titled Edwin Black. Just what she needed. She grinned almost maniacally to herself as she struck a match and dropped it on a stack of papers that were conveniently sitting on the desk. Oopsies. Accidentally burned all the boring paperwork. What a shame. She muttered with a giggle, not even caring that the fire would spread to the rest of the room, nor that the body of the head and body of the silver-haired Chunin would be incinerated along with the office. She then quickly fled from the room, not wanting to get caught by the guards or any patrolling jonin. Ah, now then, where were we? The pink-haired girl asked herself as she skipped away merrily while humming a tune to herself, the folder and file under her arm, completely ignoring the growing sound of flames and alarms in the distance. Things are gonna get really interesting soon. Deely is looking forward to playing LOTS, she sang to herself as she disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving no trace of her existence. A sinister giggling filling the air as the Hokage office was rapidly consumed in the growing flames. Are all talk shows as chaotic as that? Naruto asked as he and Asagi walked home. He had to admit, it was definitely strange to have appeared on TV like that, but it also felt pretty good to let out his emotions like that too and perhaps get a little closure. Definitely felt nice to put Ichiraku in his place. Depends. Some can be more messy than others. The almighty Taimanin replied with a small giggle, with the Uzumaki joining in her almost infectious laughter. They paused as they saw a light in the distance, shining like a beacon as smoke rose up into the sky. "Wait a second, is the Hokage tower on fire?" the whiskered teen asked as he squinted his eyes slightly. Asagi blinked, her smile disappearing as she looked towards the orange glow of the building. "I think you're right," she muttered before drawing her katana and then spoke to her partner Naruto. "Run straight home. Don't stop for anything. I'm going to check out the situation." She turned away from him before he could reply, rushing off towards the burning building. Initially he wanted to protest, but ultimately decided to obey her instructions and began making his way home to the Ogawa residence. Asagi hurried on and within moments she arrived at her destination. She saw teams of chunin were already surrounding the inferno and began casting water jutsu to snuff out the flames. She saw the Hokage also lending his assistance as he was casting his own jutsu, and within moments the flames died down beneath the torrent of water. As the fire died down and the smoke cleared, the almighty Taimanin saw that the tower had taken a lot of damage, but it wasn't beyond repair. She looked around, seeing the Hokage talking with the various teams of chunin, no doubt ordering them about to assess the damage, determine the point of origin if possible, and so on. She approached the Sandaime to ask him what had happened, but when he turned to her, there was anger in his eyes as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Asagi. How convenient that a fire starts at the Hokage tower after confronting me not so long ago." He spoke with a sneer. "I assure you, it is only a coincidence. Up until a few minutes ago, I was in attendance with Naruto at the talk show Kiss and Tell. Plenty of witnesses to prove it, both in the live audience and abroad." Asagi replied with a small frown, not liking how the Sandaime had accused her so readily. "Even if that is true, perhaps you ordered one of your fellow Taimanin to do the deed." The Hokage theorized, earning a roll of the eyes from the almighty Taimanin. "I did no such thing. Have a Yamanaka scan my memories if you don't believe me, but it'll be a waste of time. Even if I were guilty, and this is not an admission, you had better have proper evidence to back it up." She spoke with hostility as she and Hiruzen glared at one another. Before they could continue their conversation, a certain cat-masked Anbu appeared and spoke. "Hokage-sama, we have conducted a brief investigation and discovered the burnt remains of a body within what was left of your office. The body had been beheaded. It seems that your safe had been opened prior to the fire, and the contents have either been stolen or destroyed. Most unfortunately, it would seem that the forbidden scroll was left behind to burn in the blaze. From the sounds of it, a robbery had definitely taken place there and someone had been murdered. A betrayed accomplice. A silenced witness. What was the intent of this event? Sabotage? Robbery? Both. The Forbidden Scroll was a virtually priceless and irreplaceable artifact of Konoha that contained numerous jutsu created and recorded by all of the Hokages. It seemed strange for the arsonist to leave such a thing behind to be burned. There were more than a few ninja out there in the world that would happily pay a king's ransom for such a thing. Thank you for the report. Tell no one about this. You may go." Hiruzen dismissed the cat-mask Anbu, who disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Asagi adopted a thinking pose and then spoke up in a more professional tone. "This could be a threat to the village. Perhaps I should." She was then cut off by the Sandaime, who raised his hand with a deep frown on his face. "I think you have already done enough. I shall handle this investigation personally." He spoke with an edge to his voice. He was effectively shutting her out of the investigation. Did he still seriously think she was somehow involved in this? Or was he just being obstinate because of their previous conversation? If that is what you wish. The almighty Taimanin spoke coolly and curtly before turning away and walking off, deciding not to give the Sandaime the satisfaction of a reaction, but she wasn't about to leave without giving a final word. "Be very careful of how you treat your allies Hiruzen Sarutobi. They may not be so friendly to you or accommodating if you treat them poorly." Hiruzen said nothing, but his frown did grow a little deeper, a little more troubled as the brunette departed. She had given him fair warning once before about keeping control of his people. This time he had ostracized her, undoubtedly out of anger for both the fire and their prior meeting. He had best be careful, even Asagi's patience had limitations. With Naruto. The Uzumaki sighed to himself as he made his way towards the Taimanin district, occasionally casting glances towards the burnt Hokage tower. He couldn't help but wonder what had started the fire, but he was certain that Asagi would fill him in on all of the important details. As he walked through the empty streets, he felt a presence. He wasn't sure about the point of origin, but someone was definitely watching him as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He then heard a creepy giggle behind him. He spun around, ready to fight whoever had snuck up on him, but saw nothing. "Hello." "Is anyone there?" He called out, feeling more than a little nervous. His response came in the form of yet another giggle. Over Hire, the voice taunted him. It sounded young and high-pitched, feminine even. He slowly turned around and came face to face with a pair of red eyes that seemed to stare straight through him, the pupils a thin slit like a cat. He found himself staring at a girl with long pink hair, her eyes boring into his. She wore a white dress with cuffs attached to her wrists and ankles. She also had pointed ears as well. "Here's Felicia," she greeted and gave him a wink as she playfully seemed to glide around him. "Felicia?" he parroted, not recognizing the girl at all. There was something definitely off about her. Beneath that childish persona and energy she was giving off, he felt a deep blood. Yes. Yes. That is me. Feli. Do you want to play with me? She asked with a grin. The air suddenly became colder and more oppressive as the atmosphere grew thicker with blood. Her expression grew darker and more intense as her eyes focused on the blonde, a hungry look on her face. Naruto took a step back and then another. His instincts were telling him to run. Felicia took a step forward, her gaze never wavering from him as she advanced. Naruto took another step back as he replied, "Sorry, but I need to be heading home." He spoke as he carefully tried to step around her, only for her to block his path. "What? That's no fun. Feli wants to play. I wanna play with you, Naruto Uzumaki." The girl pouted and gave him a hurt look before her eyes became dark and her curled into a sadistic smirk. "How do you know my name?" he asked, wondering if perhaps she saw him in the papers or most recently during his appearance on Ashwarya's show or perhaps in the news. She puffed out her cheeks and began to shed crocodile tears while whining, "Wah. Naruto doesn't want to play with Feli. What is Feli doing wrong?" she asked herself, ignoring his question, her demeanor suddenly shifting once again to a more playful one as she continued to spoke. "Oh. Idea. Feli had a good idea. Feli knows how to make friends with Naruto. Presents. Yes. Presents. Feli is so smart. Now what can Feli give to Naruto-kun?" she asked herself as she surreptitiously held a certain file marked Uzumaki Namikaze behind her back which went unnoticed by the Jinchuriki. She thought to herself for a few moments before letting out a sly grin and then spoke gleefully, "Feli knows Feli will offer Naruto-kun the gift of death." At this, the blonde immediately took a defensive posture, ready to defend himself by whatever means necessary, until he saw the pinkette raise 3 fingers as she continued speaking, "Naruto-kun must give Feli 3 names. Then Feli will unalive whomever that Naruto-kun has named." Naruto was stunned for a few moments as his brain struggled to comprehend the situation and the terms the strange girl had laid down. 3 names. He parroted, a look of disbelief on his face, and then asked, "Wait, unalive? You mean kill?" He had a bad feeling about this, especially as he felt the air grow heavy with the girl's killing intent. "That is what Feli said." She confirmed cheerily with a nod, a look of childish innocence plastered across her features as she added, "Offer Feli 3 names, and Feli will end them for Naruto-kun. No matter the time, place, or person. I can name someone, anyone, and you'd kill them. Even if I were to name a cage-level person?" he asked in a skeptical tone, thinking that the pinkette would have some limits, after all this was a bit too good to be true. Felicia nodded her head eagerly as she grinned and answered, "Of course. Anyone." "What if I don't have anyone to name?" he asked since there were mainly a few annoyances in his life, but he couldn't think of anyone that truly represented a threat to him. Not with Asagi's protection and influence. She scoffed slightly, a sadistic grin on her face as she replied, "Nonsense. Sooner or later, you'll have the name of someone you want dead. So long as there are people in the world, someone is gonna want someone dead." She giggled darkly as she continued, "So just say the name, and Feli will end them. You won't even have to get your hands dirty." "And why would you offer me this gift?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering just who this girl was. He wanted to ask her, but he doubted that she would answer him. Feli hates being bored. That crusty old man keeps giving Feli boring jobs. Maybe you'll be more fun. She spoke while licking her in a sensual manner. She leaned forward, her expression turning into one of hunger as she asked, "So, Naruto-kun, are you going to give Feli 3 names? Yes. Or no? Who's this old man you're working for? The Sandame, someone else?" he asked her, his question making the pinkette frown slightly and then lightly bop herself on the side of the head while sticking her tongue out. "Whoopsies, Feli said too much. Stupid Feli ma. If you don't have names to give, then Feli has no more business here. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Feli thinks that the next time we meet, you'll have at least 1 name to offer. Bye-bye." She spoke in a sing-song voice as she vanished in a puff of smoke. "Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Don't just disappear on me like that," the blonde called out, looking around to see if the mysterious girl was hiding. He felt a shiver run down his spine and felt like something was wrong, as though he was being watched again. He turned around and came face to face with a grinning Felicia who was now right behind him, their noses nearly touching. "Oh," she said with a grin and then suddenly winked out of existence before he could even fully register what had happened. He stared at the space she had been a moment ago and then began muttering to himself, "Okay, that was weird." He glanced around but felt no signs of her presence. It seemed that she was gone now. He shuddered a bit and continued on home at a much more rapid pace, all the while he found himself repeatedly glancing over his shoulder. But Felicia. The pin cat appeared in a darkened alleyway, giggling to herself as she merrily skipped along while humming a tune to herself. "You're late." A gruff voice cut through the darkness as the form of Danzo stepped out of the shadows, his lone eye narrowed in visible annoyance as he then added, "Was burning the Hokage Tower truly necessary? You are attracting too much unwanted attention." The crimson-eyed girl rocked back and forth on her heels a few times, a mirthful smirk on her face as she replied, "Sorry, sorry." Feely had to cover her tracks. Someone else was there poking around through the safe. Some silver-haired guy with an oversized shuriken was trying to steal the giant scroll. The aged warhick recognized the description belonging to the academy teacher Mizuki. This definitely complicated things, but so long nothing could be traced back to him, then everything was fine. Wait, a giant scroll. That could only be the forbidden scroll. It was lost in the blaze. Damn, a powerful and priceless artifact now gone. He sighed deeply in aggravation and held out his hand expectantly, prompting the girl to slap a file in his hand that was marked Edwin Black. "Finally." He muttered as he opened it and began skimming through the contents, a deep frown on his face as he spoke quietly to himself. Next to nothing on Edwin Black. No birth record, no friends, no family. Well now. I didn't expect this person to be affiliated with Black. The information Aboru gave me was limited but useful, perhaps this fellow can shed a bit more light on Black. The elder muttered as he tucked the file within his robes. "I hope this is worth my time," he told the girl with a frown. He wasn't exactly pleased to have had the forbidden scroll burned when he could have used it to his advantage and his own ends. Still, at least nobody else could gain access to the secrets and techniques within and use them against him. "Gili is bored, how about a more entertaining assignment?" she asked while clapping her hands together, her words earning a frown from the elder. Felicia was a useful tool for him, while she may be erratic, she was an extremely deadly assassin. Far too free-spirited for his liking, but still useful all the same. He ignored her, walked off with the pincat frowning behind him as he disappeared into the shadows. Once she was certain he was out of earshot, Felicia stamped her foot and puffed out her cheeks as she crossed her arms and spoke to herself. "Phooey. Stupid old man. Feely needs entertainment. Stimulation. Ma, no matter. Danzo Baka gonna die someday soon anyway, especially if he keeps digging his nose where it doesn't belong. The." She vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving a pair of crimson eyes floating in the shadows, her childish giggling echoing into the night. "With Naruto. About time." The Jinchuriki muttered as he made it to the front door of the Ogawa household and quickly entered inside, feeling much safer now that he was home. That Felicia girl was definitely a strange one, and from what he could tell, not the sort of person one would want to be stuck in a dark alley with. He shut the door behind him and locked it and was about to remove his shoes when Sakura appeared with a small smile. "Welcome home. I saw you on TV. You looked really cool on the show. Say, where's Asagi? There's something I need to talk to you both about. Last I saw of her, she went to check out the Hokage Tower. Guess you didn't see it, but the damn place was on fire. So what's up? What do you need to talk to me about?" he asked since it sounded like something important. The tomboy Taimanin pressed her fingers together and looked down with a look of hesitation. "Well, you see, she fidgeted a little before speaking. She was having trouble finding the right words to speak, especially since she didn't know how the blonde would take the news, much less her sister. It'd be better if Asagi were present too since it involves both of you." Naruto frowned a little, his brow furrowed, and he asked, "Is it something serious? You can tell me now and I'll let Asagi know later." Well, she started, but before she could continue a certain brunette appeared and burst through the door, a clearly frustrated look on her face, as she quickly locked the door back and sighed deeply as she tiredly ran her hand across her face. "Hey Asagi. What happened? What was with the fire?" the Uzumaki asked since he was quite curious about the circumstances behind the fire. Asagi took a few deep breaths to calm herself before speaking. "The Hokage Tower was the scene of a burglary. Someone broke in and set the place on fire. They left a body behind, but it hasn't been identified yet. Strangely, the thief left behind the forbidden scroll to the flames. Whatever they were looking for, they wanted something specific. Unfortunately, I've been closed off from the investigation." "Really? What happened?" Naruto asked since the Sandaime never really held any animosity towards her prior to now. What had changed so suddenly? "Remember when I went to visit the Hokage after Sakura revealed who had tricked her? I gave him a warning that if he couldn't or wouldn't control his people, then I would take over by announcing my own candidacy as Hokage. It would seem he took it quite personally. Asagi answered with a small frown, her eyes narrowed slightly. I see. So the bastard threw a tantrum and kicked you off the case, eh? The blonde spoke, his voice dripping with annoyance. Talk about childish behavior. Wait, Asagi was planning on becoming Hokage. Damn if that happened, wow, massive implications there. On another note, he couldn't think of anyone more worthy of the position, given how strong his partner was and how kind she is too. Ooh. I don't understand that old geezer at all. He lets his students go around doing as they please or lets his teammates get away with crap, but Asagi says she plans on becoming Hokage and he has a hissy fit. Talk about priorities. Sakura spoke as she shook her head disapprovingly. Agreed, and I don't plan on being kept out of the loop. I need to make a phone call. The almighty Taimanin spoke and was about to head upstairs to use a telephone, but was stopped when the Jinchuriki gently grabbed her by the wrist, which earned her attention. Wait, Asagi. Before you do, Sakura wanted to talk to us. About what, I'm not sure. Naruto said, earning a raised eyebrow from the brunette who looked between her younger sister and her partner. Yes. What is it, Sakura? Does this have to do with why you were kind of moody earlier? Asagi asked, her tone of voice showing genuine concern for her younger sister. Sakura nodded her head as she swallowed a lump in her throat. Her nerves were getting to her, but she was going to try and say what needed to be said. She inhaled deeply and then blurted out, I think Kim in love with Naruto and sources particularly Lilikamalaten when of them too. When she had finished, both Naruto and Asagi could only stare wide-eyed at the tomboy Taimanin as they both tilted their heads. Do you mind saying that a little slower? I caught the words Naruto and sorry, then the rest was lost in translation. The elder sister requested since she hadn't a clue as to what her sister had said. Sorry. The truth is I think I might be in love with Naruto. I dunno why, but I fell hard and fast for you, Naruto-kun. Seeing you bring joy and happiness to my big sis, it made me want that too. I wanted to be with you too, but I didn't want to hurt you or Asagi. I tried bottling it up, but then I had a nightmare. It involved me trying to seduce you in your bed with Asagi sleeping right next to you, then she was staring at me, giving me the evil eye. I feel so guilty. You two look so happy together and I don't want to get in the way of it, but at the same time I want to be loved like that too. Sakura explained, her face flushed as she admitted her feelings. Asagi was silent for a few moments, a thoughtful expression on her face. She was honestly surprised to hear this and couldn't help but wonder how her sister had come to develop feelings for her chosen partner. Then again, he had a certain magnetic charisma about him that seemed to draw one in, especially if they spent enough time around him. She looked at her sister and then looked at Naruto, who appeared to be a bit taken aback. I'm sorry, Asagi. I know that I'm being a selfish bitch right now. I'm a horrible person. Sakura spoke in a regretful tone. She didn't want to come between her sister and her partner, and yet she was feeling a growing affection for him. You're not a horrible person. One cannot help who they fall in love with. Still, this is surprising to say the least. The almighty Taimanin muttered the last part while biting at the tip of her thumb. She glanced at the blonde who looked quite unsure about the situation and then asked, well, Naruto, how do you feel about my sister? How do I feel? I mean, she's really cute and a really great girl. Really fun to be around. Goes without saying she's really attractive, but I don't want to pick between the two of you and the other one getting hurt. He spoke as he the back of his head. That's why I didn't say anything before. I didn't want to put you in that position. The orange tea whined as she looked down sadly. Sakura the Uzumaki began, but was interrupted when the older Taimanin placed a hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eyes. There is another solution than choosing between us. Naruto, you don't have to choose at all. Asagi spoke in a gentle tone, her words making the blonde raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? He asked, not sure what the brunette was implying unless. No, she couldn't be serious, could she? Simple. I do not wish for my sister to be hurt either, just the same as she didn't want to hurt me or you. She deserves love as well. I propose that we both share you, Naruto-kun. The almighty Taimanin answered, a smile forming on her face. Naruto felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead and then asked, is that even possible? Having two girlfriends? He could scarcely believe that she was seriously suggesting the possibility of polygamy. While it wasn't exactly uncommon in the shinobi nations, it was a practice that was typically frowned upon in the hidden villages, though not necessarily illegal. Some seemed to believe that it should only be reserved for those who carry bloodline abilities. There is no law expressly forbidding it, nor is there a rule or condition stating that a Taimanin cannot share their partner with another Taimanin. For most people, sharing their chakra with more than one Taimanin would be quite taxing. For you though? I think you can handle it. This way, the both of us can be with you and nobody gets hurt. After all, this is Sakura we're talking about. I certainly don't mind sharing with her. Asagi answered, her curving into a sensual smirk as she added though, you'll have to prove to me that you can keep the both of us satisfied. Asagi-chan. Are you serious? The younger Taimanin asked since this was something that had caught her completely off guard. She never expected her sister to suggest such a thing, but she certainly wasn't against it. Completely. She replied without missing a beat, her eyes glimmering with determination and a touch of playfulness. She then took on a more serious face as she spoke, though if we're doing this, there has to be some ground rules. Both the Uzumaki and tomboy Taimanin nodded in understanding and agreement, the former still having immense difficulty processing that he wasn't going to have one but two Taimanin as his partners, the Igawa sisters at that. He was literally entering a position that most men and even some women would probably kill to be in. He had best be careful not to take it for granted. He then cleared his and stated not to sound greedy or like a perverted bastard, but if one girl joins in, there might be others. Asagi looked at her sister, then at Naruto and smirked as she replied of course. That's one of the rules. Any more girls that want in can join, but only if they have a genuine interest in you. Superficial relationships and one-night stands are strictly prohibited. The second rule is, that being Naruto's first girlfriend, I am the officially designated alpha of the group. Sakura nodded her head slowly as the meaning behind the term sunk in. She knew what it meant. Asagi was the first girl to have a relationship with him, therefore she had the most seniority, and thus, was the first. Understood, but just because you're the alpha doesn't mean that you should get extra special treatment. I say that Naruto shouldn't play favorites and give everyone equal time and attention. Fair enough. Asagi spoke with a nod since that was a fair rule, since she didn't wish to monopolize Naruto's attention. Sakura and other potential girls deserved a fair turn as well. She then added one more rule, no fighting. I understand that there may be competition for Naruto-kun's attention, but we mustn't let things run out of control and come to blows. If someone feels that the other is being too possessive or too demanding, the matter should be resolved calmly and rationally. The orange tea agreed as she nodded her head, before adding got it. I think that covers the basics. If we need to add any more rules, we can do that later. Sounds good. So I guess now the question is, Naruto-kun, how do you feel about my proposal? The almighty Taimanin spoke. She hoped he didn't think she was being too forward with this. To be honest, I'm surprised. Not at all in a bad way though, just surprised. I guess this might be for the best, right? Everyone wins here. No one has to get their feelings hurt. No one has to make difficult choice. No cringeworthy melodrama. He answered with a smile. He was certainly looking forward to this. He then realized that perhaps he accepted this a bit too readily and worried that he might be on the path to becoming a pervert or something. I think someone's hormones are doing the thinking for them. Sakura teased while poking at the Jinchuriki's cheeks, which made her elder sister chuckle a bit as the whiskered teen blushed a bit and made a quick apology. One last thing. As the alpha and Naruto's first girlfriend, I hereby stake my claim to take his virginity. That is non-negotiable. Do we have an understanding? The brunette spoke, her tone serious and firm. This was one thing she wouldn't compromise on, she wasn't going to relinquish her first with him. Oh yeah, no problem. That's fair. The orange tea replied without hesitation, since she could understand where her sister was coming from. It was a very intimate and personal experience, and something like that shouldn't be given up so easily. It was only fair that Asagi and Naruto shared their first times together. If everything is out in the open and settled, please excuse me. I really need to make a phone call. I may not be able to get directly involved in the investigation, but there's always a workaround. Asagi stated in a serious tone since she wasn't about to potentially leave the fate of the village in the hands of a foolish and senile old man. One more thing before you go, the whiskered teen quickly spoke up, catching the attention of both sisters as he continued. On my way home, I was approached by this girl. A very strange character. She had pink hair, red eyes, and pointed ears, and was wearing a white dress. She said her name was Felicia, but kept on calling herself Feely for short. There was something way off about her. She even told me that if I gave her the names of 3 people, she would kill them for me. He spoke the last part with a slight shudder. Both Asagi and Sakura exchanged looks with one another, with the elder sister muttering, Felicia, that sounds vaguely familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember anyone of that description. Me either. Sakura added since she was drawing a blank as well. The Igawa siblings seemed to be in deep concentration, as if they were trying to summon the needed information to the forefront of their minds, but their memories failed them. Naruto. Be very careful. We don't know who this girl is, what her motives are, or what she is capable of. Until we learn more about her, avoid her at all costs, and try to stick with us as best you can. Asagi warned her partner in a serious tone, her expression conveying just how important it was to stay away from the mysterious Felicia. I will. I don't want to be involved with anyone like her. If she's willing to kill for me, then I don't even want to know what else she's capable of. He replied as a bead of sweat trailed down his forehead. However, an intrusive thought entered his mind. If Felicia's offer was genuine, then all he had to do was give her a name and she'd end them, provided her promise was the real deal. Well, he didn't have anyone he specifically wanted dead at this time. That may yet change further down the road. Until then, it'd be best to keep his distance from her until he had a much better understanding of who or what he was dealing with. Good. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I have an important phone call to make. The brunette stated before she headed upstairs, her expression determined. She was going to get to the bottom of things, even if it meant taking a different approach than usual. Normally, she was a hands-on type of person that preferred to handle things herself, but for now, she'd have to leave things to somebody else. Fortunately, there was a certain someone who would be more than happy to take this assignment for the right price. She picked up a telephone and dialed a certain number. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for very long before someone picked up, prompting her to speak. Hello. This is Asagi. Yes. Asagi Agawa. I have a job for you. Yes. Yes. It does involve the recent fire. No. If I could handle this myself, I would. Yes. Double. HMPH, you're so greedy, but fine. I have no problem with that, provided that you be discreet. Yes. That's fine. Thank you. Hanging up the phone, Asagi smiled softly. She had just taken the first step towards solving the mystery, since she didn't like leaving loose ends. That aside, the Hokage was clearly slipping up. On another note, she couldn't help but wonder, was this an isolated incident or the start of some sinister conspiracy? Meanwhile, Konoha Hospital. Iruka Yamino groaned quietly in bed as he stared absently at the ceiling. There was nothing good on television, nothing but reruns or various media outlets playing back the incident at either the academy or his appearance on that damn talk show. Kami, what a disaster. Now here he was with a hole in his stomach. At least the morphine kept the pain away and the bullet went clean through. He felt discomfort as the morphine wore off and was about to push the call button to let the nurse know, but stopped when the door opened as a grizzled old man and a girl with pink hair entered inside. He raised an eyebrow since their faces were largely obscured in darkness, but he quickly recognized the former and spoke. Danzo Shimura. I certainly didn't expect you to show up. The Hokage send you? Tell him that whatever he heard, it's all nothing but lies. I'm a victim here. The Kyuubi is the one at fault. At first, the aged man said nothing as he stared at the scarred Chunin, a deep frown on his face as the atmosphere seemed to grow cold, with Iruka becoming quickly uncomfortable with the almost deafening silence until the old veteran finally spoke. Tell me about Edwin Black. Upon hearing the name, the Chunin grew pale and quickly looked off to the side as if ashamed and frightened. We're not supposed to talk about him. He muttered while biting his lip, which caused the elder to frown and then jammed the tip of his cane against the Chunin's bullet wound, causing him to cry out in pain. I have no patience with stonewalling, and I don't care about the gag order placed around Edwin. Tell me. Now. I know you worked with him in the past. The veteran stated, pressing his cane harder against Iruka's wound. Alright. I'll tell you. Just get that thing out of me. Please. Iruka cried, tears streaming down his face. Danzo nodded his head and then removed the cane. The Chunin exhaled loudly, the pain in his gut feeling like a hot iron pressed against his skin. The scarred Chunin inhaled deeply and then spoke. It's true. I worked with Black some years ago. I was his assistant, his mule. I got him coffee, ran errands for him, handled his papers, small stuff like that. I was directly involved in the laboratories, if that's what you're really curious about. Do you remember anything? Perhaps something in his paperwork? The Warhawk asked while the pink-haired girl paced about in the background, a strangled little smirk on her face. Come on, this was years ago. You really expect me to remember that kind of stuff? I could never make heads or tails of his research. Iruka responded, prompting the aged veteran to once again jab his cane against the Chunin's wound with a hardened gaze, making the Chunin once again yell out in pain. You'd be amazed what a fellow can do under the right amount of pressure. I suggest you think really hard to recall anything like your life depends on it, on account that it does. Danzo spoke in a warning tone as the Chunin gritted his teeth and then looked away as he began thinking as quickly as possible, and then as if a light blinked on, a memory seemed to flash before his eyes. Okay. I remember that some of his papers involved reports about you and Orochimaru. He seemed to be keeping tabs on you both. For what and why I don't know. He cried, the pain in his stomach growing more intense with every second. Really? Now that is interesting. The aged Warhawk muttered as he lowered his cane, a thoughtful expression on his face. Just what had Black been up to? So many questions, and most of, if not all of the answers lied buried with Black or had been expunged from the official record. Still, at the very least, this helped provide another piece of the puzzle. Look. That's all I can remember. I swear. You have to believe me. The The scarred Chunin pleaded with a look of desperation, sweat beating down his face as his body began trembling, largely from the pain. Danzo ignored him and began to step outside, making a quick gesture to the Pincat who gained a sadistic smile on her face as she approached the Chunin. "Don't worry. Feely will be gentle." She spoke, a dark gleam in her red eyes. Iruka's eyes widened in horror and fear as she snatched a pillow from beneath his head and then pressed it hard against his face, causing the injured man to panic as he struggled desperately to push her away. The Pincat smiled darkly as she watched the Chunin flail about like a dying fish, struggling to free himself. His muffled screams and pleas for help fell on deaf ears. Nobody could hear him, not with the doors closed and the pillow muffling him. He tried to kick and hit her, but Felicia simply used her enhanced strength to pin him down. The Pincat hummed lightly, as if this was nothing more than a pleasant daydream or something as her grip on the pillow tightened, the man's muffled cries and pleas for mercy growing weaker and quieter as his arms and legs twitched violently before eventually falling still. "Done?" Felicia spoke in a rather nonchalant tone before replacing the pillow beneath Iruka's head, revealing the lifeless face of the Chunin whose eyes were rolled back into his skull, his agape. She then turned her attention to Danzo who stood waiting patiently. "Did you find what you were looking for?" She asked as if murder was no big deal. The aged warhick simply nodded his head and replied back, "Not as much as I wanted, but more than what I was expecting out of someone so disposable." It would seem that Black was planning something prior to his death unless he fell silent at the end, causing the crimson-eyed girl to raise an eyebrow. "Unless what?" she asked as she rocked back and forth on her heels, her question causing the aged man to glare at her with his lone eye and then replied with a curt "never mind." The two then departed the room. As soon as they exited, a group of Anbu with blank masks entered inside to clean up the murder. As far as anyone was concerned, the man that was Iruka Yumino simply vanished into obscurity and in time wouldn't even be so much as a memory or even a footnote. Back at the Igawa residence, Naruto Uzumaki sat upon the couch, quietly processing the day's events. Heck of a day to say the least, training, an appearance on a talk show, a fire, meeting a strange girl, and being confessed to by Sakura, and ending up with the potential start of a harem. Life just couldn't be simple, could it? If nothing else, it definitely kept him on his toes. Still, if the ladies were fine with sharing him, then he certainly didn't mind sharing the love. He supposed that at the end of the day it just meant his family would be potentially bigger now. He didn't even know how this would work, since he had never been involved in polygamy. Hell, until a short while ago he didn't even have a girlfriend until Asagi entered his life. He wasn't even sure how he was supposed to handle two girls, let alone more than that. He supposed that he would just have to love them, cherish them, and avoid giving preferential treatment. As long as everyone was happy, then perhaps things would work themselves out. "Naruto-kun." Sakura spoke, catching his attention as he looked up at her. She was currently flaunting her body by wearing a sports bra and a tight little pair of shorts that clung tightly to her curves and showed off her legs. "Whoa," was all the blonde could say as heat rose to his cheeks, his eyes roving over the orange tea's body, taking in her slender and toned build, her smooth unblemished skin, and her soft supple curves. She was a real knockout. The tomboy Taimanin grinned and spoke in a teasing tone. Big sis said, "I couldn't take your first time, but I can still tease you a bit." She casually plopped herself down next to him with a cute wink, her eyes twinkling playfully. "So what's on your mind?" she asked him, her expression becoming slightly more serious. Naruto sighed and shrugged his shoulders, "Just processing, I guess. Been a bit of a whirlwind today." He answered back, the orange tea nodding her head in agreement. "I bet. Anyways, I have a little surprise I think you might like." She spoke with a large grin, which made the Uzumaki raise an eyebrow. Yet another surprise. If this kept up, his brain would likely implode at any moment. To his surprise and confusion, the tomboy Taimanin retrieved some sort of official-looking letter between her fingers that she offered to him. He accepted it and read over the contents, and his eyes widened a bit. "You're being asked to oversee the academy's graduation exam tomorrow?" he asked, having not realized that the exams had arrived so quickly. Then again, given recent events, it has been kind of a blur for him. "Yep. I got that earlier today while you and sis were out. Since they're understaffed due to your former teachers being out of action, the academy has asked me to fill in. I think it might also be an excuse to get me to pick a potential partner." She added with a small chuckle, earning an eye roll from the Uzumaki. "Kind of a moot point since I guess we're together now." He responded as he returned the letter to her, as the orange tea gave a beaming grin. "Maybe. Still, I could really use your input since you know your classmates best. Plus maybe I want to show you off a little." She spoke with a cheeky smile, her words making the Uzumaki hum in thought for a moment. Maybe it was a little petty of him, but this could be a chance to get back at his former classmates who mistreated him. More importantly, the quality of education at the academy was nothing short of a joke, and there was also a distinct lack of discipline. Sounds fun. Maybe we could also invite Asagi. He asked since he didn't want to leave her out of this, plus he had an idea for a small prank as well. Invite me to what? The almighty Taimanin asked with a raised eyebrow. She was currently in the kitchen area and was sipping a glass of orange dot. I'm gonna be helping oversee the graduation exam for Naruto's class. Naruto was just asking if we could invite you. Sakura explained to her elder sister, with the almighty Taimanin adopting a thinking pose. With the possibility of her having to become Hokage seeming more and more likely, it would be most prudent to gain a better understanding of the various issues plaguing the village. One of the most important being the academy and what was being taught there. Given that Naruto had been a student there for some time, he would have plenty of insight to share. I'm in. Naruto-kun, we'll be counting on you to advise us and share your knowledge of your former classmates. The blonde nodded his head, a confident smile on his face as he replied back, leave it to me, Asagi-chan. His smile widening even further since for the first time in a long time he was actually looking forward to attending the academy exams. Meanwhile, Oboro's apartment. The treacherous Taimanin sighed as she reclined on her couch, wearing an elegant red dress and nursing a glass of red wine. She raised a hand towards a record player and brought the needle down upon the black disc, causing soft music to fill the apartment as the song began to play. She sipped her wine as she listened to the lyrics. I was 5 and he was 6. We rode on horses made of sticks. He wore black and I wore white. He would always win the fight. Bang bang, he shot me down. Bang bang, I hit the ground. Bang bang, that awful sound. Bang bang, my baby shot me down. She sighed as she looked down at a photograph of herself with a well-dressed man standing in some sort of laboratory. Seasons came and changed the time. When I grew up, I called him mine. He would always laugh and say, I remember when we used to play. Bang bang, I shot you down. Bang bang, you hit the ground. Bang bang, that awful sound. Bang bang, I used to shoot you down. She sipped her wine again and glanced at newspaper clipping with large and bold words that read shocking death. The head of the Taimanin Initiative, Edwin Black, confirmed dead after tragic accident. Music played and people sang. Just for me the church bells rang. Now he's gone, I don't know why. And till this day, sometimes I cry. He didn't even say goodbye. He didn't take the time to lie. Bang bang, he shot me down. Bang bang, I hit the ground. Bang bang, that awful sound. Bang bang, my baby shot me down. As the song came to an end, Oboro frowned and sighed as she took another long sip of wine. What a mess. You left me with quite a mess, Edwin. She muttered a little bitterly and frowned deeply. There were so many things that needed doing. So many loose ends that needed to be tied up. Her own plans needed to be accelerated. There was simply too much to do and too little time to do it in. Not to mention she had that old warhick breathing down her neck. Nevertheless, she needed to continue with her work. She had certain preparations she needed to make, and while she was attending to her business, she might have a little fun with that charming little Naruto boy in the not-so-distant future. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he woke up. He gave a small yawn as he stirred from his slumber, only to realize that his movements were restricted. He blinked a few times and looked on both sides of himself, then smiled as he found the Ogawa sisters snuggling up to him, as if he were a human plushie. After their talk about their newfound relationship, the two sisters decided that they would all sleep together in the same bed in Kami. It was perhaps some of the best sleep that the Jinchuriki had ever gotten. He was happy, the warmth radiating off of the sisters was a wonderful thing, and he could get used to this. It made him feel safe and loved. He smirked a bit and planted a kiss on the forehead of each sister, causing them to stir from their slumber and blink their eyes a bit. They both smiled warmly at him, and each planted a quick peck on his good morning. Sleep well? Sakura asked as she gave a flirty wink, prompting the Uzumaki to chuckle and nod. Come. We should eat some breakfast before going to the academy. I sort of wonder if the students have improved since the previous teacher's absence. If not, I certainly worry for Konoha's future. Asagi mused at the end, fearing that the academy was leaning towards a quantity over quality approach. She didn't like the idea of sending out potential genin who were unprepared mentally and physically for the shinobi lifestyle. The two Taimanin slid off of Naruto's side, and the young teen got out of bed while popping his joints. The younger Ogawa's sister volunteered to prepare breakfast for this morning and quickly dashed off, promising to prepare a large helping of bacon and eggs for them all. Once we are done at the academy, we'll do some more training. I think we'll try and drill you in some swordsmanship today. Now, remember, me and Sakura will be counting on your knowledge and input. I know you might have some old grudges, but try to be neutral. The whiskered teen nodded in understanding as he replied, sure. I'll do the best I can. Though that won't stop me from giving my honest opinion. There are some students there that I don't believe are worthy of being ninjas. Largely the fangirls. His words made Asagi grimace a bit at the mentioning of fangirls. I expect nothing less than honesty from you. I assure you that we shall take your words under great consideration. Now come on. We should eat. Never a good idea to go out on an empty stomach. The almighty Taimanin stated as the two headed downstairs where Sakura was already putting the finishing touches on their respective servings. She had even laid out some of the treats that Naruto had received before from Asuka, Mika, Shiranui and Yukaki's. Here we are. Eat up and enjoy. The younger sister stated cheerfully as she brought out the plates, each carrying a large helping of eggs, 2 pieces of toast and 3 strips of bacon, along with a glass of milk and orange. Naruto took a seat and quickly began to dig into his meal, humming happily as he took a sip from his milk. This is delicious. Thank you very much, Sakura. Naruto complimented, causing the younger sister to blush brightly. She enjoyed it when the young Uzumaki gave her compliments or even thanked her for something. It made her heart beat just a bit faster and her cheeks a bit redder. Was this what love was supposed to be like? It definitely gave her the warm and fuzzies. Asagi also seemed to appreciate the cooking skills of her little sister. The eggs were scrambled to perfection, the bacon was just crisp enough, and the toast was nice and toasty. A perfect meal, and the best part was, Sakura made it with love for both her new partner and her big sister. The orange tea also couldn't wait to show off her new relationship. She was already picturing herself and her sister walking with Naruto side by side, holding his hands, giving him a kiss on the cheek, the list goes on and on. The trio chowed down on their meals, each one enjoying their meal, savoring the taste of the delicious bacon and eggs, and enjoying the tasty treats for dessert. After their meal was finished, the trio began to get ready, dressing up with sisters wearing their signature bodysuit and getting their gear ready. Naruto put on one of his custom suits, a dark green one with his own gear, kept safely stored within the storage seals hidden in the sleeves. Once they were all ready, the trio departed towards the academy, their arms linked together with the sisters having joyful smiles, and the blonde himself grinning from ear to ear as they exited the Taimanin district and walked through the village streets. As they moved, they could see several of the villagers staring at them with mixed reactions. Some were disgusted, others were curious, a few were smiling. Some were even looking at them with envy. Every so often there was the flash of a camera, and the trio would wave at the paparazzi in question, not even bothered by the fact they were being photographed. They didn't care, they were together now and wanted the world to know. That aside, the village would find out sooner or later anyway. It wasn't long before the three arrived at the academy and they entered the grounds, with the young Uzumaki having to suppress a frown since he didn't have many good memories here. Though that was in the past. He was no longer Iruka's prisoner here. Now he was free and was in a relationship with the famed Igawa sisters, who were as beautiful inside as they were on the outside. Almost immediately upon entry, a Chunin teacher came running up to greet them. It was a spectacled female teacher that the Uzumaki almost barely recognized. Suzume was the name. Sakura-san. Welcome. We're so happy to have you here. You even brought your sister. Wonderful. The presence of you both will definitely encourage the students to try harder. The female Chunin spoke with a deferential smile as she glanced between the sisters, seemingly ignoring the whiskered teen who was literally standing between the Igawa siblings. The elder sister gave a gruff ahem and seemed to tilt her head towards the Jinchuriki himself as she gave the teacher a stern glare. Suzume quickly corrected herself and began bowing repeatedly as she then spoke abruptly with forced politeness and welcome to you as well, Naruto-san. So nice to have a former student attending, I'm sure your classmates will be happy to see you again. The blonde muttered blankly, he could practically smell the insincerity rolling off the woman. Even so, he felt a small sense of satisfaction that she and many others will be forced to kiss up to him due to his connection to Asagi and now Sakura as well. I wanted to bring my sister along to assist in judging the students. Naruto-kun is here to give us additional input and information about his former classmates. The tomboy Taimanin explained as she planted a kiss on her new partner's cheek, followed swiftly by her elder sister, who gave a kiss of her own to the Jinchuriki. Suzume's eyes widened in shock as she watched the two sisters act so affectionate towards the boy, as it registered in her mind that they were both in relations with him. That's not a traditional approach, but I'll leave it to your discretion. Anyway, we're glad to have you here, Sakura-san. I will guide you to the exam room now, please follow me. The spectacled woman muttered as she adjusted her glasses and turned on her heel to lead the trio towards their destination. Sakura and Asagi both grabbed a hold of Naruto's arms and began to walk along with him, keeping him in between themselves. The Chunin teacher tried her hardest not to stare at the scene and seemed to be using her own clipboard to hide her face as the trio quietly and inwardly laughed at her reaction. The group entered the exam room where they would be judging Naruto's former classmates. The female Chunin explained that she would usher the students in one by one and the sisters would then judge the students' performance. With that said, Suzume quickly departed the room and the Igawa sisters and Uzumaki took a seat near the table that would use to examine the students. Fortunately there were plenty of chairs available with the Uzumaki sitting between the sisters. The two sisters each picked up a clipboard and pen, the former having a list of names with each name also having a box that was marked pass and fail beside the name. Word of warning. I wouldn't set your hopes too high for most of my former classmates. The Uzumaki stated as he leaned back in his seat, crossing his arms over his dot. Why's that? Sakura questioned as she flipped through the pages of names. Apparently the tomboy Taimanin was perhaps unaware of the fangirls present within the academy, more specifically the Sasuke fangirls that were in Naruto's class. You'll see what I mean. He replied vaguely with the younger sister raising an eyebrow while the elder pursed her and already had an idea as to what her partner was referring to. Asagi cleared her and pointed to the first name on the list and asked him, do you recognize this one? The blonde took a quick glance at the name she was referring to and his immediate and blunt response was fangirl. Almost as if on cue the student in question was ushered in and let out an excited screech since she was now in the same room as the famed Igawa sisters, with said siblings immediately cringing while the whiskered teen slowly shook his head. Asagi then cleared her and requested the student to perform a henge, a substitution and a clone jutsu in any order, along with an optional jutsu of her own choosing for extra credit. The fangirl obeyed and attempted to perform said techniques, the keyword here being attempted as she failed in rather spectacular fashion. Sighing, the sisters immediately marked her for her failure and dismissed her. Afterwards came a string of Sasuke fangirls, each one failing miserably. Then came some civilian students who just barely managed to pass by the skin of their teeth with a questionable performance that left the sisters rather skeptical. Please tell me this one has some skill. Asagi muttered as she massaged her temple with one hand while using the other to point towards the next name on the list. If it wasn't obvious before, it was very painfully plain to see now that the students weren't being adequately trained as shinobi. Perhaps worse, the teachers weren't properly disciplining them and enabling this fangirl behavior, definitely troubling to say the least. Shino Aburam, honestly, out of all the students in my class, I am certain I interacted with him the least. He's a real quiet guy, but from what I know about him, he's no pushover. Definitely a strategist. Not on the same level as a member of the Nara clan, but definitely up there. Cool as a cucumber too. The whiskered teen explained, earning nods from the siblings. This Shino sounded very promising. The bug user entered and gave a courteous bow to the trio, then spoke curtly but politely, to meet you Sakura and Asagi Igawa. Naruto-san, congratulations on your new position. I wish you the best of luck. The two sisters and their partner nodded in thanks with the younger sibling, gesturing for Shino to perform the required jutsu. Unsurprisingly to Naruto, the Aburam clan heir flawlessly performed the 3 academy jutsu, then briefly demonstrated one of his clan's techniques by summoning some insects. Asagi sincerely thanked him for his display and gave Shino a passing mark, earning a nod of thanks from the bug user as he quietly departed. The next student on the list earned a small frown from the Jinchuriki as he spoke. Next up is Kiba Inuzuka and of course his partner Akamaru. Kiba's got talent in his clan's taijutsu and techniques, but he's a major horndog with some weird belief that he's an alpha. Don't be surprised if he starts hitting on you. The sisters gratefully accepted the warning as the aforementioned horndog appeared with a loud yell of Yahoo, earning a pair of sweat drops from the siblings. Heh. Didn't get the chance to say it before Naruto, but you have done very well for yourself, landing one of the best and hottest babes out there. Hell, I saw you on TV the other night too. Great stuff. Hey, Sakura is up for grabs, right? Hey babe, if you're looking for a partner, look no further than the alpha material standing before you. Kiba spoke in a crass manner while wiggling his eyebrows in a suggestive manner, which made the younger sister feel a sudden urge to vomit, while the elder sibling contemplated strangling the dog boy with her bare hands. Naruto, however, got a devious little smirk on his face and spoke, not sorry to break the news to you Kiba, but Sakura's already been claimed. At his words, the Igawa sisters both grinned while the Inuzuka in question had a look of confusion on his face. Wait, what now? Who? Kiba asked since it hadn't yet been made public that the Uzumaki was now with both sisters. Of course that was only a matter of time. The orange tea quickly leaned over and planted a long kiss on the whiskered teen's cheek, which prompted the Inuzuka heir to point from Naruto to the two sisters and back again as he spoke. Wait, I'm confused. Aren't you with Asagi? I am. However, she and her sister are also with me. Naruto explained as he wrapped an arm around each sibling. His words caused the dog Nin's jaw to drop, his opening and closing like a fish. What the hell? That's just not right, man. Kiba stated, looking a bit horrified and even a bit jealous at the fact that the blonde managed to land 2 babes, while he couldn't even land one. Hell, Naruto had hooked up with a pair of sisters, the Igawa sisters no less. It was a bit unfair in his mind. Perform the required jutsu. Asagi requested sternly as she fought to keep her irritation in check, though it helped that she was kind of enjoying watching the dog Nin bristle with jealousy. the young Uzumaki's presence also helping her to remain calm. Yeah, right. Just give me a second. Kiba muttered as he shook his head and did his best to concentrate on the task at hand, though he couldn't help but continue giving jealous looks towards his former classmate. The test without further incident as the canine shinobi performed the required jutsu, followed by the man-beast clone technique with Akamaru. But that done, Asagi shooed him out after giving him a passing mark, all the while grumbling to himself about lucky bastard blondes. Once he was gone, the trio shared a good laugh together at Kiba's expense and continued on with the exams. The next student on their list was Shikamaru Naru. Upon seeing the name, the Jinchuriki gave his input as he spoke. Shikamaru pretty much fits the Nara clan stereotype. Smart as hell and definitely lazy. However, when it comes down to the wire, he'll pull through in a pinch. He's also loyal to his friends. Lazy yet reliable. Asagi mused quietly as the young Nara himself strolled in with his hands in his pockets while giving off a bored yawn. Without even being asked, he performed the required techniques followed by a demonstration of his own clan techniques before departing. The sisters exchanged looks as they noticed a particular trend. All of the civilian students only barely managed to perform the bare minimum and had no additional jutsu in their arsenal to fall back on. Meanwhile, the clan heirs easily demonstrated the 3 required techniques and their own clan's respective jutsu. A rather worrying trend indeed if the civilian students weren't being properly prepared. As if fangirls being present wasn't enough, if the competent students weren't getting proper training, then they would definitely struggle in later shinobi training and missions, or worse. End up suffering a most terrible fate while on said missions, provided that their Jonin sensei passes them on the actual genin exam, though again, a lack of training will make said exam that much harder for them. So who's next on our list of potential future ninjas and useless rejects? Sakura asked as they checked the roster again, the next name on the list causing Naruto to give a visible shudder and loud groan. Sakura. The whiskered teen muttered, earning a confused look from the siblings with the younger sister, asking what was that? How can I be on the list? Her question made the blonde chuckle and shake his head with a rueful smile. Sakura effing Haruno. The fangirliest fangirl that ever fangirled. As far as fangirls go, she is a whole other breed in her own right. It has never been confirmed, but there's been long-standing rumor that she had a shrine dedicated to Sasuke tucked away in her closet and that she once made out with a bench that he sat on. Not sure if that is true, but it had been a persistent rumor. As a student, she's labeled as top kunoichi due to her book smarts, but has basically no practical skills. In theory, if she were to drop the fangirl attitude and start seriously dedicating herself to training, she might become a competent kunoichi. Oh, and not to sound vindictive, but she also has a hair-trigger temper and has frequently clocked me for even the slightest provocation, sometimes no reason at all. The Uzumaki explained, earning frowns from the Igawa siblings. That certainly didn't bode well at all. It is considered traditional for the top kunoichi of the class to be paired with Rookie of the Year. Asagi quietly mused, knowing that an obsessive fangirl being paired with the object of her desire was definitely a recipe for disaster. Best case scenario. She'd be the Uchiha's yes woman who would do or say anything to get in his good graces and enable his already toxic behavior. At worst. A liability that may inadvertently sabotage her own team or worse. I've heard enough. Shouted a screechy voice as the door was roughly shoved open and in stomped the Haruno herself, who was glaring at the Uzumaki, who currently seemed like he wanted to be anywhere except in the same room as her, while face palming himself, while the pincat pointed an accusatory finger at him and continued screeching, "I heard you talking crap about me, Naruto Baka. I'm not gonna forgive you for that. Not my fault you are a one-dimensional character with little substance. If you want to be taken seriously, then try acting like a decent person." The blonde quipped back irritably, causing the Haruno to clench her fist, her face turning red as she seemed ready to charge at him, but was stopped when Asagi cut in. "If you are to have any hope of ever going on a mission with your crush, I suggest you pass this test," Asagi stated while tapping at her clipboard for emphasis. The Haruno immediately plastered on a fake smile and began ing up to the famed Taimanin, which made both siblings and their young partner to roll their eyes in annoyance since they shared a mutual disliking for fake people. Yeah. The pink-haired fangirl had a long way to go. The Banshee then showed off the 3 basic techniques and managed to pass with a rather standard performance. Asagi immediately dismissed her and waved her out of the exam room. Once the pincat was gone, she wrote down a note that stated, "Do not put on the same team as Sasuke Uchiha. May need rehabilitation to successfully function in her role as a kunoichi." It was a good thing that she didn't make any promises that the Haruno would be joining her crush. Let's move on. Next is Hinata Hyuga. Nice girl. Definitely has skill 4 in her clan's taijutsu, no surprise there. I think her biggest hurdle is her shy and timid nature. If she can get a teacher that can help coax her out of her shell, I think she'd really thrive. Naruto spoke as he gave his honest input, earning some relieved sighs from his partners, who were grateful for a more normal student to appear. The Hyuga heiress entered and gave a respectful bow to each of them, and even offered some kind words of congratulations to the Uzumaki, but there also seemed to be a small tinge of sadness and maybe even jealousy in her eyes, though she didn't voice this. Hinata simply and quietly performed the basic 3 techniques, followed by one of her clan's own signature techniques before leaving. Another passing student and clan heir. No surprise. Taiji Akamichi. Gentle giant is the words that come to mind with him. Loves to eat. Not a mean bone in his body, just don't call him fat, that's a major trigger for him. He never liked participating in class spars, but I wouldn't underestimate him either. Him and Shikamaru are best friends and are very loyal to each other. The Jinchuriki spoke, causing the siblings to nod in understanding as the Akamachi heir walked inside with a bag of chips in hand. Inexplicably, he performed all 3 techniques, plus his clan's partial expansion jutsu, all while holding his chips, and then left with a little spring in his step as he was given a passing mark. Naruto chuckled a little at the display before continuing. Now comes Ino Yamanaka, the academy's resident gossip queen. She can be kinda bossy, but not in a mean-spirited way. She also is, or at least was, something of a Sasuke fangirl, but nowhere near the same levels as the others, and unlike said fangirls, Ino actually learned how to handle herself. Unlike a lot of people, she was actually pretty nice to me. I remember her. She appeared in Ashwarya's show with you. She seemed like a nice girl. Asagi stated with a small smile as the Yamanaka heiress stepped inside with a slightly nervous smile and gave a friendly wave to the trio. The brunette returned the smile while wondering to herself if the famed Ino Shikacho trio would be reformed again with the next generation, while also questioning if that would be wise. Just because old strategies worked before didn't mean that they would work again after all. Well, I'm here. Let's do this thing. The blonde-haired Yamanaka announced with a grin, earning a smile from the trio and a nod of encouragement from the older Igawa sibling. Straight to business then, she liked this girl. After clearing her, Asagi instructed her to demonstrate the 3 academy jutsu, followed by an example of her clan's techniques if she so chose, to which Ino obliged without issue as she flawlessly performed the 3 technique but refrained from using her own clan's jutsu on the grounds that she didn't wish to invade their minds. Which they greatly appreciated, though Asagi still gave her bonus marks anyway. Hey Naruto. Offer still stands if you wanna hang out sometime. Would be nice to talk to someone that's real. Ino whispered the last part, her expression and tone indicating that she was being serious and sincere as she smiled and departed, earning an appreciative nod from the Jinchuriki and promised to arrange a time that they could meet up. It would definitely be nice to connect with his former classmate again. Nice girl. Sakura murmured while looking thoughtful, her mind working a mile minute and putting 2 and 2 together. She was certain that the Yamanaka and the Uzumaki had something of a bond between them, and then added, I wonder if she likes you. The orange tea spoke with a little wink while grinning at the Jinchuriki, teasing him a little. Huh, what now? The blonde blurted out, blinking rapidly as he felt his cheeks heat up a bit. Sakura giggled at his response, while the eldest sibling gave a small chuckle while shaking her head at the pair. He gave a small and dismissive scoff as he responded, I don't think she likes me in that way. We're just friends. I doubt she would be romantically interested in me. Who knows? Though I think it is worth pointing out that if she didn't like you, she wouldn't have asked you out. That aside, I wonder what she wants to talk to you about. It could be just a casual chat over lunch, or she may want to make it a date. The orange tea teased, enjoying the fact that she was making her partner blush. He nervously drummed his fingers atop the desk, then asked to change the subject. Are there any more students to go through? Quite mercifully, the elder sister chuckled a bit, then immediately frowned as she silently pointed towards the final name on the list. The blonde did a brief head count as he quietly listed off the students they had already gone through, then realized that the last one was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, the damned golden boy of the academy. Can we just fail him? The Jinchuriki asked with the almighty Taimanin very briefly and seriously considering his request, but sadly shook her head, which made him sigh and then offer his input. Pretty sure you know Sasuke's story. The Uchiha massacre, wanting revenge against his brother, etc, etc. Sasuke's got talent, no doubt about that. He's really good with fire jutsu and is skilled in his clan's taijutsu. However, he has been coddled and handed over almost everything he wanted. I'm kinda surprised he hasn't just been given his shinobi headband on a solid gold platter. At any rate, his number one weakness is his overly inflated ego and belief in Uchiha superiority and his own abilities. Honestly speaking, I think his mental stability is also highly questionable, since I'm not certain whether he was given proper therapy and/or a clean bill of mental health after the massacre. That is not a good combination. Asagi muttered as she her forehead with a frown. A superiority complex coupled with delusions of grandeur and an unhealthy fixation on revenge was definitely a bad combination and made him potentially a danger not just to others, but to himself as well. Well, no sense putting it off any longer. The almighty Taimanin then stated after taking a deep breath and mentally bracing herself, as she had a feeling that this could go very badly, especially given Naruto's earlier encounters with the Uchiha. The self-proclaimed Avenger marched in with his hands in his pockets, a deep scowl on his face as he glared at the Uzumaki. It seemed he was still sore about the blonde's prior rejection when the Uchiha tried to buy him off and the well-deserved albeit brief beating that the Uzumaki gave him. Sasuke then averted his attention to Asagi and seemed to be appraising her, not in the way a person would observe someone that they found attractive, it was more like he seemed to be inspecting a weapon that he could use for his own selfish benefit. "You. Tell me everything about Itachi," Sasuke demanded straight out of the gate, which earned an annoyed eye roll from his former classmate, who was fail him to Asagi almost pleadingly, since he desperately wanted to see the golden boy punished for his behavior, not to mention it would be pretty sweet to see the Uchiha kept a prisoner in the academy. Once again, Asagi denied his request and responded to the elite, "Perhaps if you had asked me respectfully in the beginning, I would have. Now then, perform the required techniques immediately. Do or say anything else and I will fail you right here," Asagi threatened, her tone low and icy. The Uchiha seemed like he very much wanted to protest, but the only thing that stopped him was that if she did indeed carry out her threat, then he may be stuck in the academy for another year. With a low growl, Sasuke performed the 3 jutsu, and while he wished to show off the fireball jutsu, it wasn't exactly a safe technique to perform indoors. With a huff, he left, but not without giving both Naruto and Asagi some nasty looks, the latter making a small note that Red needs psychiatric evaluation and potential rehabilitation. Instability may prove disastrous. "Kami, I hate that guy," Naruto muttered, hoping that he may never have to see the asshole ever again, even if it was a pipe dream, since he had no doubt he'd be seeing the Uchiha again. Preferably much later rather than sooner. "I wouldn't worry too much. After all, he and all the others still have the genin exam to go through," Sakura stated as she leaned back in her seat and kicked her feet up on the desk with a somewhat cocky grin. "Come again? Didn't they just pass the exam?" Naruto asked in confusion since he wasn't aware of this. Did she mean to imply that there was some sort of follow-up exam? Do you honestly believe that knowing such basic techniques is enough to become a fully fledged genin? No. The academy exam is but a preliminary to find potential genin. The real exam comes from their jonin sensei after team assignments to separate the wheat from the chaff, Asagi explained with a little smirk, earning an ah of understanding from her partner. She then pursed her for a moment, since what she didn't say was that she had a strong hunch as to who Sasuke sensei would be, and she strongly doubted that the man would be impartial. Though on the other hand, not even Kakashi would bend the rules that much, would he? "Please excuse me. I should probably check in with the Hokage and give my report. I have a few concerns to speak with him about the academy's current status and the quality of education." Asagi spoke while her temples, since it seemed that the village was only stagnating, and said stagnation was only worsening with each passing year. If this kept up, then Konoha would become a perpetual laughingstock. "I'll help train Naruto-kun for today. You do whatever it is you have to do," Sakura spoke encouragingly, which helped take some weight off of her elder sister's shoulders as she gave a thankful nod. "I'll catch up with you two later," the brunette promised before she picked up her clipboard and made her way towards the mission assignment office, where she was certain the Sandaime would be, no doubt coordinating repairs for the Hokage Tower. "I'll meet you outside, Sakura. I kinda have to use the bathroom right now," Naruto spoke as he got up from his seat and headed towards the nearest restroom, leaving the tomboy Taimanin behind to briefly converse with her sister. He hummed quietly to himself, since the exams could have gone a whole lot worse, though it was a lot more tedious than he thought it would be. At least he didn't have to worry about the other fangirls anymore. Kami knows that he ran the risk of hearing loss every single day he had to spend in the same room with them, especially a certain Haruno. The blonde sighed heavily as he stepped into the bathroom and went over to the nearest urinal, unzipping his pants and let nature run its course. Once he finished, the Uzumaki zipped up his pants, flushed and moved over to the sinks. He washed his hands and began drying them off, then felt as if he were being watched as he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. When he looked back up at the mirror, he saw the form of a Boro leaning against the stalls with a salacious grin on her face as she wiggled her fingers in his direction in greeting. "Hello, Naruto. So nice to see you again." "Not you again," he muttered disdainfully and then added, "You do realize that this is the men's restroom, right?" "It is. And you're the only one in here. So I have you all to myself." Oboro spoke as she slowly approached him. The way she was walking and the way she was speaking was clearly meant to be seductive, but the only thing that he felt was unease. He wanted to march out as quickly as possible, but found his body trapped in place for some reason, his body refusing to obey his commands as he tried and failed to so much as move even an inch. "Hey, what did you do to me?" he asked, knowing that the only possibility was that the treacherous Taimanin had used some sort of trick to paralyze him. But how? Some sort of technique? A toxin? He believed it to be the former. Tut my dear. No need to fuss. I just wanted to apologize for my earlier behavior. It was quite rude of me. She spoke her words and tone like honey, but they were also insincere. Her eyes were practically screaming mine as she licked her and moved closer. The blonde tried to back away, but he could barely even twitch, and the best he could do was clench his fists and teeth. Apology not accepted. You were trying to get under Asagi's skin. You still are. Now let me go, or he tried to speak but was cut off by the red-haired woman. Or what? You'll call for them? They can't hear you from here. Still, like I already said. No need to fuss, I'm not here for that. I simply forgot to give you a little welcoming gift. She spoke with a saucy grin, and then the Uzumaki felt his body somehow relax as he experimentally moved his limbs and found that he could move of his own volition now. I doubt you have anything that I'd want. He replied and began to march towards the door, only to find his feet were now locked in place in mid-step, making him sigh in frustration. Oh, I think you'll want this gift. The gift of information. Normally, this would cost you a small fortune, but seeing as how these are exceptional circumstances, I'm going to give this information to you for free. Oboro responded as she stepped in front of him, cupping his chin in her hand as she mimed a kiss before releasing him again from whatever method she was using to control him. What's the catch? He asked incredulously since he doubted that she was the type of person to offer anything without some sort of strings attached. No catch. She responded coolly as she inspected her nails in a casual manner. What's the angle? He persisted, earning an amused laugh from the femme fatale as she smirked at him and replied, you are shrewd, aren't you? My compliments. There is no angle. In spite of her words, he could tell that she wasn't being entirely honest, but at the same time he didn't sense any malicious intentions either this time. Before I share my gift to you, I have to ask, do you have any idea what you truly are to this village? She asked while pointing her index finger towards his stomach, her question making him stiffen up as he already guessed what she was implying. Yeah. I'm a Jinchuriki. Didn't take very much to connect the dots. I was born October 10th, the night of the Kyuubi attack. People whisper behind my back when they think I'm out of earshot and call me things like demon brat or kitsune bastard. I tried to ignore this for a long time. I guess I kinda put blinders on myself so I wouldn't have to face the truth, but even so I knew. Your point? He asked at the end, wondering why she was bringing up that aspect of his life up of all things. What if I told you that a certain organization known as Akatsuki have taken a keen interest in hunting the Bijuu and their respective containers? Oboro asked, her words making the blonde's eyes widen a bit in surprise upon hearing that. What is this Akatsuki? Who are they? Why do they want the Bijuu? He asked quickly, a little concerned now that he heard their name, not to mention the fact that they were specifically looking for him as well. If they wanted the Bijuu, then it definitely couldn't be for anything good given the sheer destructive potential of the beasts. From my understanding, Akatsuki initially started off as a burgeoning rebel movement in AIM that sought to overthrow the legendary Hanzo the Salamander. After their rebellion, they went dark for some time before reappearing yet again as a mercenary group comprised of rogue ninjas. Orochimaru of the Sannin was a member up until he splintered off due to a conflict of interests, and another member I am aware of is none other than the infamous clan killer himself, Itachi Uchiha. Oboro spoke, the mentioning of Itachi making Naruto swallow dryly. The famed prodigy that was Itachi was certainly a heavy hitter. Many hailed him as the second coming of Madara due to his strength, skill and talent. If they had someone like him in their ranks, then they were very dangerous indeed and not to be underestimated for any reason. What do they want the Bijuu for? He asked since he failed to understand that part, knowing full well that the various villages guarded their respective Bijuu most jealously, given that they are considered military assets. If this Akatsuki group was serious about collecting the beasts, then this meant they would undoubtedly go into conflict with the majority of the shinobi nations themselves. Not sure. They haven't been very forthcoming about their motivations, though I don't think it really matters why so long as you don't allow them to succeed. You don't want them to get all of the Bijuu and see what happens, do you? She asked at the end, which prompted the blonde to quickly shake his head negatively. Good. If I were you, I would train very hard and prepare for them. Might also be a good idea to seek out your fellow Jinchuriki and unite under a single banner, or at least tip them off. Oboro suggested before turning on her heel and leaving as she made her way towards the restroom door. Hold on a sec. Why are you telling me all of this? You seriously don't have an angle? He asked since he didn't understand the femme fatale's motivations and reasoning, still not believing that she was telling him without some form of ulterior motives. Hmm? Why? No specific reason, though I will mention this and consider this a little bonus piece of advice. Just because a war has been declared as being finished doesn't mean that it is actually over and done with. She spoke in a cryptic manner which left the Uzumaki with even more questions, though he doubted that he would get much more out of her on the subject. However, there was one other question he wanted to ask her. "Can I ask you one more question?" Naruto asked, causing Oboro to pause at the door and turn back towards him with a raised eyebrow. "You are seriously pushing the limitations of my generosity, but I'll indulge you since you're quite endearing. Shoot." The Redeed stated while folding her arms under her ample bosom, giving him a look that said, "This is the last question, you'd better make it count. Do you know someone by the name of Felicia? Young-looking girl with pink hair, red eyes, pointed ears and keeps calling herself Feely?" he asked. Once he gave the name and description, Oboro's haughty demeanor cracked as she paled an almost chalky white color, and she suddenly started shaking like a leaf in the wind. Her quivered and moved about as she seemed to be saying something to herself. If the whiskered teen was reading her correctly, it seemed as if she had said to herself, "Dead men walking on my grave." Once she had broken out of her stupor, her entire demeanor became deathly serious. "Stay away from Felicia. She is as dangerous as she is unpredictable," was all she said to the Uzumaki, and then quickly turned her back to him and whispered to herself what sounded like, "Can't believe Edwin Black sired that little hellspawn." "Who is Edwin Black?" Naruto asked, making Oboro freeze up when she realized she had spoken the name aloud and cursed herself with a slip of the tongue. Instead of responding further, she simply vanished out of sight by dashing through the door. He tried to follow after her, but she was already gone, leaving him all alone. Well, that was an odd reaction. Why did Oboro act in such a way? He frowned as he made his way outside to meet with Sakura, who was impatiently tapping her foot with her arms crossed beneath her dot. She noticed him approaching and asked, "You okay, Naruto? You took a pretty long time. I was actually wondering if I should call up a posse to track you down." He chuckled at the small joke and shook his head before replying to her, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I got held up by Oboro." Upon hearing the name of the treacherous Taimanin, the orange tea drew her twin blades with a growl. "What? Did she try anything with you? Was she bothering you again?" Sakura asked quickly as she began scanning the surrounding area. The blonde held up his hands in a placating manner. "Relax. Nothing major happened. She came by to tell me about some stuff," he responded while looking around carefully, unsure if anyone might be listening in, since he didn't want to take any chances. What Oboro shared with him seemed like a pretty sensitive topic. "What kind of stuff?" the tomboy Taimanin asked as she sheathed her blades, not liking the fact that Oboro had been speaking to the Uzumaki while she and her sister weren't around to keep him safe. "I don't think it's a good idea to talk in the open. That aside, it'd be easier if I talked to both you and Asagi at the same time, instead of having to repeat myself," he replied, earning a nod of understanding from the younger Igawa's sibling. "No problem. We can talk about it later at home. Anyways, it's time for training." "Yes. Training. Sakura Igawa-sama, she'll be training you lots today." She spoke excitedly and pumped her fist in the air while trying to lighten the mood. "There's something else. I asked Oboro about that Felicia girl, and she seemed to know her, but wouldn't say anything about it, except that she was dangerous. She then slipped something about someone called Edwin Black. He tried to ask at the end, hoping that she might know something about this man, but he was cut off when Sakura clapped her hand over his and letting out a loud and hissing shush noise. "Don't speak that name," she shouted, her expression clearly showing that she was quite disturbed by this. "Don't ever speak that name so loudly and casually," she whispered urgently while looking around as if checking to make sure no one had heard him. She then slowly removed her hand from his expression of clear confusion as she checked around once more before sighing. "Naruto-kun, that name is taboo. We're not supposed to talk about that," she spoke with a deep frown. Naruto could only blink his eyes at her reaction. "Seriously? Just speaking a name is taboo? Why?" As if sensing his unanswered question, she took his hand and whispered to him, "Come on. There's something I want to show you." She then gently guided him to an unnamed destination, her face still set in a grim frown as she led him away. Her usual fun and bubbly demeanor now gone. The Uzumaki wanted to ask where they were going, but decided not to since he would find out soon enough. From what he could tell, to get this sort of reaction from two different Taimanin, this was undoubtedly a serious subject. But Asagi. The almighty Taimanin sighed tiredly as she walked through the halls, her heels clicking against the floor as she entered the mission assignment office. There, she found the Sandaime sitting behind the desk, only he wasn't alone as there were two females there. One was a young girl with green hair and red eyes with some sort of horn protruding from her head and pointed ears. The girl had a blank look on her face as she seemed to be drawing circles on the floor with her finger. Was the horn some sort of accessory? Was it real? It was hard to say, and it didn't seem polite to ask about it either. The other woman wore an elegant crimson dress with a black fur lining. She had crimson hair and yellow eyes, her aura and demeanor exhibiting pure haughtiness. She seemed to be some sort of aristocrat or perhaps even a noble. The crimson-haired woman seemed to take notice of the brunette's presence and gave a little smirk as she spoke. Well. It seems someone new has come to greet us. Oh. The very famous person. Asagi Agawa, the legendary almighty Taimanin. At this, Hiruzen cleared his and spoke up. Yes indeed. There was an awkward silence as the Taimanin looked between the Hokage and the new visitors and considered asking if she should come back in a few moments. However, the aristocratic woman then spoke in a somewhat offended tone. Hokage Dono. Don't be rude. Introduce us to the lovely lady. At the red-haired woman's request, the Sandame sputtered for a few moments before managing to clear his and then began to speak. Yes, of course. Asagi, may I introduce the Lady Astereth, the new advisor to the Fire Daimyo, along with her own private bodyguard Noah Brown. Noah then gave a nod in greeting, though Astereth merely gave a smug grin as she paced about slowly, acting almost as if she owned the place as she spoke. The Daimyo told me to come here because he has certain concerns with your village's academy. Since the airing of that Ichiraku man's little tantrum, the Daimyo is worried that perhaps the next generation of shinobi may not be up to par. After all, unreliable ninjas are bad for business, yes? I assure you Astereth-san, the situation is well in hand and that the Sandame tried to explain, but was silenced when the crimson-haired woman placed a finger to his and shushed him while using her free hand to pick up a pen and began twirling it around her fingers. Save your excuses for someone that cares. If you have done anything at all, it was only after you were forced to do so. However, the real problem hasn't yet been addressed, has it? If one teacher was capable of bending or breaking the rules to suit his agenda, then surely others must be doing the same. From my understanding, there is very little oversight of the curriculum or the teachers, meaning that a teacher's bias can easily slip through. Astereth stated with a scathing look on her face. It was at this moment that the almighty Taimanin decided to pipe in and speak. I have some concerns as well. Both myself and my sister personally oversaw the academy exams for a certain class. The clan heirs all performed well, but many of the civilian students seemed to be struggling. I am deeply worried that perhaps they aren't being trained properly, in which case they would struggle even further on their chosen sensei's test. Even worse, if by some means that they manage to pass and become fully realized genin, then they won't be prepared at all for real missions or combat. Oh? Is that so? Astereth asked with a raised eyebrow, still twirling the pen between her fingers as the Hokage seemed to be clearing his, a little bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he replied, I assure you both, the academy's curriculum was designed for all students from all walks of life so in other words, the curriculum was standardized. The crimson-haired woman interrupted the Sandame, briefly stunning him as she continued, if you allow the students to wallow in a comfort zone instead of pushing them to work harder and attain greater heights, then it is no wonder why they are struggling. Very worrying indeed. The aristocratic woman stalked towards the Hokage with an almost predatory gaze, forcing him to slowly back up against the desk as she pushed the tip of the pen rather hard against his as she asked him, how do you propose we fix this, Hokage Dono? If you cannot give me a solution then I'll just have to whisper a few choice words into the ear of the daimyo. I promise you, you will not like what I will have to say either. If I may, Asagi cut in, eager to add her 2 cents and her own ideas as she spoke up, I think that the curriculum needs to focus less on lectures and written theory and should have more practical lessons such as first aid or survival skills. The students should also be more heavily drilled in combat techniques such as Kenjutsu and Taijutsu and taught more offensive ninjutsu to better protect themselves. The basic 3 academy jutsu alone certainly aren't going to cut it. A sound suggestion. The crimson-haired woman remarked with a smirk, giving the brunette a nod as she continued twirling the pen in her fingers while her bodyguard stood silently. The Sandame seemed ready to protest but was cut off when Astereth jabbed the pen up one of his nostrils, pressing it painfully up into his sinuses. Sorry, were you about to say something? Not interested. I had heard stories of a famed shinobi known as the Professor who was said to have mastered many jutsu. I do not see that man. I see an ailing bag of bones that has lost his spine and spent too many years pushing papers. You bore me. The aristocratic woman stared at him for a few moments with her golden eyes, and for a split second, she seemed to seriously contemplate jamming the pen up into Hiruzen's skull, but then changed her mind at the last moment and allowed it to slip from her fingers and drop to the floor with a clattering sound. Asagi-san, if you would be so kind, I want you to draw up new plans for the academy's curriculum and present it to an emergency council meeting. Hokage Dono. I shall leave it to you to set the meeting. Do not disappoint me any further. Now then, before I excuse myself so that I may indulge in a long and hot bath, are there any other issues that need to be addressed? Just team assignments. I have here the results of all the students along with some personal notes. Two students in particular, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Chiha, may be in need of some major reevaluation. The blue-haired Taimanin responded as she set down the necessary paperwork for the Hokage to peruse, all the while hoping that he'll take the matter seriously. "I'll look into it." Hiruzen muttered as he retreated to safety behind the desk, took his seat, and then began going through the necessary paperwork while trying his best to not look directly in the daimyo advisor's direction. "If that is all, then I must be going." "Noah. We're leaving," Astaroth announced, with a green-haired girl giving a bored yawn as she followed behind her mistress. Asagi hummed quietly to herself as she observed the two departing. She couldn't put her finger on it, but there was definitely something strange about them. But what? Elsewhere? Well, that was an interesting exchange. Danzo muttered as he stroked his chin, having observed the interactions between the almighty Taimanin, his old rival, and of course the daimyo's newest advisor, via footage provided by hidden cameras. From what he knew, this Astaroth woman and her little bodyguard appeared in the daimyo's court about a month or so ago. Surprisingly, there was very little else known about them. Even Oboro's vast information network in collusion with his own couldn't find further information. It was almost as if the two had just randomly stepped out of thin air and into existence. The grizzled veteran wondered if Astaroth could be a potential ally, but she was an unknown variable and a wild card. Further observation would be required before making an informed decision. On a more positive note, if the Hiruzen was currently in the daimyo's crosshairs, then that could be a good thing if it resulted in the Sandaime getting booted clean out of office. The only problem was that would leave a power vacuum, and the most likely candidate to fill it would be none other than Asagi Agawa herself. Her strength, intellect, popularity and reputation practically made her own coronation a sure thing. Even so, having someone like her as Hokage wouldn't be a bad thing, so long as she didn't dig into his business. "You're late," he muttered in irritation upon hearing the door to his office open as Oboro stepped in with a small frown. "I'm not one to be summoned like some mongrel pup," she muttered in equal irritation, but was waved off by the aged warhawk with a small sneer. "Evidently you are. At any rate, I have a distinctive feeling that my old rival's tenure as Hokage will not last much longer. In which case it'd be beneficial to put more competent and reliable people in key positions. You, Oboro, would be an ideal candidate for Konoha's next spymaster," Danzo stated as he leaned back in his seat, his words earning a little twinkle in the treacherous Taimanin's eyes. She had long desired a more prestigious role, and becoming Konoha's officially designated spymaster would be perfect for her, especially considering information was her business. Most unfortunately, the position was currently held by the Sandaime student, the Toad-san and Jiraiya. Oboro was strongly confident that the Sannin in question didn't actually earn the position, but rather the Sandaime handed it to him as special treatment. Oh, what was that word used to describe that type of thing? Nepotism. Yes. Nepotism was the word. "I'm surprised that you don't want the position for yourself." She spoke casually, and for a brief moment a flicker of amusement seemed to cross the aged warhawk's features. "A tempting prospect, but I'm much more comfortable acting behind the scenes. That aside, you are an element that I can control, and any information you gather as spymaster will be funneled to me, all the while I shall have plausible deniability if you get caught." He spoke in an even tone, his words making Oboro frown. Of course, she was only being used as a scapegoat if things went south. "Also, I am aware that you had a conversation with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," he then added, making the femme fatale scowl deeply as she asked, "Were you spying on me?" "On you? No. Though lately, I have had my own Anbu keep a closer watch on the Jinchuriki since he came into Asagi's care. Hiruzen was a fool to let that boy's talents go to waste in some watered-down classroom." Danzo answered bluntly and then gave Oboro an expectant look, silently demanding what she spoke to the boy about. "I see. Well, if you're that concerned about it, I told him about Akatsuki." She responded with a shrug, her words earning a small hum of thought from the aged veteran. Well, he didn't approve of Oboro going behind his back like this or speaking to the Jinchuriki about sensitive topics without his permission. This was not unacceptable. If the boy had some advance warning of such a dangerous group, it would only push him harder to get stronger and become a more powerful weapon for the village. "Anything else? And why did you tell him about Akatsuki?" Danzo asked in an even tone, though the question did make Oboro hesitate for a brief moment. Should she mention that the boy asked about Felicia? Or that she let slip Edwin Black's name? "No. Nothing else. As for why, no special reason. Perhaps I felt like giving him a sporting chance. Maybe I have a soft spot for young boys. Does it really matter? Regardless, I strongly doubt that the Sandaime or Jiraiya would have ever told the boy anything." Oboro answered while completely omitting the rest of her conversation with the Uzumaki. True. Hiruzen is often too cautious or indecisive, while Jiraiya is unreliable at best. Danzo answered bluntly, not even trying to mask his contempt for the two. "Is there anything else, or did you just want to waste my time with a little meet and greet?" Oboro asked impatiently since contrary to whatever Danzo may believe, she did in fact have far better things to do. After a few brief moments of contemplation, the warhawk slowly nodded and answered yes there is something I need you to do. With Naruto and Sakura. The Uzumaki felt uncomfortable with the uncharacteristic silence coming from the tomboy Taimanin, but still he obediently followed her as she took him through an area that he didn't recognize that was at the edge of the village. They passed through thick bushes and into a clearing where the ground was uneven and covered with moss. He didn't have to wait long before Sakura revealed their destination by stopping in front of an old and scorched out building. It would seem that a great fire had taken place there some years ago, it almost seemed like some sort of laboratory. What is this place? The Jinchuriki asked, with the orange tea sighing as she crossed her arms beneath her bust and replied, this was the first and original laboratory where Taimanin were created. It is where me and Big Sis underwent the procedure where we met Edwin Black. What happened here exactly? Looks like something bad happened. Who's this Edwin Black guy, and why is it that you and Oboro didn't want to talk about him openly? The whiskered teen asked, brimming and burning with questions. Edwin Black was the man who came up with the Taimanin initiative. It was his brainchild. He was the one that made it possible for humans to be injected with the Kyuubi's yakai and become literal super soldiers. A few years back, there was some sort of accident, a fire broke out, and Edwin Black died in the blaze however, shortly after his death, it was discovered that he had been in business with a rogue Sannin Orochimaru and had been selling village secrets to him. Afterwards, the Sandaime had all records about Black expunged and erased, effectively erasing him from history. Since then it has become taboo amongst Taimanin to ever mention his name again. Sakura explained, and for a few moments she seemed to get lost in her memories. Were you guys close to Black? The Uzumaki asked, earning a chuckle and a shake of the head from the orange tea, as she replied no. Me and Big Sis only met him one time. The day we became Taimanin. He was something of a recluse and seemed to be buried in his research. The Jinchuriki gave an ah of understanding, then asked why did the Hokage want to erase him? That seems kind of extreme. He didn't want word getting out around the village about how one of the top scientists in Konoha was yet another bad apple in the history of Konoha's greatest gone bad list. He also feared potential backlash towards us Taimanin if people got in their heads we may have colluded with Black and may be compromised. We were far too valuable to throw away and a lot of resources had been poured into making us, so the Sandaime decided it would be best to bury the whole thing and swear us all to silence. You, however, are now partnered with both myself and Asagi. I figured it'd be better for you to know about this than keep you in the dark. She answered him with a whiskered blonde slowly absorbing this information. I see. Well, I promise not to tell anyone about this and thank you. It means a lot that you're willing to trust me with this. He spoke with a soft smile and approached to take her hand, but then heard a soft crunch beneath his foot, making him look down and see a picture frame that was half buried in the ground and covered with a thick layer of moss. What's this? The Uzumaki murmured as he knelt down, brushed away the moss, picked the frame up, and dusted it off before showing it to the orange tea. The two looked at the picture, it looked like a small group of people in an office celebrating together. One was a man well dressed in a white lab coat holding a glass of champagne, the form of Oboro draped over his arm, and seemed to be clearly flirting with him. That man, who is he? Is that him? Black? The whiskered teen asked for confirmation, earning a quick nod from the younger Igawa's sister. Seems Oboro was really into this guy. He mused as he continued inspecting the photograph, he then recognized the form of a younger Ichiraku. It seems that douchebags attract other douchebags in this case. The final figure in the picture was one that he immediately recognized as wait that's her. That is Felicia. He stated as he pointed at the pink-haired girl in the photograph. You're sure? Sakura asked, prompting the Jinchuriki to quickly reply no doubt about it. That's definitely her. Hard to miss that pink hair, but what is her connection to Black? And why hasn't she aged since this picture was taken? He asked the last part in a murmur, his blue eyes narrowing in thought. It would seem that he had learned a little more about the Taimanin initiative, but now he only had more answers. Now that he thought about it, Oboro did say something strange sighing that little hellspawn were her exact words. Only one conclusion came to mind, Felicia was Edwin Black's child. If that was the case, then just what was her game? Who did she work for? I think we need to show this to Asagi. There's definitely more going on than we know. He suggested, earning a quick nod from the younger sister. It would seem that even from beyond the grave, the legacy of Edwin Black would still haunt the Taimanin. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the SCARFACE 101 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.